Chapter 175. On the Divine Kingdom Plaza, countless ministers and generals looked at the princes and princesses walking out of the portals with strange expressions. It was really strange. All of them were beaten black and blue. Some of them even had pig heads. But why were these princes and princesses excitedly rushing out of the portal with tears of happiness in their eyes and smiles on their faces? I get it now. At this moment, just as everyone was puzzled, the imperial astronomer revealed a look of sudden realization. You get it now. All the ministers and generals looked over. Even some of the leaders of the factions looked over as well. The imperial astronomer looked excited. Yesterday, I observed the sky and found that there must be a treasure in the supreme arcane realm. Look at how excited the princes and princesses are. You must have obtained the treasure. Treasure. Everyone was stunned and puzzled. Then why are these princes and princesses all bruised and swollen? You don't understand. The imperial astronomer chuckled and said, this must be caused by the various princes and princesses during their cultivation. Otherwise, how could you still laugh when you were beaten up for no reason? How despicable must they be? Upon hearing the imperial astronomer's words, the surrounding ministers, generals, and faction leaders all nodded inwardly. The imperial astronomer's words made sense. Haha. Congratulations to all the princes and princesses for obtaining such a great opportunity. Congratulations, congratulations. The imperial astronomer was the first to speak. Congratulations to the princes and princesses for obtaining the treasure. Congratulations. Congratulations. Immediately, the ministers and faction leaders didn't want to let go of this opportunity to curry favor. They all hurried to congratulate the princes and princesses. Many princes and princesses managed to escape. They felt extremely fortunate and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Phew, F*ck, we finally escaped from that demon Ning Shui. F*ck. Oh, this prince's handsome face, ayo. The princes and princesses gritted their teeth in anger. They didn't believe that Ning Shui would be so arrogant in the outside world. Demon? Ning Shui? Who's that? The ministers were stunned when they heard the princes and princesses' words. Zhong Xian scratched his head in confusion. Ha ha ha. I understand now. The imperial astronomer's eyes lit up with excitement. This Marshal Ning must be an ancestor of our supreme divine nation in the past 100,000 years. The princes and princesses inadvertently activated Patriarch Ning Shuabi's remnant soul. In the end, Patriarch Ning Shuabi completed the trial. Although the princes and princesses were beaten black and blue, they also obtained great opportunities from it. Hiss, I see. This old man actually didn't know that our supreme divine nation had an ancestor called Ning Shuabi. Forgive me for my disrespect. But why does the title of Patriarch feel a little awkward? The ministers and generals were suddenly enlightened. Then, they looked at the princes and princesses excitedly. He was curious. What kind of fortuitous encounter did they obtain? Princes and princesses, may I ask what kind of fortune you have obtained? The imperial astronomer smiled at the princes and princesses. Around them, many curious gazes were directed at them. They were all curious. What kind of fortuitous encounter did the princes and princesses obtain after activating Patriarch Ning Shuabi's remnant soul? However, the princes and princesses ignored them. Instead, they looked as if they were looking for something. F*ck. Suddenly, one of the princes yelled. His eyes widened as he pointed in a direction. I see Marshal Ning. He's over there. Huh. Hearing this, the group of princes and princesses all looked in that direction with murderous gazes. Indeed, they saw a sneaky figure. F*ck. It's Marshal Ning. Catch him. Catch that bastard. Once we catch him, I'll beat him into a pig's head. Flick his little stars. Catch him. Don't let that bastard get away. Instantly, the princes and princesses were furious. They gritted their teeth and charged toward Ning Tian like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. Hey, hey, hey. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Ning Tian said as he ran, do you have to be so worked up? Didn't I just give you a facial massage? I even cleaned up all the trash in the supreme arcane realm for you. Instead of thanking me, you want to beat me up. Seriously, these days, good intentions don't pay off. Fart. The princes and princesses were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Facial massage? Bruises and swollen faces counted as a facial massage? F***ck. I can give you 10 facial massages like that. And the trash in the supreme arcane realm? That was clearly a fortuitous opportunity. Calling fortuitous opportunities trash, how shameless. F***ck. Catch Marshal Ning. I'm going to cut off his big baby and drink it with wine. Instantly, the princes and princesses charged even more ferociously. F***ck. Don't be so cruel. When Ning Tian heard that, he ran even faster. Seeing this, the princes and princesses gritted their teeth in anger. Why was this bastard running faster and faster? Soon, Ning Tian rushed out of the kingdom of God Square. Hundreds of princes and princesses chased after him. Everyone in the kingdom of God Square was speechless. They were all dumbfounded. They still couldn't figure out what was going on. The princes and princesses seemed to be calling the young man being chased Marshal Ning. Ahem. The imperial astronomer scratched his head awkwardly. He was also confused. What the hell is going on? At this moment, the first prince, Qin Haoran, slowly walked over. A group of ministers and generals immediately surrounded him. First prince, what is going on? The ministers and generals all asked. Qin Haoran gritted his teeth. His face was still bruised and his eyes were full of coldness. He slowly recounted what had happened in the Supreme Arcane Realm. What happened in the Supreme Arcane Realm was definitely a disgrace to him and the princes and princesses. What? When they heard Qin Haoran's story, the ministers and generals were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. Marshal Ning not only took away all the fortuitous opportunities in the Supreme Arcane Realm, but he also beat up the princes and princesses of the Kingdom of God. At this moment, it was as if a raging storm had been set off in their hearts. The astonishment in their hearts was self-evident. Most importantly, Qin Haoran spoke again. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Marshal Ning also deceived the remnant soul of the Wushang primogenitor and obtained the supreme chaos palm. Wow! This sentence instantly caused an uproar in the crowd. All of them widened their eyes in shock. F***ck. He deceived the remnant soul of the Wushang primogenitor. This kid is heaven-defying. And the supreme chaos palm. Chapter 176. Wait. The supreme primeval chaos palm? Wasn't that the supreme primogenitor's famous ultimate technique? That was a mid-grade heaven-tier martial art. At this moment, the ministers and generals all widened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with deep fanaticism. What are you all doing here? Hurry up and bring people to chase after him. If we let handsome Ning escape, none of you will be able to escape responsibility. Father will deal with you after he comes out of seclusion. Qin Haoran glared at the group of ministers and generals and said coldly, Yes, Your Majesty. Then, bring people to capture handsome Ning. The ministers and generals trembled when they heard Qin Haoran mention the word father. Right now, the ruler of the divine nation was still cultivating in seclusion. If he was awakened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Soon after, a group of ministers and generals hurriedly set out to capture Marshal Ning. It's over, senior sister, what should we do? The ugly bad guy is going to be captured. Not far away, Yu Qin and Princess Moon Spirit stood aside. Seeing this scene, the little girl's expression instantly became a little worried. Princess Moon Spirit frowned slightly. She didn't know what to do either. Even now, she was still a little confused. How did things develop into this situation? Don't worry. If handsome Ning is captured, I will do my best to protect him. Princess Moon Spirit gritted her teeth. Sigh, the two girls sighed faintly. This was not something they could interfere in at all. At this moment, the entire Divine Nation City was in chaos. Countless cultivators in Divine Nation City saw a very spectacular scene. An ugly young man was running for his life, and behind him were many princes and princesses of the supreme primogenitor nation. Most importantly, These princes and princesses all looked like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. They kept shouting, "Handsome Ning, don't run if you have the gut. Handsome Ning." Hearing this, the cultivators of Divine Nation City were stunned. Handsome? That guy running for his life was handsome? Could it be that the descendants of the royal family all had such strange tastes? At this moment, more and more armored soldiers joined the chase. Only then did these cultivators realize the seriousness of the matter. What exactly did this guy do that would incur the wrath of both men and gods? To be able to make hundreds of princes and princesses crazily chase after him, and the soldiers in the forbidden area of the imperial palace closely following him. This was probably the first time something like this had happened since the founding of the supreme divine nation. While countless cultivators of the divine land were confused, there was a rumor. Not only did handsome Ning beat the crap out of hundreds of princes and princesses in the supreme mystical ground, he even took all the fortunate encounters in the place. This was simply too arrogant. It was like robbing a tomb. After you stole all the treasures in the tomb, you still didn't feel satisfied and wanted to beat up the corpse of the owner of the tomb. Shameless. How shameless. It was also at this moment that a voice sounded from the forbidden area of the imperial palace. Whoever catches Ning Shui will be conferred a title of nobility, be able to choose any earth-rank martial arts from the Divine Kingdom's martial scripture pavilion, and enjoy thousands of beauty. In an instant, the whole Divine Land city was in an uproar. More and more cultivators joined the hunt. "Handsome Ning, don't run." Shouts kept coming from the Divine Prefecture city. F***CK. The people of the Supreme Divine Nation must have gone crazy. When Ning Tian saw so many people joining the hunt, his expression changed slightly. Immediately after, he activated his evasive maneuvers and swimming dragon steps. It was as if the soles of his feet were smeared with oil. He gave the pursuers a textbook example of escaping. However, Ning Tian really wanted to curse. This divine prefecture city was 2F** big. After running for a while, he still hadn't seen the city gate of the divine prefecture city. Zoo. Handsome Ning, keep running. Just as he passed by the Windrain Inn, he even saw Zhu Yuanbo cheering him on from the balcony of the Windrain Inn. F***CK, this damn fatty. Ning Tian cursed in his heart. Handsome Ning, catch it. At this moment, Zhu Yuanbo, who was on the balcony of the Windrain Inn, shouted and threw something over. Ning Tian was finally satisfied. This fatty still had some conscience. He knew that he would need a lot of stamina to run, so he threw some pills to replenish his stamina and spiritual power. But when he caught it, he was dumbfounded. It was actually an apple. Handsome Ning, eat an apple to replenish your stamina. Zhu Yuanbo's chuckle came from the Windrain Inn in the distance. Ning Tian. He was speechless, but he still ate the apple in a few bites. F***CK. This handsome Ning is still in the mood to eat an apple. Seeing this, the princes, princesses, and other cultivators of the divine prefecture city were all furious. Being chased by them, this guy was still eating an apple. He didn't take them seriously. Damn it. Handsome Ning, you were so arrogant when you were beating me. Don't run now if you have the guts. A pig-headed prince shouted angrily from behind. Shut up. Ning Tian didn't even look at him. He casually threw the remaining apple core in his mouth, and the apple core hit the pig-headed prince's face. Ouch. Handsome Ning, throwing things is forbidden in the divine prefecture city. Then, an angry voice sounded. Come on. Chase me. If you catch me, I'll let you have sex with me. Ning Tian's despicable voice floated from the front. This guy. I must kill him. F***CK. Heavens. How can there be such a despicable person in this world? The princes, princesses, armored soldiers, and cultivators of the divine prefecture city were all gnashing their teeth in anger. Half an hour later, Ning Tian was surrounded on all sides. Ning Tian stood in the center, surrounded by people in front of her and behind her. Phew. Handsome Ning. Didn't we catch up to you? The princes and princesses panted and looked at this guy with difficulty. Damn it. This guy was really good at running. 2/3 of the people in the city were chasing him, but he ran for half an hour. Handsome Ning, I've caught up to you. Can you let me have sex with you now? The pig-headed prince looked at Ning Tian coldly. Get lost. Ning Tian's face darkened. Then, he looked at the 4 people around him cautiously. There were men on both sides. There was no way to escape. System, how long do I have left for the Heavenly Venerate trial card? Ning Tian thought to himself. Heavenly Venerate trial card, last hour. 1 hour. Ning Tian mumbled to herself as she looked around. She wanted to see if she could make it out within the next hour. Go. Charge. Catch handsome Ning. He'll be conferred a title and thousands of beauties. In an instant, the eyes of the surrounding people lit up. They rushed toward Ning Tian like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. Chapter 177. Facing the crowd, Ning Tian snorted and unleashed his heavenly venerate aura. Instantly, his aura exploded. Boom. Countless charging cultivators were sent flying. F***CK. Heavenly venerate. The surrounding people did not dare to attack. Since you don't dare to attack, I'll take the initiative to attack. Ning Tian's tone turned cold. Then, lightning flashed on his body. That was the divine thunder path. Activate palm path. Activate wind thunder divine palm. In an instant, the wind from the palm whistled and lightning flashed. Wind and thunder continued, and many people's expressions change. F***CK. This handsome Ning plays with lightning. We can't afford to offend him. Facing Ning Tian's wind thunder divine palm, they could only choose to dodge. If they could not dodge, they would become charred black. If they could dodge, they would stay far away. How dare you? At this moment, a loud shout was heard. Then, a terrifying aura shrouded the area. Everyone looked up and saw a white-haired old man in a black robe descending from the sky. That's Imperial Censor Liu from the Divine Nation. Haha. He's a 3-star heavenly venerate. He should be able to stop handsome Ning, right? Seeing Imperial Censor Liu, many people around them widened their eyes. Imperial Censor Liu, you must catch this handsome Ning. You can't let him escape. The princes and princesses looked at Imperial Censor Liu excitedly. Princes and princesses, don't worry. Imperial Censor Liu waved his hand and looked at Ning Tian. I will definitely not let this brat escape. Hearing that, the princes and princesses grinned and looked at Ning Tian proudly. Handsome Ning, let's see how you escape this time. Brat, give up. You can't escape from Divine Nation City. Censor Liu's face was cold as he looked at Ning Tian. Is that so? Ning Tian sneered. I've even beaten up a great emperor before. You're just a mere heavenly venerate. What are you afraid of? Activating the mid-grade heaven-class martial art, Supreme Chaos Palm. Using martial art, Supreme Primordial Chaos Palm. As the system's voice rang out, the Daoist rhymes of Chapter Dao appeared in his hand. A supreme aura appeared in his palm. Ferocious spiritual energy surged around Ning Tian's body. Then, he struck out with his palm. Boom. Boundless spiritual energy transformed into primordial chaos chi, becoming even more ferocious and intense. Vaguely, a primordial chaos giant palm was formed. This aura, it's a supreme aura. Censor Liu's expression changed as a look of astonishment flashed across his eyes. He looked at Ning Tian in shock. This is the Supreme Primeval Chaos Palm. How is this possible? You only obtained this Supreme Primeval Chaos Palm 2 days ago. How is it possible to reach this level in just 2 days? Faced with Censor Liu's question, Ning Tian only smiled faintly. Sorry, it's impossible. Since it happened to me, it means it's possible. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. You have shocked hundreds of princes and princesses. You have shocked the cultivators of Divine Prefecture City. You have shocked Censor Liu. Reward skill card, Berserk Fighting Intent card. Berserk Fighting Intent card. After use, your combat power will be doubled for an hour. After use, this card will become invalid. Boom. As soon as Ning Tian finished speaking, he struck out with his palm. The primordial chaos giant palm came crashing down. Divine Might Shield. Seeing this, Censor Liu hurriedly channeled his spiritual energy, wanting to block this attack. However, How powerful was a heavenly venerable's mid-grade heaven-class martial art? Moreover, this attack contained Ning Tian's Daoist rhyme. How could he block it? Boom. Bang. In just a moment, the divine might shield on Sensor Liu's body shattered. His entire body flew out in an instant. It directly smashed into the most famous brothel in Divine Prefecture City. Many prostitutes screamed as they ran out of the brothel. He defeated Sensor Liu with one move? All the princes and princesses were dumbfounded. Handsome Ning's strength was a little too strong. Me. How dare you, you brat. At this moment, a cold snort was heard. Then, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. 5 figures appeared in the sky. Those are the 5 elements of the kingdom of God. Rumor has it that they are all 5-star heavenly venerables. This time, we'll be able to capture handsome Ning, right? Seeing this scene, although they were looking forward to it, they were not as confident as before. After all, handsome Ning had sent Imperial Sensor Liu flying with a single strike. You can actually send Sensor Liu flying. Looks like you have some strength. 5 armored figures landed in front of Ning Tian. Among them, the leader sneered. However, when faced with the 5 elements, you will not be able to withstand a single blow. You're bullying me with numbers. Ning Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. Then, he sneered. In that case, don't blame me for using a cheat code. System, use the violent fighting will card. Ning Tian shouted in his heart. Using berserk fighting will card. Use successful. Boom. In an instant, Ning Tian's body was surrounded by a red aura that could be seen with the naked eye. His fighting will soared instantly. The aura exploded and whistled. What's going on with this kid? The 5 elements were stunned and a trace of doubt flashed in their eyes. This guy's aura seemed to have soared just now. However, he was still a 3-star heavenly venerables. System, use all the martial arts. Using heavenly demon palm. Using flame tyrant fist. Using shadow sword technique. Using wind thunder divine palm. Using supreme chaos palm. Following the system's voice, it kept ringing in Ning Tian's mind. Then, the martial arts moves were endless. In an instant, lights and shadows flashed around Ning Tian's body. Spirit energy circulated and waves of golden light flash. It was so dazzling that no one dared to look directly at it. Damn! What is that? What a dazzling light! The golden light was dazzling and voices kept coming from the surroundings. Everyone closed their eyes and their hearts were filled with doubt. 5 elements, right? Go to hell! Ning Tian roared. Then, 5 martial arts were released at the same time. In an instant, the golden light flashed and waves of spirit energy tore the space apart, constantly sweeping in all directions. Boom! What? Seeing this scene, the 5 elements' faces changed drastically. Was this the power that a 3-star heavenly venerables could release? They did not even have time to block it. Their bodies were sent flying. They were sent flying into the Divine Land City. Boom! In an instant, everyone within a radius of a few hundred meters was sent flying and the nearby houses collapse. The group of people climbed up from the ground with difficulty. Looking at handsome Ning, their hearts were filled with deep shock. He was too strong. Clap. Clap clap clap. At this moment, a round of applause sounded. In the void, Qin Feng took a step forward. The movement finally alarmed the Emperor God powerhouses. This young friend is quite strong. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Ning Tian. He did not seem to be as angry as expected. Why don't you follow me back to the forbidden area of the palace and we can have a good talk? Ning Tian was silent. Follow you back? Wouldn't he lose his life then? He dared to circulate his spirit energy and take a gamble. Suddenly, his body felt weak. The system's voice rang in his mind. Ding! Heavenly Venerable's trial card, time expired. Invalid. Ning Tian was speechless. Why did it have to end at this moment? What the F***CK? Come on, young friend. Qin Feng stretched out his hand. Then, his spirit energy turned into an invisible giant hand and grabbed at Ning Tian. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying pressure came. In an instant, The invisible giant hand was shattered like a piece of paper. Qin Feng's face changed slightly. He looked around vigilantly. I wonder which emperor god is attacking. Can you show yourself? Chapter 178. A great emperor? Many princes, princesses, cultivators, ministers, and generals in Divine Land City were stunned. In his heart, it was as if raging waves had been set off. What day is it today? Putting aside the fact that a celestial emperor had come, there was even a great emperor here. They all looked up at the sky, wanting to see which great emperor it was. However, how could their eyes see through the traces of great emperors? There were no clouds in the sky. Vaguely, one could feel the great emperor's aura in the air. Ha ha! At this moment, a melodious laugh rang out. Then, the great emperor's aura enveloped them. Boom! In an instant, everyone around Ning Tian was enveloped by the aura. Their bodies bent down uncontrollably, and their eyes were filled with shock. The owner of the laughter was definitely a great emperor. That woman. Just by hearing that familiar laughter, Ning Tian didn't need to think to know that it was the Queen Mother of the West. I didn't expect her to still be in Divine Land City. Although the Queen Mother of the West had said that she would stay in Divine Land City for a while, Ning Tian didn't expect her to still be here. In the sky, a beautiful figure appeared in the void. From afar, the figure was slim and graceful. She wore a purple dress and a thin veil that covered her face. It was the Queen Mother of the West. Jade Lake Sacred Leader. Qin Feng recognized the Queen Mother of the West the moment he saw her. His expression changed slightly. The Jade Lake Sacred Leader was a true great emperor. Even when compared to their supreme divine kingdoms, 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 divine kingdom. The Jade Lake Sacred Leader. That beautiful woman was the Jade Lake Sacred Leader. Many people in the Divine Prefecture City trembled when they heard Qin Feng's solemn words from the sky. The woman in the sky was a true great emperor. If a great emperor was angry, the entire divine land would tremble. They were all guessing why the Jade Lake Sacred Leader had suddenly appeared. Could it be because of Marshal Ning? The thought flashed through their minds, but it was quickly dismissed. How could the ugly Marshal Ning attract the Queen Mother of the West's attention? Greetings, Jade Lake Sacred Leader. Qin Feng bowed to the Queen Mother of the West. Then, he looked at her and said slowly, "May I know why the Jade Lake Sacred Leader stopped me? Are you questioning me?" The Queen Mother of the West looked at him with a smile. Although her tone was soft, there was a hidden dagger in her words. "No, I, Qin Feng, am merely a two-star quasi-emperor. How would I dare to question a martial emperor?" Qin Feng hurriedly shook his head as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. "I'm just curious." Curious? Sometimes curiosity kills the cat. The Queen Mother smiled and glanced at Ning Tian. She then said to Qin Feng, "I'm helping your divine kingdom. Help my supreme divine nation." Hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but be stunned. The people of Divine Land City below were also stunned. No matter how one looked at it, the Jade Lake Sacred Leader had blocked Qin Feng's attack for Handsome Ning. She was clearly helping Handsome Ning. How could she say that she was helping the divine nation? You don't understand. The Queen Mother of the West smiled. If you hurt him and that person gets angry, even the Divine Nation Master might not be able to protect you. Qin Feng was stunned when he heard this. A look of astonishment flashed across his eyes. Even the Divine Nation Master couldn't protect him? How could this be? He naturally didn't believe it. After all, the Divine Nation Master was also a martial emperor. Therefore, he felt that the Jade Lake Sacred Leader was trying to scare him. Haha, Jade Lake Sacred Leader must be joking. However, although Qin Feng had a rough idea of what was going on, he didn't dare to say it out loud. Joking? Do I need to joke with a mere two-star quasi-emperor like you? The Queen Mother of the West laughed mockingly. Qin Feng was stunned when he heard this. He gritted his teeth but didn't dare to refute. Although they were both god emperors, the difference between a quasi-emperor and a martial emperor was like heaven and earth. Boom! At that moment, The aura of a martial emperor swept out from the forbidden area of the Divine Land City's palace. Then, a voice sounded from the depths of the palace. Jade Lake Sacred Leader, why are you bullying your juniors? This voice belongs to the Divine Nation Master. Our emperor is here. The cultivators in the Divine Land City heaved a sigh of relief when they heard this voice. Since the Divine Nation Master was here, the Jade Lake Sacred Leader should restrain herself a little, right? Oh, Divine Nation Master, you're here too? The Queen Mother of the West didn't seem surprised at all. She looked at the space in front of her with interest. The space shattered, and a middle-aged man stepped out. He wore a dragon robe and had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He looked like an emperor, and he was the father of these hundreds of princes and princesses. He was the absolute ruler of the Divine Nation, the Divine Nation Master. Brother, Qin Feng felt more confident when he saw the Divine Nation Master. He hurriedly rushed over to report the situation to the Divine Nation Master. There's no need to say anything. Before he could say anything, the Divine Nation Master interrupted him. Howren has already told me the general situation. Then he looked at the Queen Mother of the West and said in a low voice, Jade Lake Sacred Leader, this matter shouldn't have anything to do with the Jade Lake, right? Also, I've never heard of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground having a male disciple. Ha. The Queen Mother of the West covered her mouth and smiled. Although he's not a disciple of the Jade Lake, I'll protect him today. What? Everyone in the Divine Land City was stunned when they heard this. They all looked at Ning Tian in confusion. Who was this guy? How could he be protected by a great emperor? Senior sister, this guy doesn't seem ordinary. Yu Qin's eyes flashed cunningly. Things were getting more and more interesting. Seeing the two great emperors, this girl's reaction was different from the others. She wasn't surprised at all. Instead, she seemed to be used to it. Cultivator Ning Shuai. Princess Moon Spirit was also stunned. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Jade Lake Sacred Leader, are you declaring war on the Divine Nation? The Divine Nation Master's expression was ugly. Declaring war? The Queen Mother of the West chuckled. Do you think that your current divine kingdom can withstand two great emperors? Moreover, your divine nation is still at war with the barbarians outside the Divine Land, right? Do you have the energy to start a war now? Hearing this, the Divine Nation Master fell silent. However, he was most concerned about the two great emperors that the Queen Mother of the West mentioned. Jade Lake Sacred Leader, don't scare me. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground only has one great emperor. The Divine Nation Master narrowed his eyes and looked at the Queen Mother of the West. Indeed, the Jade Lake only has one great emperor, but, speaking of this, the Queen Mother of the West looked at Ning Tian. Behind him is a great empress. Moreover, it's a great empress who is extremely protective. Him. Everyone was stunned. The Divine Nation Master also had a confused expression. Haha, Ancestral Master, you can take off that thing now. The Queen Mother of the West laughed. Sigh, Ning Tian sighed faintly. He wanted to bid farewell to the Divine Land with absolute ugliness, but it seemed like the Queen Mother of the West wouldn't let him. He shook his head and slowly took off the ice silkworm mask. In an instant, the incomparably ugly face disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a handsome and dignified face. No matter how handsome a man was, he couldn't compare to him. Gasp! Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was simply a case of a stranger being as beautiful as Jade, a peerless young master. Chapter 179. The moment Ning Tian took off the ice silkworm mask, the atmosphere froze. Everyone froze in place. The moment they looked at Ning Tian, they were completely dumbfounded. How could this be considered extremely ugly? This was simply a peerless, perfect, and handsome face. Those princes and saints all had to stand aside and watch. That face had sharp edges and a trace of cold handsomeness. Those dark and deep eyes seemed to be able to tug at anyone's heartstrings. So handsome. Although Sir Zhuge is handsome, he's still not as handsome as him. Handsome Ning, it's really handsome Ning. When the crowd said the words handsome Ning again, they didn't find it strange at all. In fact, they even felt that those words weren't enough to describe his handsomeness. F***ck. I get it. I know who he is. At this moment, the imperial astronomer looked at Ning Tian in shock. His body seemed to be trembling. You get it again. Everyone was stunned and looked at the imperial astronomer speechlessly. This guy always said he got it, but things always turned out the opposite way. His, the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult. The imperial astronomer was so excited that he stuttered. The Tianmo cult. The legendary patriarch. Everyone in Divine Land City turned pale with fright when they heard this. Who in the celestial spirit realm didn't know the name of the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult? I didn't expect that. He's the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult. Handsome Ning is the legendary patriarch, Ning Tian. The cultivators in Divine Land City were dumbfounded. F***ck. It's over. What did they just do? They actually hunted down the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult. Apart from this identity, he had another identity that all the men in the celestial spirit realm envied. He was the husband of the Empress. Behind him was the entire Tianmo cult. In the sky, Qin Feng gulped. He felt like he had just survived a disaster. F***ck. Fortunately, he did not attack Patriarch. Otherwise, at this moment, he was extremely grateful to the Queen Mother of the West. If she had not stopped him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Some time ago, in the Chill Wind mountain range, Jian Ren of the Sword Sect was also a quasi-emperor. After injuring Ning Tian, the consequences were well known. Now that they were busy fighting the barbarians, how could they have the time to fight the Tianmo cult? Moreover, the Queen Mother of the West was eyeing them covetously. Somewhere in Divine Land City, when Yu Qin saw Ning Tian take off the ice silkworm mask, her eyes immediately widened. SS senior sister, why is he so handsome? Yu Qin's face was flushed red, and her voice trembled as her heart raced. Ning Tian is Ning Tian. Ning Tian is the legendary founder of the Tianmo cult. It's that extremely handsome and talented legendary ancestor who managed to escape from the hands of a god emperor. I'm dead. Yu Qin continued to shout, her face flushed red with excitement. Senior sister, did you see that? His Ning Tian. So handsome, so handsome. Even in the firmament territory, he's definitely the most handsome male cultivator. At this moment, Yu Qin only felt that her head was a little numb. She did not know what to say and was flustered. After all, the scene of Ning Tian taking off the mask was too shocking. Senior sister, did you see that? Yu Qin's little head was dizzy as she kept asking. Beside her, Princess Moonspirit was also stunned. When she saw Ning Tian's appearance after taking off the ice silkworm mask, she instantly covered her mouth in shock. Ning Tian is Ning Tian? He's the legendary founder of the Tianmo cult. Thinking of how she had said in front of Ning Tian that the legendary founder of the Tianmo cult was her husband, Princess Moonspirit was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. It turned out that Ning Tian had not lied to her at all. Everything he said was true, except for the name. This guy. At this moment, Princess Moonspirit looked at Ning Tian with a hint of bitterness in her eyes. So it's the legendary founder who beat us up. For some reason, the resentment in the prince's hearts suddenly dissipated. It felt very reasonable. If they had lost to Ning Tian, they would have felt ashamed. However, if they lost to the legendary founder of the Tianmo cult, it was understandable that they were not as good as him. As for the princesses, their beautiful eyes shone with passion, their pretty faces flushed as they looked at Ning Tian. Handsome. So handsome. Ning Tian touched his nose. Seeing these people so excited, he could not help but feel a little speechless. Wasn't he just a little more handsome? Did they have to be so excited? Sit down, sit down. Wasn't this basic handsomeness? Dare I ask, isn't everyone here handsome like this? Cough cough. You have shocked the princes and princesses. You have shocked the cultivators of divine prefecture. You have shocked Princess Moonspirit. You have shocked Yu Qin. Reward talent, teaching and dispelling doubts. Teaching and dispelling doubts. Your teaching ability has been improved. The next imperial preceptor is you. At this time, in the sky, The lord of the divine nation frowned slightly. He did not expect that the one who caused such a big commotion was the legendary founder of the Tianmo cult. Although he looked down on the legendary founder, his wife was the Empress. If it was a one-on-one fight, he would not dare to fight Luo Wuqing head-on. After all, the Empress of the demonic path was extremely strong and had many attacking methods. Forget it, forget it. The lord of the divine nation sighed. He knew that he could not continue to pursue this matter. He looked at Ning Tian and said, since it's the founder, then all the opportunities in the supreme secret realm can be regarded as a meeting gift for the founder. But, you have to return the supreme primeval chaos palm left behind by our ancestor. Hearing this, Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. The Queen Mother of the West landed beside him and whispered to him, Founder, since you have learned this thing, return it to them. The benefits are enough. If you take it away, this guy might really go crazy. Hearing the Queen Mother of the West's words, Ning Tian pondered for a moment and finally nodded. The supreme primeval chaos palm was extremely important to the divine nation. If he did not return it, the lord of the divine nation might really shed all pretense of cordiality. Since he had learned it, there was no use for him to keep this copy. Immediately, a golden light appeared in his hand, and an ancient sheepskin scroll fell into his palm. He gave it a gentle push. It flew towards the lord of the divine nation. Seeing this, the lord of the divine nation was delighted. He took the ancient sheepskin scroll and looked at it with his consciousness. He immediately frowned. This ancient scroll was only the wordless heavenly book. At this time, Ning Tian's faint laughter was heard. Lord, is this the wordless heavenly book? Yes. The lord of the divine nation frowned slightly and looked at Ning Tian suspiciously. Is this your doing? Do you think I have the ability to play tricks on the things left behind by the great emperors? Ning Tian just smiled. How about we make a bet? A bet? The lord of the divine nation was stunned, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. What kind of bet? Ning Tian smiled. If your divine nation's disciples can figure out the slightest bit of the cultivation method in 3 days, I will return all the things I have obtained in the supreme secret realm. However, if your divine nation's disciples can't figure it out in 3 days, then it will be my turn to teach one of them. What do you think? After saying that, Ning Tian looked at the lord of the divine nation indifferently. He did not have the slightest bit of nervousness or fear that should be in front of a great emperor expert. Instead, he was talking cheerfully. You will teach. The lord of the divine nation was surprised. Of course, my teaching is not free. Naturally, I will charge tuition. Tuition? What do you want? 10 billion spirit coins and 3,000 raw crystals. Ning Tian said slowly. 10 billion spirit coins. 3,000 raw crystals. In the divine nation city, a group of people widened their eyes. No, 10 billion is absolutely out of the question. The lord of the divine nation shook his head. We are now fighting against the barbarians. The national treasury cannot be used at will. Hearing this, Ning Tian pondered for a moment and said slowly, then, 5 billion spirit coins and 5,000 raw crystals. The lord of the divine nation was silent for a moment. After a long time, he looked at Ning Tian. You are very courageous. You are worthy of being the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult who has recently risen to fame. I accept this bet. Chapter 180. The lord of the divine nation's voice rang out. Ning Tian's lips curled into a confident smile. Everything was under his control. This supreme primordial chaos palm was a wordless heavenly book. There were no words that could lead one to the entry level. If one wanted to comprehend it, one had to rely on one word, comprehension. To comprehend it with just the word comprehension was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was impossible for these divine nations' disciples to comprehend it in just 3 days. Then, let's wait and see in 3 days. I hope the king won't go back on his word. Ning Tian said with a smile, making people feel that there was a trick in his smile. The lord of the divine nation was stunned for a moment, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Although he also felt that this Tianmo cult's patriarch seemed to have set up a trap in front of him, at this moment, he had to jump in even if he didn't want to. Firstly, he had already agreed. Secondly, he didn't believe in heresy. In their vast divine nation, there wasn't even a disciple who could study a heaven-tier martial art within 3 days. Don't worry. The Lord of the divine nation raised his head proudly. Naturally, the Emperor will not go back on his word. All right, then it's a deal. Ning Tian revealed a meaningful smile. In that case, Queen Mother of the West, let's go. The Queen Mother of the West nodded slightly, turned around, and left with Ning Tian. The agreement was reached. This farce could be considered to have come to an end just like that. The Lord of the Divine Nation looked at the collapsed houses and damaged roads within a radius of hundreds of meters. He couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. This Tianmo cult's patriarch was too good at demolishing things. He really didn't know how those old fellows of the Tianmo cult could withstand it. Immediately, he summoned the Minister of Works and asked him to clean up the mess. Sigh. Looking at the mess, the Minister of Works sighed heavily. If the Grand Elder of the Tianmo cult was here, he would definitely look at the Minister of Works as if he was looking at a confidant. They were both people who had fallen into the same predicament and had been harmed by the Patriarch. After greeting the Minister of Works, the Sovereign of the Divine Kingdom led the princes and princesses back to the palace in a hurry and began to prepare to comprehend the supreme primordial chaos power. The agreement between the two fell into the ears of the cultivators in Divine Land City. After hearing it, they were all secretly shocked. Who would have thought that the patriarch of the Tianmo cult would dare to make a bet with a great emperor? This was probably the first case in history. The most important thing was that the conditions were 5 billion spirit coins and 5,000 raw crystal stones. Putting aside the 5 billion spirit coins, just the 5,000 raw crystal stones were already very expensive. In fact, they were even more precious than the 5 billion spirit coins. Sometimes, raw crystal stones were not something that could be bought even with money. TSK. The legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult is really demanding an exorbitant price. I wonder who will emerge victorious in 3 days. Inside the Divine Land City, all the cultivators shook their heads inwardly, their hearts filled with anticipation. Rainstorm Tavern. Shi Wangmu followed Ning Tian back to the room. Where's Miss Yaroshi? Ning Tian looked at Shi Wangmu and could not help but ask. What? You haven't seen my saintess for a few days, and you're already missing her? You don't even miss me? Shi Wangmu immediately turned into a resentful woman, looking at Ning Tian with hidden bitterness. This made Ning Tian dumbfounded. Why does it feel like I've done something bad to the Queen Mother? However, he was innocent. All right, you'd better be serious, Ning Tian said angrily. You don't know how to be tactful. Shi Wangmu rolled her eyes at Ning Tian flirtatiously and gritted her teeth. She did not believe that with this guy's willpower, he could hold on for long. I'll send Yaroshi back to the Jade Lake sacred ground first. Then why are you still here? Nonsense. I know that with your personality, you will definitely cause a lot of trouble. Anyway, I have nothing to do at the Jade Lake. Why don't you stay and join in the fun? Shi Wangmu rolled her eyes at Ning Tian. Cough, cough. Hearing this, Ning Tian coughed dryly. This woman, what nonsense is she talking about? I'm just helping the divine nation to clean up the unwanted trash. Ning Tian said shamelessly. Bah, shameless. Shi Wangmu rolled her eyes in annoyance, and the corner of her mouth lifted slightly. This ancestor is still as shameless as before. So, are you going to rob the supreme divine kingdom again? TSK, 5 billion spirit coins, only you can say that. Come on, as a great emperor, you think 5 billion is too much? The Queen Mother of the West's words left Ning Tian speechless. He didn't know about the others, but Luo Wuqing and the Queen Mother of the West were definitely rich. 5 billion spirit coins is indeed not a lot for me. However, the 5,000 spiritual origin stones are different. At this point, the Queen Mother of the West glanced at Ning Tian. So, what do you want those 5,000 spiritual origin stones for? In Shi Wangmu's eyes, the 5,000 spiritual origin stones were much more valuable than 5 billion spirit coins. Spiritual origin stones were not like spirit coins, which were only used for transactions. They contained a huge amount of spiritual origin stones, and they were very rare. Hearing this, Ning Tian put away the playful look in his eyes and looked at Shi Wangmu seriously. I want to use these spirit coins and spiritual origin stones to build a small teleportation pillar. A small teleportation pillar? Shi Wangmu was stunned. I think that the heavenly demon cult could join forces with the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, and then build a small teleportation pillar between the heavenly demon cult and the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, Ning Tian said slowly, expressing her idea. Currently, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground and Tianmo cult had a good relationship because of him. He could build a small teleportation pillar, and it would not cost too much. The small teleportation pillar in the Divine Nation Square could teleport about the distance of a province. As for the large one, it could teleport through regions. However, the large teleportation pillar consumed a lot of energy. Even if the Tianling region had one, it would only be collecting dust. The Tianling region was the smallest among the major regions, so there was no need to use the large teleportation pillar. Alliance. Teleportation pillar? Shi Wangmu was stunned when she heard Ning Tian's words. She pondered for a moment. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground was originally hidden in the world and should not interfere with the secular world. However, now that Ning Tian had a request, she did not want to refuse. Instead, she was a little tempted. The Tianmo cult was also very powerful. It seemed to be more advantageous for them to join forces. However, this teleportation pillar, since ancient times, many forces had cooperated and formed alliances. However, there were very few who would reward each other with a teleportation pillar. This was because the premise of cooperation was benefits first. There were no absolute friends, only absolute benefits. Once there was a betrayal, the teleportation pillar would become a fatal thing. It was like inviting a wolf into one's house. Therefore, unless there was absolute trust, no one would choose to build a teleportation pillar. What do you think? If you don't want it, I won't force you. Ning Tian looked at Shi Wangmu. He only mentioned it a little. If Shi Wangmu was unwilling, he would not say anything. Chapter 181. However, the Empress of the West's words surprised him. Well, I don't have any opinions about this. However, this is an important matter for the sect after all. We still need to consider the collective. I'll go back and ask. Okay. Ning Tian's eyes flashed. He was doing this for the sake of the Tianmo cult. Although it didn't have any effect now, it was always good to be on guard. When the time comes, if the fairy lake has made a decision, just inform the Tianmo cult's elders, Ning Tian said. Okay. The Empress of the West nodded. Then, she walked slowly toward Ning Tian. What is this woman doing? Ning Tian was shocked. Could it be that the Empress of the West had some bad thoughts and wanted to do something bad to him? Should he resist when the time comes? No. In the face of a great emperor, it seemed useless to resist. Then, she circled around Ning Tian twice. Her natural fragrance was slightly pungent. Then, she lay on Ning Tian's bed and winked at Ning Tian. She was like a seductive demon fox, full of temptation. Hee, ancestral master, do you want to play something different? Her voice was filled with absolute charm. Ning Tian immediately felt his blood rushing to his head. This woman was too charming. She was completely different from Luo Wuqing's beauty. However, with her charm, it was enough to stimulate the most primitive impulse in one's heart. Then, Ning Tian gritted his teeth and rushed toward the Empress of the West with a dark face. Her! A look of astonishment flashed in the Empress of the West's eyes. Seeing Ning Tian rushing toward her, she was happy but also a little flustered. After all, she had no experience. She gritted her teeth, and a blush appeared on her pretty face. Before the Empress of the West could finish her sentence, she felt Ning Tian carrying her from the bed. This guy. But just as she was puzzled, Ning Tian gave her a hard slap on her butt. Before Shi Wangmu could recover from her shock, Ning Tian pulled her out of the room. Woman, get out. Get out. I want to cultivate. Bang. Then, Ning Tian closed the door. The Queen Mother of the West froze in place, a dazed look in her beautiful eyes. This guy, after a while, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. She lightly licked her red lips as a bright light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Ancestral Master, you really give me the feeling of wanting to subdue you. Ha ha. Laughter rang out, but she had already melted into the void and disappeared. In the room, Ning Tian's face flushed red. He almost couldn't control himself. This woman's fox demon absolute charm physique is really a little scary. Forget it, forget it. I'll just cultivate first. He mumbled and shook his head as he sat down cross-legged. He was not in a hurry at all. He only needed to wait for 3 days. Very quickly, 2 days passed. However, 2 strange guests entered the Rainstorm Tavern. They were dressed in black robes, concealing their bodies within. They came to the door of Ning Tian's room and slowly knocked. With a creak, the door opened. The 2 walked in and Ning Tian closed the door. Why are you dressed like this? Ning Tian looked at the 2 and couldn't help but feel puzzled. It can't be helped. The situation is a little special. Princess Moon Spirit's voice rang out. Then, the black robes were taken off. It was Princess Moon Spirit and Yu Qin. Ning Shuai, no, I should call you Ancestor now. Princess Moon Spirit's beautiful eyes fell on Ning Tian. Ning Tian vaguely felt a trace of resentment in her eyes. However, he just smiled and didn't want to explain too much. No, I didn't expect you to be a little handsome. At this time, Yu Qin was completely like a young girl who had just experienced her first awakening of love. She didn't even dare to look straight at Ning Tian. Ning Tian couldn't help but feel a little unaccustomed to this. What? Look at you. Don't tell me you've fallen in love with me. Ning Tian pretended to be surprised and said, Pa, Pa, Pa. Yu Qin immediately blushed and spat 3 times. She rolled her eyes at Ning Tian. Don't bully others just because you're handsome. I won't fall for it. Hearing this, Ning Tian smiled and sighed in relief. He didn't want to show off his love everywhere. I'm just used to your ugliness. I'm not used to your handsomeness yet. At this time, Yu Qin snorted again. Hearing this, Ning Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. All right, Princess Moon Spirit, did you bring the Thunder Core fruit? Soon after, he became serious and asked the Moon Spirit Princess. Yes. Princess Moon Spirit nodded, and the storage ring on her slender jade finger flashed with a faint light. Then, an ancient wooden box appeared in her hand. This is the Thunder Core fruit. However, Ancestral Master, you have to be careful. The Thunder Core fruit is extremely strong, so it has to be stored in this wooden box made of ancient insulating wood. Princess Moon Spirit handed over the wooden box and reminded him. Okay, got it. Ning Tian nodded and took the wooden box from her hand. Then, he slowly opened it. A bolt of Thunder Core flashed out from the wooden box. However, in the blink of an eye, the thunder aura around Ning Tian turned into a small thunder dragon. It howled and swallowed the Thunder Core fruit into its stomach. What a cute little guy. What's that? Seeing the small thunder dragon swimming around Ning Tian, Yu Qin's eyes widened in curiosity. Nothing. It's just the divine thunder Dao. Ning Tian said indifferently. The small thunder dragon turned into Thunder Core fruit and slowly dissipated. Divine thunder Dao? Hearing Ning Tian's words, Princess Moon Spirit and Yu Qin were stunned for a moment. A trace of astonishment flashed in their eyes. Then, they smiled bitterly. The only person who could describe the divine thunder Dao so casually was probably the Ancestral Master in front of them. So, Ancestral Master, you still stepped onto the 9th step of the Wind Thunder 9 steps, right? Princess Moon Spirit thought of something at this moment. Her eyes flashed as she looked at Ning Tian. Ning Tian just smiled and did not say anything. Seeing this, Princess Moon Spirit was even more certain that Ning Tian had definitely stepped onto the 9th step. She smiled and let it go. Ning Tian did not say anything. Then, he lowered his head and looked at the wooden box. An oval purple fruit was lying in it. It emitted a medicinal fragrance. There were some small lumps on the fruit, and the lumps contained thunder and lightning. This is the Thunder Core fruit. He was faintly excited. After the trip to the Divine Kingdom, he had finally gathered all the herbs needed to improve the celestial physique. Next, He only needed to return to the Tianmo cult and refine the pill. After the three of them chatted for a while, Princess Moon Spirit and Yuqin prepared to leave. Ancestral Master, we're leaving. Until they left, Ning Tian did not ask about the progress of the royal family. Princess Moon Spirit also did not ask about how to cultivate the supreme chaos palm. Let nature take its course. Chapter 182. The bet lasted for 3 days, and the time had come. Everyone in Divine Prefecture was looking forward to the winner. Early morning. A ray of sunlight shone in from the window. On the bed, Ning Tian vaguely felt an intoxicating fragrance beside him. He subconsciously turned around and touched a trace of softness. In a daze. He sleepily opened his eyes and saw Shi Wangmu lying beside him. She was holding her head with her small hands and looking at him with a smile. Damn! Ning Tian immediately jumped up from the bed. Spiritual energy instantly flowed through her entire body. She was no longer sleepy and was very energetic. Ning Tian was stunned. Why was this woman here? Strange. He remembered that he had cultivated until late at night and felt a little tired, so he simply went to sleep. Logically speaking, this woman shouldn't be here. No. This woman was still wearing clothes. Phew, Ning Tian breathed a sigh of relief and gritted his teeth. This woman, just because she was a great emperor, she could do whatever she wanted. Please, can you not barge into my room? I also need privacy, Lin Sanju said. Ning Tian looked at Shi Wangmu speechlessly, trying to reason with this woman. Yes. Shi Wangmu listened seriously, but her eyes were always on Ning Tian. So, Ancestral Master, you like to sleep naked? Ning Tian was stunned and looked down. Then, a scream could be heard throughout the entire Rainstorm Tavern. Ah, damn. In an instant, the entire Rainstorm Tavern's guests were stunned. They were about to get angry, but after hearing that familiar voice, they suddenly reacted. That was the voice of the legendary Ancestral Master. These guests were puzzled. Why did the legendary Ancestral Master scream in the morning? Was it the cultivation of the technique or the sublimation of martial arts behind it? Could this be a new cultivation method, using sound to cultivate? By using the technique, one could hold spiritual energy in one's throat, and through the vibration of sound waves, one could achieve the effect of moving the spiritual energy around the body, thus improving one's overall strength. F***CK. At this moment, their eyes widened and they couldn't help but give Ning Tian a thumbs up. High. How high was this? As expected of the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult, he was even able to think of such a cultivation method. How awesome. If they learned this awesome cultivation method, they would definitely be able to break through to the Saint Emperor realm. Then, in the Rainstorm Tavern, one after another, the sound of people shouting could be heard, sometimes high and sometimes low, on the way to the forbidden area of the Imperial Palace. Seeing Ning Tian's despondent expression, Shi Wangmu, who was at the side, could not help saying, "Why are you so depressed? It's not like you haven't seen it before. I've already seen it twice." You've seen it twice? Ning Tian froze for a moment. That's not right. He had only exposed his clothes once at the immortal spirit pool of the Jade Lake, and it was the system who had tricked him. The Queen Mother of the West was indeed present last time. But when had she ever seen it twice? F***CK. Suddenly, Ning Tian felt a chill on his back. Have you been peeping on me in this way often these days? You're thinking too much. Shi Wangmu rolled her eyes at him. I don't have a hobby of peeping. It's just that last time at the Jade Lake, when Luo Wuqing forced himself on you, I secretly peeked outside the door. You still say you don't have a hobby of peeping? Wait. My wife forced herself on me. Ning Tian was stunned, and a string of question marks appeared in his head. What the hell? When did this happen? Why didn't he remember? No, he had to take revenge. After thinking for a while, Ning Tian led Shi Wangmu to the deity's nation's plaza. In the kingdom square, the kingdom lord looked at the hundreds of princes and princesses with a grim expression. None of these hundreds of people could comprehend it. Then what was the use of having so many children? He, Qin Nengsheng, actually gave birth to a bunch of useless sons and daughters. How infuriating. The group of princes and princesses silently endured the kingdom lord's anger. They were also puzzled. There was not a single word on the supreme chaos palm. How did the legendary ancestral master learn it? The first prince, Qin Haoran, also gritted his teeth. He could sense a faint aura, but he could not comprehend it. My king, I wonder if any of your disciples had an epiphany. At this moment, a hearty laugh came from below the stairs. Then, Ning Tian and Shi Wangmu appeared in front of everyone. In the kingdom square, the ministers and generals were looking forward to it. Although the princes and princesses had entered early, they did not reveal who had comprehended it. Seeing Ning Tian's smiling face, the kingdom lord felt his heart ache. Ancestral master, you won. In my kingdom of God, no one had an epiphany in 3 days. The kingdom lord sighed and said slowly, What? There are many princes and princesses in my kingdom of God, but no one has learned it. Hearing this, the ministers and generals were a little shocked. In the square, the princes and princesses were too ashamed to show their faces. Their faces flushed red. In that case, thank you for the 5 billion spirit coins and the 5,000 origin crystals. Ning Tian winked at the God Nation's ruler and gave him a look that said, You understand. Seeing this, the kingdom lord's heart ached even more. He took a storage ring from his hand and threw it to Ning Tian. This is a public storage ring. It does not have my aura. You can use it as you wish. Everything you want is in it. Ning Tian took the bag and looked through it. When she saw the spirit coins and carriages full of raw crystals, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. My king, you keep your promise. Now, it's time for me to do what I promised. Ning Tian smiled and looked at the group of princes and princesses. Then, next, let me choose who I should choose to teach. In the bet, he only promised to teach one of them. This supreme primordial chaos palm was extremely powerful. He did not want to teach it to everyone. How could he improve the overall strength of others? He was not that stupid. Even if he taught one person and that person comprehended it, it did not mean that he could teach it to others. When he proposed the bet, he had thought about everything. Hearing Ning Tian's words, the princes and princesses were extremely excited. With this supreme primordial chaos palm, at the very least, his status would definitely rise greatly. Ancestor, choose me, choose me, choose me, choose me. The princes and princesses raised their hands one after another. However, Ning Tian pretended not to hear the voices of the princes and princesses. He put on an act and walked in front of the 42nd prince. Looks like a promising talent. His voice sounded, and the prince was immediately excited. However, it's a pity that it's a man. The 42nd prince, so, my gender is delaying your teaching, isn't it? You're not teaching the sunflower manual. However, Ning Tian ignored him and walked in front of another prince and princess. He first nodded at them, then shook his head at them. This was simply giving them hope, but also giving them despair. This made the princes and princesses grit their teeth. Their ancestor had become more handsome. However, one thing had not changed, and that was his despicable nature. Then, Ning Tian walked past several princes and princesses. He even pinched the baby face of the 32nd prince with interest. Finally, he stopped in front of the Moon Spirit Princess. All right, I'll choose the Moon Spirit Princess. The princes and princesses were speechless. They naturally knew that Ning Tian and the Moon Spirit Princess were close. Damn it. If you wanted to choose the Moon Spirit Princess, you should have chosen her. Did you have fun teasing us? The princes and princesses could not help but complain. Hearing that, Ning Tian said with a serious face, very happy, the princes and princesses, fart. Chapter 183. The princes and princesses gritted their teeth in anger. This Tianmo cult's patriarch was really asking for a beating. However, when they saw the Queen Mother of the West standing beside him, the princes and princesses could only swallow their anger. The patriarch of the Kingdom of God did not react. The process was not important. All he wanted was the result. As long as the disciples of the Kingdom of God could learn the supreme chaos palm, it would be fine. Moreover, The Moon Spirit Princess could be considered as one of the top 3 princes and princesses. She was a good seedling. Qin Haoran gritted his teeth and clenched his fists as he watched Ning Tian slowly walk toward the Moon Spirit Princess. His eyes were full of anger. What should have belonged to him had now become someone else's possession. Moreover, it was his number 1 competitor. Moon Spirit Princess, are you ready? Ning Tian walked to the Moon Spirit Princess and looked at her calmly. Yes. The Moon Spirit Princess blushed slightly and lowered her head. She did not dare to look at Ning Tian directly. Few women in the world could look at his handsome face without blushing. Look at me, Ning Tian said calmly. The Moon Spirit Princess was stunned. She raised her head slightly and looked at Ning Tian. Her beautiful eyes were full of panic. Don't think too much. Calm down. Ning Tian's calm voice sounded in the Moon Spirit Princess's ears. It was so gentle that it made her slightly distracted. She stared at Ning Tian subconsciously. Those beautiful eyes were as calm as water without any ripples. It was as if there was magic. The blush on her face quietly faded. Phew, the Moon Spirit Princess exhaled slightly and gradually calmed down. Patriarch, I'm ready. Yes. Ning Tian nodded and then said in his heart, System, activate the talent. Teach and dispel doubts. Activating talent. Teach and dispel doubts. Activation successful. As soon as the voice fell, a faint yellow light that only Ning Tian could see condensed at his fingertips. That was his understanding of the Supreme Primeval Chaos Palm. He raised his hand slightly and placed his finger on the Moon Spirit Princess's forehead. Then, the faint yellow light of understanding slowly entered the Moon Spirit Princess's mind. 1 minute later, Ning Tian slowly moved his hand away from the Moon Spirit Princess's forehead. At this moment, her eyes were tightly shut. All right. Ning Tian smiled at the King of Scandinavia and said, Princess Moon Spirit will be able to comprehend the Supreme Primordial Palm soon. We'll leave now. After saying that, Ning Tian turned around, preparing to leave with Shi Wangmu. Wait. The King of the Kingdom of God frowned and said, if Moon Spirit doesn't succeed, won't you be able to escape? Run. Ning Tian smiled. Her tone was full of confidence. Since I've taught her, she'll definitely understand. His voice faded. Ning Tian and the Queen Mother of the West walked out of the Divine Kingdom's plaza. Brother, are we going to let them go just like that? What if Moon Spirit doesn't comprehend it? Qin Feng frowned and asked the Divine Kingdom's Lord as he watched the two leave. It's fine. The King of the Kingdom of God shook his head. The Emperor has seen through the Tianmo cult's legendary ancestor. He is an extremely smart person. Now that the Righteous Alliance and the Tianmo cult have a bad relationship, he won't make enemies for the Tianmo cult for no reason. So, what he said should be true. But, it's only been a minute. Qin Feng frowned. He didn't believe that Ning Tian could teach someone the Supreme Primeval Chaos Palm in just a minute. Just watch. The King of the Kingdom of God just said lightly. In the plaza, all the princes and princesses, ministers and generals looked at the Moon Spirit Princess in the middle. The Moon Spirit Princess closed her eyes tightly. Cold sweat appeared on her forehead. 5 minutes later, there was no movement at all. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but be surprised. Could it be that the Tianmo cult's legendary ancestor was lying to them? I knew it. That ancestor was just showing off. It's useless. Qin Feng sneered. Don't worry. The King of the Kingdom of God still looked calm and collected. Boom. At this moment, there was a huge commotion in the center of the plaza. The Moon Spirit Princess's body was surrounded by a pure white spiritual energy. It was a supreme aura. Transcendent was a heaven-class cultivation method from the Transcendent Divine Kingdom. By cultivating this technique, one could condense spiritual energy into a type of transcendent energy, thus strengthening one's body. At this moment, the supreme chi on the Moon Spirit Princess's body was extremely powerful. So many supreme chi. Such a huge amount of supreme chi. Could it be that the ancestor really taught the Moon Spirit Princess in a minute? Hiss. On the Kingdom of God's Grand Square, many people widened their eyes in shock. Huff. After a while, The Moon Spirit Princess gently exhaled and slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Moon Spirit, how is it? The King of the Kingdom of God's voice sounded. Around her, everyone's nervous eyes instantly turned to look at her. Father, I have already mastered the highest form of the supreme primordial chaos palm. Yu Ling could not hide the excitement in her heart as she smiled and said, The highest form? Hearing this, the King of the Kingdom of God was stunned. Hearing this, the surrounding people also gasped. Damn! How many minutes has it been? From the beginning to the highest level? Could it be that our Kingdom of God has also produced a peerless genius? The surrounding people were discussing. Qin Haoran's face was extremely ugly. The stronger the Moon Spirit Princess was, the more serious the threat to his position was. Moon Spirit, is this true? The King of the Kingdom of God frowned and asked. Father, please take a look. The Moon Spirit Princess didn't say anything more. It was useless to say more. She might as well use it and see if it was true or false. After that, she took a step forward, and then waves of supreme energy condensed on her palm. She smashed her palm forward, and the entire square shook in an instant. This is indeed the highest form of the supreme chaos palm. The King of the Kingdom of God's eyes lit up. Although the Moon Spirit Princess was only a Saint Emperor and couldn't unleash the power of a heaven-class martial art, from the signs of the move, there was no doubt that it was the highest form. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that after so many years, our Kingdom of God has finally produced a peerless genius. The King of the Kingdom of God laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with excitement. The reason why he had hundreds of children was to produce a peerless genius. Now, he finally had one. How could he not be excited? Congratulations, King. Congratulations, congratulations. The surrounding ministers were all smiling and congratulating him. Qin Haoran's face turned even uglier. However, just as everyone was immersed in joy, the voice of the Moon Spirit Princess rang out at this moment. No. This has nothing to do with me. Chapter 184. Hearing Moon Spirit Princess's words, not only was the Divine Nation Lord stunned, but everyone was stunned as well. It had nothing to do with Moon Spirit Princess. This is all thanks to the Ancestral Master. Hearing the Moon Spirit Princess's casual words, everyone was confused. What did it have to do with the Ancestral Master? Wasn't it said that the Master led the way, but the cultivation was up to the individual? You don't understand. Moon Spirit Princess shook her head, her eyes shining with golden light. Her heart was filled with admiration. She opened her red lips slightly. What the Ancestral Master passed to me was his comprehension. It includes the Ancestral Master's understanding of the Supreme Chaos Palm. The more Moon Spirit Princess spoke, the more excited she became. Her delicate body kept trembling. You don't know, but the Ancestral Master has thousands of comprehensions of the Supreme Chaos Palm. Each of them is recorded in detail from the beginning to the highest level. As long as you are a normal person, follow the steps recorded by the Ancestral Master and you can easily reach the highest level. This is the Ancestral Master's understanding of the Supreme Chaos Palm. Moon Spirit Princess's chest heaved up and down. She was very excited. Hearing Moon Spirit Princess's words, the Divine Nation Square fell into a long silence. Then, everyone reacted. Their eyes widened and they sucked in a deep breath of cold air. Hiss. Thousands of comprehensions. F***CK. The Ancestral Master is awesome. The Ancestral Master of the Tianmo cult is indeed the Eternal God. Everyone was shocked beyond words. Their admiration for Ning Tian could be said to be like a torrential river that flowed endlessly, like the overflowing Yellow River, unable to be stopped once it started. Thousands of comprehensions, they didn't know how to do it. The most shocking thing was that it had only been a short 5 days since Ning Tian obtained the Supreme Primordial Chaos Palm. 5 days to deduce so many comprehensions. TSK. One word. God. Moon. Moon Spirit, are there really thousands of comprehensions? The Divine Nation Lord walked over and pressed Moon Spirit Princess's shoulder, his voice trembling. To be able to make a great emperor like this, it was enough to show how much Ning Tian had shocked him. Yes, father, there are thousands of comprehensions. The moon spirit princess nodded heavily. When she came into contact with the ancestral master's light of comprehension in her mind, she was also stunned for a few minutes. Otherwise, he would have succeeded long ago. Then, before he could finish, Princess Moon Spirit shook her head and looked at him seriously. Father, I know what you want to say. However, I'm sorry to tell you that the ancestral master must have used some tricks to comprehend the balls of light. After I chose one, the rest of the comprehension methods disappeared. As for the one I chose, I can't teach it to you. Is that so? Hearing this, the Divine Kingdom Lord frowned, but he quickly relaxed. Forget it. As long as there is someone among the disciples of my Divine Kingdom who can inherit the ancestors' things, that will be enough. Immediately, he looked at the princes, princesses, ministers, and generals in the square and said in a deep voice, "Pass on the imperial decree of the emperor. From now on, no one is to provoke the Tianmo cult. Those who provoke them will be executed along with their entire family." Hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the square changed greatly, and panic flashed in their eyes. He hurriedly nodded. "Understood. As you command, Your Majesty. We understand." Qin Feng frowned. "Royal brother, the Tianmo cult's ancestral master is indeed very strong, but there's no need for this, is there? If word gets out, won't people say that our divine kingdom is afraid of the Tianmo cult?" Silence. A cold light flashed through the Divine Kingdom Lord's eyes as he glanced at Qin Feng. "Do you know why Father passed the throne to me and not to you before he passed away?" "Naturally, it's because Royal Brother's talent is better than mine," Qin Feng answered without thinking. "Foolish." The Divine Kingdom Lord looked exasperated at Qin Feng's failure to meet his expectations. "That's because you don't think far ahead. Don't be fooled. The Tianmo cult's ancestral master is only this strong now, but when he's fully fledged, not even a god realm cultivator can stop him, let alone a great emperor. When that time comes, who in Sky Spirit will be his match? Don't tell me you want to give the Divine Kingdom tree an unstoppable enemy." This. Qin Feng frowned. "Then what if we kill him in the cradle?" "Kill him in the cradle? Ha 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 ha." The Divine Kingdom Lord looked like he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. "Royal brother?" Qin Feng didn't understand. "Do you really think the Tianmo cult's Empress is weak?" The Divine Kingdom Lord sneered, his eyes flashing. "If the ancient road to godhood opens again, that woman Luo Wuqing will definitely be able to step into the god realm. Why is there not a single god emperor in the entire heavenly devil cult? How could she become one of the most powerful forces in the heavenly spirit realm? Haven't you thought about this?" The Divine Kingdom Lord shook his head and turned to leave. Qin Feng was left standing in a daze. At this moment, Qin Feng seemed to understand how terrifying a great emperor was behind the Tianmo cult's ancestral master. More importantly, it wasn't just one great emperor. There was also the Jade Lake Sacred Master, Hiss. This legendary ancestral master is ridiculous. Outside the forbidden area of the palace, Ning Tian suddenly thought of something and slapped his thigh. What are you doing? Are you having a stroke?" The Empress of the West was confused. She reached out and touched Ning Tian's forehead, muttering, "That's strange. It's not hot. You're not sick. Go away." Ning Tian brushed her hand away in annoyance. "I'm fine. I'm not sick." He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Damn it. He'd gone too far. He'd forgotten to stay there. They were too far away. He couldn't sense their shock. Sigh, we should stay there and enjoy their shocked expressions. Ning Tian sighed helplessly. Why? Do you think you'll be rewarded for seeing their shocked expressions? The Empress of the West rolled her eyes when she heard Ning Tian's words. "Hey, how did you know?" Ning Tian was surprised. TSK. Stop acting. Let's go." The Empress of the West sighed and pulled Ning Tian away. Just as they were about to leave the imperial city, they heard a voice. "Ancestral Master, wait." The two of them paused for a moment and turned around. They saw Yu Qin hiding under a tree and waving at Ning Tian. TSK. "Ancestral Master, I didn't expect you to hook up with another girl while Luo Wuqing was away. The Empress of the West looked at Yu Qin flirtatiously. What are you talking about? She's just a friend. Ning Tian rolled his eyes at her and said in a threatening tone, Bad woman, if you talk nonsense again, I'll spank you. Chapter 185. Come on. Not to be outdone, the Queen Mother of the West swayed her body at Ning Tian. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Their actions attracted the attention of many passers-by. However, they did not dare to look at them for long. After a glance from afar, they hurriedly left. They were the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult and the Jade Lake Saint Master. Ahem. Ning Tian touched his nose and looked at the Queen Mother of the West's slim figure. He seemed to have forgotten that this woman was eager to do something to him. Don't tempt me. I'm a decent man. Ning Tian spouted nonsense with a straight face. Oh, a decent man. The Queen Mother of the West smiled contemptuously, and then her body slowly merged into the void. Hurry up and finish your business. I'll wait for you at the Rainstorm Inn. This woman. Ning Tian held his forehead helplessly. Then, he walked toward Yu Qin, who was leaning against a tree. Hey, airport, what do you want from me? You're leaving the Divine Land, right? Yu Qin looked at Ning Tian. Yes, if nothing goes wrong, I'll leave today. My wife must miss me to death. Ning Tian nodded. Yu Qin said after a moment of silence. Then I'll treat you to one last meal. The divine horse meat that we stole together is still stewing in the pot. Okay. In a small attic. The two ate the horse meat served by Qin Haoran with Xiaoju and Qin Haoran. Speaking of which, this high-quality divine horse meat is really quite delicious, Ning Tian said as she ate the horse meat. Yes. Yu Qin nodded, but her eyes were fixed on Ning Tian. I didn't expect you to have such an identity. People should keep a low profile when they're outside, right? Ning Tian smiled and picked up a piece of horse meat without saying anything. Maybe. When you come to the firmament territory, come to the ethereal sect and find me. I'll take you to eat all kinds of delicacies. Yu Qin said with a smile. Misty sect. It's too far. The firmament territory is too far away. Ning Tian shook his head. Let's talk about it another time. Yes. As the two of them ate, Ning Tian suddenly picked up something long. What is this? Ning Tian was stunned. My specialty dish, barbecued horsewhip. Yu Qin said. Barbecue horse. Ning Tian stared blankly for a moment before his eyes sparkled. Waha, this is a great tonic. As he spoke, he began to gulp down the food. Hee. A great tonic. Seeing him like this, Yu Qin thought of something and could not help but blush as she whispered, Liu. Hooligan. TSK anyway, I'm not a hooligan to you. With that, Ning Tian continued eating. Hee. He was doing this to nourish his body. He couldn't let his wife worry. After eating, the two of them parted ways. Ancestral Master, if you come to the firmament territory, you must come to the Misty sect to play with me. Master and the others are too strict with me. Before leaving, Yu Qin waved her small hands and said to Ning Tian. Yes, if there's a chance, I'll come. Ning Tian smiled and turned to leave. When he returned to the Windrain Inn, the waiters and guests were all sitting upright and still, their eyes full of awe. Greetings, Ancestral Master. Eat, don't worry about me. Ning Tian smiled at them and went directly to the second floor of the inn. Seeing this, the group of guests shook their heads secretly. The Ancestral Master was not only handsome and talented, but most importantly, he did not feel unapproachable at all. This kind of closeness could often win people's hearts. Back to the second floor. He saw Zhu Yuanbao standing outside his room with a gloomy look on his face. Why are you here? Ning Tian's surprised voice rang out. Ancestral Master, you're finally back. Hearing the sound, Zhu Yuanbao turned and looked, his eyes filled with excitement. Ancestral Master, why is there a great emperor in your room? Zhu Yuanbao trembled all over and wanted to cry. He had something to ask Ning Tian. After opening the door to Ning Tian's room, he saw the Queen Mother of the West sitting on the bed and looking at him coldly. He was so scared that he almost wet himself. What's going on? Why is there a great emperor sitting on the Ancestral Master's bed? And it's the Jade Lake Sacred Leader. She's just waiting for me, Ning Tian said casually. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanbo was very envious. Thinking about having the Empress on his left and the Jade Lake Sacred Leader on his right, oh my god, what kind of treatment was that? The ancestral master was the object of envy of all men. Don't talk about the 108 wives of the theocracy's crown prince. That was just the number, not the quality. Ning Tian ignored Zhu Yuanbo's envious gaze and said calmly, so, why are you looking for me? He, ancestral master, I'm not the one looking for you. Sister Heavenly Charms is looking for you. Zhu Yuanbo laughed. Heavenly Charms? Ning Tian was stunned. Then, a charming woman in a red dress appeared in his mind. The chief auctioneer of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion? Why is she looking for me? Ning Tian looked at Zhu Yuanbo in confusion. I'm not too sure about this. Zhu Yuanbo was a little sad when he mentioned this. Although I'm the saint, the elders and seniors in the sacred ground don't want me to interfere with the sacred ground's important matters. Nonsense. Ning Tian looked at him angrily. With your playful nature, who would be at ease to leave things to you? How can you lose your horse when riding it? If I leave it to you, won't the Sky Treasure Sacred Ground be finished? Ancestral Master, don't hurt my heart. When you mention the horse, tears of sadness flow out of my mouth. Zhu Yuanbo said. Ning Tian glanced at him and ignored him. Then, he said to the Queen Mother in the room, Queen Mother of the West, wait for me. I have something to do. Then, he dragged Zhu Yuanbo to the Sky Treasure Pavilion. In the room, the Queen Mother of the West was stunned. She couldn't help but feel a little resentful. In the Sky Spirit domain, no one dared to make her wait. Ning Tian was probably the first person to do so. This bad man. The Queen Mother of the West gritted her teeth. She decided to lie down on the bed filled with Ning Tian's scent and rest. Sky Treasure Pavilion. A group of people from the Sky Treasure Pavilion was already waiting at the door. Greetings, Ancestral Master. Greetings, Ancestral Master. When they saw Ning Tian and Zhu Yuanbo walking over, they all bowed. Hey, didn't you see me? Zhu Yuanbo couldn't help but feel a little resentful. He was the saint of the Sky Treasure Sacred Ground. Couldn't they give him some face? I'm sorry, Saint. Sister Heavenly Charm said that we can only treat you as the saint when you cultivate seriously. Otherwise, just pretend that you didn't see him. A subordinate of the Sky Treasure Pavilion said softly. Hearing that, Zhu Yuanbo wanted to cry but had no tears. Ning Tian ignored Zhu Yuanbo and turned to enter the Sky Treasure Pavilion. I've long heard of the Ancestral Master's name. Seeing you today, you're indeed handsome and extraordinary. You bring light to the Sky Treasure Pavilion. At this moment, a laugh sounded. Heavenly Charm in a red dress walked over. Chapter 186. Ning Tian looked in the direction of the voice. He saw Heavenly Charms in a red dress with a charming smile on her face. Ning Tian was about to speak, but he didn't know how to address her. Phut, Heavenly Charms covered her mouth and chuckled. Ancestral Master, you can call me Heavenly Charms Pavilion Master. Pavilion Master? Ning Tian was taken aback. You're not just the chief auctioneer, but also the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion? Yes. This woman was indeed not simple. Ning Tian's eyes flashed as she looked at Heavenly Charms. So, Heavenly Charms Pavilion Lord, why have you called me here today? Of course, it's important. Heavenly Charms smiled and looked around. This is not the place to discuss matters. Ancestral Master, please follow me. Lead the way. Heavenly Charms led Ning Tian into a study in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. In a quiet space. The two were alone in a room. The air was filled with Heavenly Charms' unique intoxicating fragrance. However, Heavenly Charms was a little taken aback. The legendary Ancestral Master of the Tianmo cult didn't seem to be affected by this. If it were any other man, he would have blushed in the same room with her. How could he be so calm? As expected of the legendary Ancestral Master of the Tianmo cult. Heavenly Charms sighed in her heart. If the Holy Son of the Heavenly Treasure Sacred Ground was even 1/10 as good as the Ancestral Master, he wouldn't have to train him like this. So, Pavilion Master, can you tell me your purpose? Meanwhile, Ning Tian spoke indifferently. If heavenly charms wanted to tempt him with just this, then she was looking down on him. Not to mention this, even if they were all naked, he would still be as immovable as a mountain. Of course. Tian Mai nodded slightly. Then, she took off a storage ring from her hand and gently placed it on Ning Tian's table. Ancestral Master, these are the spirit coins that you used in the Sky Treasure auction. Ning Tian's consciousness flickered as he probed the area. There were nearly 600 million spirit coins lying inside. Ning Tian's brows furrowed slightly as he put down his storage ring and turned to Tian Mai. You guessed it. When he was Marshal Ning, he only spent a few million spirit coins in auctions. This 600 million was for the great emperor in the Heaven Room A. Yes. Heavenly Charms nodded with a smile. After all, she was the one who had given the key to Zhu Yuanbuo's Heaven Room A. Thinking back a little, she realized that Zhu Yuanbuo had been following Ning Shui for the past few days. Ning Shui was the founder of the Tianmo cult, Ning Tian. Thus, it was not difficult to guess that the mysterious great emperor was their ancestor. However, she was the only one who knew about this. Although I don't know how you did it, I have to say that you are really powerful. I admire you. Tian Mai giggled. With the strength of an Earth King, he was able to deceive 4 great emperors. Not to mention how he did it, just his courage alone was enough to make people admire him. Ding. Faith energy detected. Absorbing. Faith energy plus 30. Current faith energy, 850-1000. In his mind, the system's voice sounded. Ning Tian looked at the storage ring on the table with a calm face and asked, So, what do you mean by returning these spirit coins to me? Don't think too much about it, ancestor. This is just a greeting gift. What I really want to say is actually a cooperation. Tian Mai said slowly. Cooperation? Ning Tian frowned. Yes, cooperation. Tian Mai nodded, and a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes. I want to cooperate with the Tianmo cult in the name of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Tell me about it. Ning Tian did not refuse. Tian Mai said slowly, I think that the huge Tianmo cult should need a lot of pills, weapons, and other cultivation materials. These things can be provided by the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. In terms of price, we will give the Tianmo cult a 30% discount. 30% discount? Ning Tian narrowed his eyes. If it was a large number, 30% discount would save a lot of money. However, why was Tian Mai so kind? Speak, state your conditions. I don't have any conditions. I just want to be friends with Ancestor and the Tianmo cult. Tian Mai covered her mouth and chuckled. Ning Tian was silent for a moment and was not in a hurry to agree. I will go back and discuss this matter before making a decision. There was no such thing as a free lunch. What Tian Mai said still needed to be considered. Hearing that Ning Tian did not directly print it, Tian Mai was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, all right. When the time comes, if Ancestor wants to, you can find Zhu Yuanbuo and let me know. Well, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Ning Tian got up and did not even look at the storage ring on the table. Ancestor, these spirit coins. Before Heavenly Charms could finish her sentence, Ning Tian's voice rang out. No need. I don't like to owe people favors. Ning Tian slowly said and left the study. How interesting. Tian Mai snapped out of her daze. Her beautiful eyes were in high spirits, full of splendor. This legendary ancestor. It seemed that he was more interesting than she had imagined. Pavilion Master, is it necessary to be so nice to him? You are. At this moment, a figure vaguely appeared in the shadows of the study, and the voice of an old man rang out. The old man's hair was black and white, and the aura around him was no weaker than the quasi-emperor Qin Feng. Elder too, there's no need to say more. Tian Mai waved her hand, a trace of interest in her eyes. This guy is worth paying. We are businessmen and should be willing to give. The more we give, the more we will get in return. All right, that's all. Yes. Elder Tu once again disappeared into the darkness. Back at the Storm Inn, Ning Tian pushed open the door and saw the Queen Mother lying on his bed. Her chest was heaving up and down. She seemed to be asleep. This woman, Ning Tian muttered and slowly walked to the bed. He quietly looked at the Queen Mother, who was sleeping soundly. The sleeping Queen Mother still looked exquisite. Her nose bridge was high, and her small mouth was moving slightly. That seductive look was simply tempting him to commit a crime. The Queen Mother snorted coldly in her heart. She was actually pretending to be asleep. She did not believe it. Her ancestor, that old pervert, would not do anything to her while she was sleeping soundly. Sensing Ning Tian walking over, she immediately became excited. Is it going to start? However, she suddenly heard Ning Tian say in a serious tone, "Such a beautiful woman should cry if I hit her with a hammer, right? I wonder how a quasi-emperor expert looks like when she cries. What kind of man is this?" Black lines immediately appeared on the Queen Mother's forehead. She could not hold it in anymore. She gritted her teeth and pressed Ning Tian's face into her arms. "You stinky ancestor. Let's see if the emperor doesn't make you bald." Chapter 187. A few minutes later, Ning Tian struggled out of the ball in a daze. He felt as if all his hair was falling out. "Ancestral Master, are you all right?" Seeing that Ning Tian seemed to be unable to stand properly, the Queen Mother was stunned. Could it be that the Ancestral Master was suffocated? Then, wouldn't that woman, Luo Wuqing, want to fight me to the death? I'm fine. Stay away from me. I'm dizzy." Ning Tian shook his head and kept a safe distance from the Queen Mother. "Ha ha." The Queen Mother spread her hands innocently. "Is it my fault? Why are you still laughing? What are you laughing at?" Ning Tian rolled her eyes at her in annoyance. He wanted to report her. Report this woman for hitting someone with a ball. "Let's go. It's about time to leave the divine land." Ning Tian glanced at the Queen Mother. With this great emperor expert around, there was no need for a mount. The Queen Mother nodded. Tianling region. West Continent, Tianmo cult. In the main hall of the demonic palace. "Grand Elder, have the people from the Righteous Alliance been quiet recently?" Luo Wuqing sat in the main hall. She was wearing a blue and white dress that outlined her graceful figure. She exuded a cold aura. She looked at the Grand Elder with her beautiful eyes and asked coldly. The Grand Elder shook his head. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Not only have they not stopped, but those people from the Righteous Alliance have become worse. Worse? Luo Wuqing's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. She smiled beautifully. Then kill them all. There's no need to show mercy. There's no need to pity those people from the Righteous Alliance. Hearing the cold killing intent in Luo Wuqing's words, the elders in the main hall were stunned. Then, they nodded vigorously. Understood. Empress, we understand. Luo Wuqing nodded lightly. Then, the elders began to report the recent events. Have you heard? Recently, an ugly man called Ning Shuai has caused a lot of trouble in the Divine Kingdom's Divine Continent city. The Sword Hall Elder said. Now that you mention it, I seem to have an impression of it. It's said that because of this Marshal Ning, some of the princes and princesses of Divine Prefecture City were beaten black and blue, and many of their houses were destroyed. House collapse. The mouths of the elders twitched, and a bizarre expression appeared on their faces. Why did he feel like the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult? Shenju City was quite far from the Tianmo cult, so the news had not been fully transmitted. Therefore, they only knew that it was an ugly man named Ning Shuai who had caused a stir in Shenju City. This can't be patriarch, right? I have the same feeling too. Tearing down the house, it seems that he is very similar to the founder. But, patriarch is so handsome, how can he be called ugly? Perhaps, he's the ancestral master's long-lost blood brother. All the elders were discussing amongst themselves. Hearing the elders' words, Luo Wuqing did not need to think carefully to know who Ning Shuai was. She could not help but be slightly absent-minded. That guy had been gone for so long, and she missed him quite a lot. I heard that a peerless genius has recently appeared in the Alliance of Righteous Tao. He's extremely arrogant. Peerless my ass. Immediately, an elder snorted in disdain. Compared to our ancestral master, that fellow is nothing. Speaking of the founder, I haven't seen him for a long time. I miss him quite a lot. The Grand Elder sighed. Hearing that, the elders nodded inwardly. Although the founder was in the Tianmo cult, and the construction expenses of the Tianmo cult would be much higher, the cultivation of the disciples in the cult would increase by many times. I heard that everyone misses me very much. At this moment, a hearty laugh sounded outside the main hall. Following that, a somewhat familiar figure appeared in the main hall. Everyone in the main hall was stunned for a moment. Then, one by one, they reacted and were extremely excited. Founder. The founder is back. Inside the hall, a group of white-haired old men were incomparably excited. Sure, keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Ning Tian shushed them, then walked towards Luo Wuqing in the main hall. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Wife, long time no see. Did you miss me? I didn't. Luo Wuqing shook her head faintly, but her red lips curled into a smile. Is that so? Ning Tian smiled happily, then took a step forward and gently pulled her soft and delicate body into his arms. He buried his face in her black hair and inhaled the familiar and relaxing scent to his heart's content. Luo Wuqing was stunned for a moment. Looking at his gradually relaxed expression, a hint of gentleness flashed across her eyes. Forget it. Let him be. In the main hall, the elders only felt a faint pain in their chests. Damn it. I'm already so old. Why do I have to watch such a distressing scene? How sad. Immediately, one by one, they coughed dryly to remind her. Cough, 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 cough. What's wrong? Elders, are you not feeling well? Do you need the emperor to send you to retire? Luo Wuqing glared fiercely at the elders. Ah! The elders trembled, feeling a burst of coldness behind their backs. Suddenly, one of the elders reacted. I'm blind. I can't see anything. Immediately, the surrounding elders followed suit. I'm not only blind, I'm also deaf. Cough, cough, that. You can continue, you can continue. The group of elders hurriedly hummed a tune and turned their heads away, pretending not to have seen anything. Humph. Luo Wuqing snorted coldly. Just as Ning Tian was about to kiss her, Luo Wuqing quickly pushed this guy away. A touch of red appeared at the base of her ears. She whispered in Ning Tian's ear, "What are you doing? There are so many people." Hee. Ning Tian chuckled and gently released Luo Wuqing. Then he would make up for it when there were fewer people. Immediately, he looked at the elders. Elders, you don't have to pretend to be blind. Cough, cough, I can see again. What a coincidence, so can I. The elders coughed dryly and then looked over one by one. Ancestral Master, what did you buy in the Divine Land City? At this time, the Supreme Elder asked curiously. The elders beside him also looked over. Hehe, I did something big. Ning Tian smiled mysteriously. Did he do something big? Hearing Ning Tian's words, the Supreme Elder and the other elders were stunned for a moment. A touch of doubt flashed in their eyes. Even Luo Wuqing was a little curious. Ning Tian smiled and then took out a storage ring from his finger. There are 5 billion spirit coins and 5,000 raw crystals in this ring. 5 billion spirit coins and 5,000 raw crystals. The Supreme Elder and the others were stunned for a moment. How could their ancestral master be so rich? The value of those 5,000 raw crystals was simply unimaginable. Chapter 188. Even Luo Wuqing was stunned for a moment. Her beautiful eyes fell on Ning Tian. She remembered that before Ning Tian left, she gave him about 1 billion spirit coins. She didn't expect that after Ning Tian came back, he would directly flip it to 5 billion spirit coins. Most importantly, there were still 5,000 raw crystal stones. No matter how many spirit coins I have, I might not be able to buy it. Could it be that this guy used a very small amount of spirit coins to auction off more spirit coins? Ning Tian smiled and explained, I swindled the Lord of the Divine Nation into giving me these things. King of the Divine Kingdom? All the elders were stunned. F***ck. Isn't that a great emperor expert? Good heavens. Cheating spirit coins from a great emperor expert? Perhaps only the founder could do this, right? Founder, what's going on? The group of elders' eyes were full of curiosity. It's like this. Then, Ning Tian briefly explained what happened in the Divine Kingdom. When Ning Tian's voice fell, the Supreme Elder and the others' expressions were as interesting as it could be. Oh my God, I never dared to make a bet with a great Emperor expert in my life. The Sword Hall Elder swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His eyes were full of shock. Hearing this, the group of elders nodded in agreement. In their impression, that was a great Emperor expert. A great Emperor expert was an unattainable existence, not to mention daring to make a bet with a great Emperor expert. I didn't expect that the Ning Shuai who caused havoc in Divine Land City was really you, Founder. The Supreme Elder sighed slightly. Oh, you guessed that I was the Ning Shuai from the beginning? I vaguely guessed it. After all, you're very good at dismantling. Dismantling? What do you mean? Ning Tian scratched his head. Nothing. I'm just praising you, Founder. The Supreme Elder said without blushing. All right. Ning Tian was too lazy to think more. He waved at the group of elders and said, Elders, please spread out a little. All the elders were stunned for a moment. Then, they obediently scattered in all directions and retreated to a small corner of the hall. After that, Ning Tian took out another storage ring, and then, under the puzzled gazes of the elders, a resplendent glow erupted from the storage ring. Boom! A majestic aura erupted in the hall. Following that, the storage ring stopped in the air, emitting a luster as it continuously spat out things. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the entire hall was piled up into a small mountain. This is... The group of elders was stunned for a moment and looked at Ning Tian in confusion. These are some martial arts. The lowest level is at the profound level. As Ning Tian spoke, he took out another storage ring. Once again, under the shocked gazes of the elders, a small mountain was piled up. These are some profound rank cultivation methods, he said. He took off another storage ring. Still not done. All the elders were dumbfounded as they stared blankly. This time, a small mountain was filled with some weapons. The lowest level was at the treasure level. All the elders stared blankly at this scene. In the entire demonic hall, there were 3 small mountains. Cultivation methods, martial arts, and weapons, and their quality was not low. Even Luo Wuqing was slightly shocked. This guy didn't just bring back 5 billion spirit coins and 5,000 raw crystals. Ancestral Master. The Supreme Elder swallowed his saliva and looked at Ning Tian with some difficulty. Did you, rob? It's not a robbery. I just helped the Supreme Divine Kingdom clean up some unwanted trash. Ning Tian had a smile on her face as she slowly recounted the events of the Supreme Mystic Realm. Hearing this, the Supreme Elder and the others twitched the corners of their mouths. The Ancestral Master was as shameless as ever. What trash in the Supreme Secret Realm? This was clearly a disciple of the Supreme Divine Kingdom who hadn't had time to comprehend it. But on the side, Luo Wuqing couldn't help but reveal a beautiful smile. You shocked Luo Wuqing. You shocked all the elders of the Tianmo cult. Reward: the cultivation level of faith has been increased from the current dozens of meters to 100 meters. Ancestral Master, won't the Lord of the Divine Kingdom be angered to death by you? The Supreme Elder suddenly thought of a very obvious problem. Not necessarily. Ning Tian shook his head and said seriously, I think the Lord of the Divine Kingdom should be grateful to me. In any case, he had helped the Moon Spirit Princess comprehend the highest form of the Supreme Primeval Chaos Palm. The Lord of the Divine Kingdom spent 5 billion spirit coins, 5,000 raw crystals, and a small fortune in the Supreme Secret Realm. It shouldn't be a loss, right? Okay, elders, distribute these things to the disciples. Ning Tian waved his hand, and the 3 small mountains turned into light and entered the storage ring. These things were useless to him. It was better to give them to the disciples to improve the overall strength of the Tianmo cult. Yes. The elders nodded. Then, what are you going to do, Ancestral Master? They looked at Ning Tian in confusion. Me? Of course I'm going to rest. However, elders, don't you think that the weather is a little cold? Ning Tian looked at the elders very seriously. Cold. The elders were stunned for a moment. Wasn't it July? Cultivators shouldn't be afraid of ordinary cold, right? Wife, I'm so cold. Ning Tian looked at Luo Wuqing pitifully. Luo Wuqing frowned slightly and had a bad feeling. What do you want? It's cold. I need my wife to warm the bed. Ning Tian said honestly. In your dreams. Don't you? Ah. Before Luo Wuqing could finish speaking, she suddenly felt her body being picked up by someone, and then heard the whistling of the wind in her ears. TSK, TSK. The group of old men watched with great interest and sighed repeatedly. The ancestral master's strength has increased a lot. The speed of running while carrying the Empress is much faster than the last time I saw him. Chapter 189. At the Tianmo cult. On the Heavenly Devil Square. Many of the disciples were diligently cultivating. Whoosh. Suddenly, they heard the sound of something piercing through the air. Then, a black shadow flashed past above their heads. It was so fast. All the disciples were stunned. Senior brother, did you see a black shadow whizzing past just now? A junior sister blinked, her eyes full of confusion. Yes, there was a black shadow. The senior brother nodded and couldn't help but sigh. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the ancestral master. The ancestral master? The ancestral master is back. Where? Where? Hearing the words ancestral master, the eyes of the disciples instantly lit up, and they looked around. That black shadow just now was the ancestral master. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the ancestral master carrying the Empress for a 100-meter sprint. The senior brother sighed. The ancestral master's speed is much faster than last time. The senior brother shook his head and looked at a little fatty beside him. Lin Hao took notes. This time, the ancestral master took about 39 seconds to rush from the Heavenly Devil Palace to the back mountain, a full 3 seconds less than last time. All right. Lin Hao chuckled and immediately began to record in his small notebook. I wonder if the ancestral master will be able to break the record next time? Everyone was a little curious. The Tianmo cult's record of carrying the Empress and sprinting would continue to be broken from now on. Hey! Lin Hao, what are you drawing? At this moment, the senior brother saw some strange drawings in Lin Hao's small notebook. Lin Hao scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Hehe, senior brother, this is the blueprint of the iron elemental armor that I designed. Iron elemental armor? The senior brother was stunned for a moment and quickly reacted. He laughed and scolded, I forgot that you were born in a family of blacksmiths. It's inevitable that you would want to design some strange little things. Junior brother Lin Hao, do your best. The senior brother patted his shoulder, and the junior brothers and sisters also looked at him encouragingly. Yes, I will. Lin Hao nodded heavily and clenched his fists, his eyes full of fighting spirit. They returned to their residence. Ning Tian put down Luo Wuqing and chuckled. How was it, my wife? Wasn't I awesome today? It's all right. In short, I didn't even catch my breath. Luo Wuqing looked indifferent. Hee. Ning Tian smiled and didn't do anything, because he still had things to do. The two of them sat on the edge of the bed. Ning Tian looked at Luo Wuqing with a serious expression. Wife, there are 2 things I need to discuss with you. Luo Wuqing was stunned. Then, she stretched out her soft, jade-like hand and touched Ning Tian's forehead before touching her own. He was puzzled. Strange, he's not sick. Why is there something wrong with him? What about me? Is there something wrong? Ning Tian stared blankly for a moment. He looked at Luo Wuqing, puzzled. Nonsense. Luo Wuqing rolled his eyes at Ning Tian in a flirtatious manner and said unhappily, use your conscience and ask yourself, when have you ever honestly talked about serious matters when you entered this room? Hearing this, Ning Tian was silent for a moment. Then, he said seriously, then I'll ask myself with my conscience. As he spoke, his hand reached towards Luo Wuqing's conscience in a serious manner. Pa. Luo Wuqing slapped that B*TCH's hand away and said angrily, don't you have a conscience? Touch your own. I don't have a conscience. A certain guy said shamelessly. Luo Wuqing paused. What about your conscience? It was eaten by a dog. Luo Wuqing rolled her eyes at Ning Tian. Continue to talk nonsense. Hee. Ning Tian smiled and didn't continue to talk nonsense. He said seriously, wife, I want to use the 5 billion spirit coins and 5,000 raw crystal stones to build a transmission pillar with the Jade Lake sacred ground. Transmission pillar? With the Jade Lake sacred ground? Luo Wuqing obviously had some hidden bitterness, like a resentful wife. Build a transmission pillar for you so that you can see the fox spirit of the Jade Lake sacred ground. So, love will disappear, right? Hearing Luo Wuqing's words, Ning Tian was stunned. Looking at the trace of bitterness on her pretty face, it was really cute. No one would have thought that the Empress, who usually exuded a cold aura, would actually have such a cute appearance. She was obviously jealous. Ning Tian smiled and came over. He gently hugged Luo Wuqing's slender waist and said, don't worry, love will not disappear. Then, he explained. I was just thinking that the relationship between our Tianmo cult and the Righteous Alliance is so bad. If we really have to fight, wouldn't it be better to have more helpers? Moreover, the Jade Lake sacred ground should be the most reliable among the many forces in the Tianling domain. Hearing Ning Tian's words, Luo Wuqing was silent for a moment, and finally nodded. Maybe it's feasible if you put it that way. Since the establishment of our Tianmo cult, we have never joined forces with any forces. We have always been alone. However, if it's your suggestion, then I can accept it. Hee. Wife is the best. Come on, let's have one. Ning Tian smiled, not letting go of any opportunity to take advantage of his wife. Get lost. Who wants to have one with you? A few black lines appeared on Luo Wuqing's forehead. She pushed away Ning Tian, who was leaning over, and said, so, are you sure that the Queen Mother of the West will agree? She said it herself. Ning Tian scratched his head. Is that so? Then she really trusts you. Luo Wuqing's resentful gaze fell on Ning Tian, and she emphasized the word trust. Ah. Ning Tian was stunned for a moment, and suddenly he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that his cheap wife had knocked over a jar of vinegar. Wife, do you smell something? Ning Tian looked at Luo Wuqing with a smile. What smell? Luo Wuqing was stunned for a moment, and then she sniffed slightly with her little nose and frowned. There's no smell. Are you sure? Ning Tian's eyes revealed a hint of a mischievous smile. Why do I smell something sour? Sour, Luo Wuqing was stunned for a moment, and then she reacted in the next moment, a blush appearing on her sparkling earlobes. She snorted coldly. Ridiculous. Would the Emperor be jealous of you? Me. However, Ning Tian only revealed an expression that said, I understand, I understand. Seeing this, Luo Wuqing was a little restless and quickly changed the topic. I've already agreed to this matter. What about the other matter? It's like this. Ning Tian smiled and slowly told Luo Wuqing about the cooperation that Heavenly Charm mentioned. Cooperation? Luo Wuqing frowned slightly. The Tianmo cult's expenditure on cultivation resources is still relatively large. If we can cooperate with the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, with a 30% discount, the remaining spirit coins can be used for other things. Chapter 190. However, I really want to know what you think. As Luo Wuqing spoke, her beautiful eyes fell on Ning Tian. Nothing much. Ning Tian only smiled. Since it's a piece of meat, we have to taste it first to determine whether it's delicious or not, right? So, what you're saying is, we can try to cooperate for the time being. Okay, then we'll do as you say and cooperate for the time being. Let's try to see if this meat tastes good. Luo Wuqing nodded slightly. After dealing with the serious matter, Luo Wuqing considered Ning Tian's suggestion for a while and agreed. The two matters came to an end for the time being. Honey, now that we've eaten the meat of Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, can we discuss some more profound issues? The corners of Ning Tian's mouth lifted slightly. There was a hint of a mischievous smile between the lines. Luo Wuqing was stunned for a moment. Her beautiful face flushed red, and she instantly looked adorable. Ning Tian whispered in her ear, Come, be good. Lie in your husband's arms. Luo Wuqing's delicate body trembled. However, at this moment, Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of slyness. She bit her red lips with her pearly white teeth and gently struggled out of his arms. The Empress was simply adorable at this moment. Then, she took the initiative to hug Ning Tian. She whispered something to Ning Tian. "Huh!" Ning Tian was shocked. Although her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, it was just enough for him to hear clearly. "Kiss me." Damn. His wife had already said so. How could he hesitate? Without hesitation, Ning Tian leaned over and kissed her without hesitation. What followed next was another torrential downpour. 2 days passed. An interesting piece of news spread throughout the heavenly spirit realm. The patriarch of the Tianmo cult had transformed into Ning Shui and caused an uproar in Divine Land City. Not only had he seized all the treasures in the supreme secret realm, but he had also violently beaten up hundreds of princes and princesses. In the end, he had even been chased by Divine Land cultivators for almost the entire Divine Land City. However, not only was the ancestral master completely fine, he was even possessed by a demolition maniac and carried out a plan to destroy the entire Divine Land City within a radius of hundreds of miles. Afterward, the Minister of Works of the Supreme Divine Kingdom complained tearfully that it would take at least 2 billion spirit coins to repair Divine Land City. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. They even vaguely felt that the destruction of the Tianmo cult last time wasn't the work of some great emperor at all. Instead, it was the work of the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult. However, to the disappointment of some forces who wanted to watch the show, the Lord of the Divine Nation did not seem to intend to pursue the matter. However, after this incident, some forces began to be wary of the Tianmo cult's patriarch. If you made the ancestral master unhappy and gave you a $10 billion plan to demolish your home, would you be able to withstand it? At this moment, in the Jade Lake sacred ground. In the Jade Lake Palace, celestial music lingered in the air, and celestial energy lingered. The Queen Mother of the West sat in the main hall and looked at the group of Jade Lake elders. "Elders, I wonder if you have any thoughts on what I said?" Hearing this, the Jade Lake elders fell silent. What the Queen Mother of the West was talking about was naturally the matter of establishing a transmission pillar with the Tianmo cult. The consequences of establishing a transmission pillar must be considered first. Therefore, the elders of the Jade Lake were somewhat hesitant. "Elders, Yaoshi has something to say, but I don't know if it's appropriate to say it." At this moment, Yarokai Saintess slowly asked in a corner of the main hall. As the Yarokai Saintess, her status in the Jade Lake was not trivial. Unlike Zhu Yuanbo, she couldn't intervene in the important matters of the sacred ground. "Saintess, please speak." The Jade Lake elders also looked at Yarokai Saintess politely. "Elders, what you are worried about is that after the transmission pillar is established, the Tianmo cult will have the intention to betray us and do harm to the Jade Lake. In fact, this worry is completely unnecessary." Yarokai Saintess's beautiful eyes flashed with a shrewd light. Putting other people aside, even if the ancestral master and the Empress are from the demonic path, they are also upright people. They can take what they need and let it go, even if there is a conflict of interest in the future. I think the ancestral master and the Empress will never have the intention to launch a sneak attack. The Jade Lake elders pondered, but secretly nodded in their hearts. They all knew the character of the ancestral master and the Empress. Moreover, with the ancestral master's talent and the protection of the two great emperors, the immortal state will be a piece of cake. When the time comes, one immortal state powerhouse will guard the Tianmo cult and the Jade Lake sacred ground. Isn't that great? Yarokai Saintess said again. Upon hearing this, the Jade Lake's elders fell into a deep dilemma. There was nothing more tempting than the protection of an immortal state powerhouse. Moreover, the ancestral master's talent was obvious to all. In just a few months, he had gone from being a nobody to becoming famous, and now, he was enough to attract the attention of the entire heavenly spirit realm. This kind of change was not something an ordinary person could achieve. In that case, we will do as the Holy Master said. The group of old women hesitated for a moment, then nodded. The Queen Mother of the West was relieved. At this moment, she was a little envious of Luo Wuqing's absolute dictatorship in the Tianmo cult. In the Jade Lake sacred ground, There were always some elders who were like rotten wood. It was always difficult to persuade them. But now, it was good that they agreed. In that case, Yaoshi, send someone to the Tianmo cult and inform the ancestral master of this matter. The Queen Mother of the West looked at Yarokai Saintess and said, "Yes, Yaoshi will take her leave first." Yarokai Saintess nodded, bowed, and turned to leave. When the meeting ended, the Queen Mother of the West went to the fairy pool in the back mountain of the Jade Lake Palace alone. The water in the fairy pool was light, but wisps of black gas could be vaguely seen. Disperse. The Queen Mother of the West's red lips moved slightly, and then, a word came out lightly. Then, the seemingly clean water instantly turned pitch black, and there seemed to be black flames burning on the surface of the water. Boom. At this moment, a huge whirlpool appeared in the fairy pool. The whirlpool was a huge pitch-black flame array, and the center of the whirlpool was the array eye of the array. Waves of black gas were emitted from the array eye. "Holy Master, have you found something to strengthen the seal?" Suddenly, the voice of an old woman came from the whirlpool. Looking vaguely. In the whirlpool, 3 white lights condensed, and in each of the white lights, there was an old woman with her eyes closed, constantly circulating her spirit energy. The 3 of them formed a tripartite formation, suppressing the constantly moving black gas in the array eye. "Yes, I found it." The Queen Mother of the West nodded, and a hint of seriousness flashed in her beautiful eyes. Looking at the black gas in the array eye, she said, "3 elders, thank you for your hard work. After being suppressed for 100 years, perhaps with this wooden soul-locking coffin, you can escape." Wooden soul-locking coffin? Below the whirlpool, the 3 old women were a little shocked. "3 elders, get ready. I'm going to make my move," the Queen Mother of the West said solemnly. At this moment, the black gas turned into a huge blood-red eye, and a mocking laughter sounded. "Hee hee. I am the true demon. Do you think a little girl like you can suppress me?" Chapter 191. The black flames in the celestial pool burned with the demonic language. "So what if you're a true demon? You've been suppressed by the Jade Lake for hundreds of thousands of years. Even if you're a true demon, you don't have much power left." The Queen Mother snorted, but there was no fear in her eyes. That black aura flickered. When it heard this, it immediately became furious. "Yes, you've suppressed me for hundreds of thousands of years." An unwilling and resentful demonic voice came from the black chi. "However, I have also killed dozens of God Emperor realm elders of the Jade Lake." Ha ha ha. The moment Xiao Chen spoke, Shi Wangmu's aura turned cold. "How dare you!" she shouted. The restless black flames in the celestial pond were instantly calmed down by the aura. The demonic language also quieted down. "Little girl, even if you're a great emperor of the human race, you can't kill me." The true demon was no longer arrogant, but his words were full of pride. The Queen Mother didn't refute. There were thousands of races in the mysterious sky world. The demon race wasn't just powerful. More importantly, the demon race was hard to kill. It was rumored that the demons above the true demon had the heaven-defying technique of being immortal. The true demon was the name of the demon race. It was equivalent to a great emperor of the human race. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, a powerful demon-suppressing demon from the demon race came to the Jade Lake sacred ground. The Jade Lake sacred leader fought with him for several months and finally sealed him in the celestial pool. Every 8,000 years, 3 celestial emperors would use their own bodies as a formation to seal the true demon in order to strengthen the seal. It was a rotation every 8,000 years. Celestial God realm experts only had a lifespan of 8,000 years. Great emperors had a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. After hundreds of thousands of years, the Jade Lake sacred ground had lost dozens of celestial God realm elders. It wasn't a good idea to continue like this. That was why the Queen Mother had been looking for a way to kill this true demon. The wooden soul-locking coffin was the way she found. "3 elders, I will have to trouble you to control this fellow now," Shi Wangmu said softly to the 3 elders in the whirlpool. "Yes, Holy Lord." The 3 elders nodded and looked at each other. Then, at the cost of their own lifespan, they operated the huge trapping magic array and firmly trapped the black gas in the center of the array. Boom. Jejje. The black chi was suppressed, But the true demon didn't panic at all. I told you, no matter what you humans do, you can't destroy my soul. After all, I am a true demon. Really? Shi Wangmu's lips curled into a mocking smile. She raised her hand slightly, and the storage ring on her slender finger flickered. Then, a black and red ancient coffin appeared behind him. Boom. He landed heavily on the ground. What is this? The sinister aura emanating from the black and red coffin made the true devil's expression change drastically. This gloomy and cold aura made him extremely uncomfortable. The demon suppressing Supreme Emperor's treasure, the wood soul-locking coffin. The Queen Mother of the West said indifferently. What? The true demon's expression changed drastically. Devil suppressing Great Emperor. Wooden soul-locking coffin? At this moment, the true demon, who had never panicked before, started to panic. What's wrong? Are you panicking? The Queen Mother of the West looked at him playfully. The true demon didn't say anything. The devil-suppressing Supreme Emperor was famous among the demons. Countless demon generals had died in his hands, and a few true demons had been killed by him. And the wood soul-locking coffin was a powerful tool to kill demons. The Queen Mother of the West snorted coldly. Then, she lifted her jade-like leg and kicked open the coffin lid. Then, waves of sinister and cold aura came continuously. Woo tilde woo tilde woo tilde. A miserable howl came from the ancient coffin. Immediately, the true demon began to tremble in fear. Wood soul-locking coffin, suppress, the Queen Mother of the West shouted. Spiritual energy enveloped the coffin and suppressed it toward the center of the vortex. No, don't. When the coffin erupted with a powerful suction force and was about to suck him in, the true demon immediately let out a series of miserable cries. Unfortunately, the Queen Mother of the West couldn't be bothered with him. She unleashed her Emperor's might, and her slender jade-like finger lightly tapped on the ancient coffin. Boom! In an instant, the true demon was trapped in the wood soul-locking coffin. No. The Jade Lake will regret this. I have been bestowed a name in the demon race. Boom! The true demon hysterically roared. A terrifying aura erupted from the mass of black gas, and demonic chi filled the sky. The entire celestial pool's water surface kept boiling, creating a huge splash. Mph, quiet down for the Emperor. The Queen Mother of the West snorted coldly. She unleashed her Emperor's might, and her small hand suddenly pressed down. Boom! In the end, no matter how the true demon resisted, he could not withstand the Emperor's might and the wood soul-locking coffin's might and was directly suppressed. The coffin lid suddenly closed, and it lay quietly in the depths of the celestial pool. In an instant, the vortex dissipated, and the layers of black flames were all extinguished. Everything was restored to its original state. If it weren't for the ripples on the water surface, one would think that nothing had happened. Holy Lord, this true demon has been bestowed a name. I'm afraid. 3 white-haired old women appeared from the depths of the celestial pool. Their wrinkled faces were filled with worry. Bestowed a name. Hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West frowned slightly, and a solemn expression appeared on her pretty face. Bestowed a name. It was not a random name. It was not a name that could be bestowed to any random person. Instead, it was bestowed by existences that surpassed the true demon level in the demon race. None of the names would be repeated. It was a sign that the true demon level and above acknowledged their strength. With a name, their status in the demon race was not to be underestimated. It's fine. The Queen Mother of the West shook her head and said indifferently, this wood soul-locking coffin can sever all connections, and it will only take 49 days to refine it. Even if he's a true demon with a name, there's no need to worry. The 3 elders nodded their heads, their faces pale. After suppressing the true demon for hundreds of years, their strength had decreased. Elders, thank you for your hard work. Go into seclusion in the Jasper Valley to recover. I'll have the other elders stand guard here. Yes, Holy Lord. Then, the 3 elders bowed and slowly left. The Queen Mother of the West stood in front of the celestial pool. The water surface was calm, and it had returned to normal. Her gaze passed through the surface of the water, and she fell into deep thought. A true demon with a name, however, The demon-suppressing Great Emperor's wood soul-locking coffin was created to exterminate demons. Even a true demon with a name would not be able to escape being suppressed. The Queen Mother of the West muttered. She turned around and slowly left. There was no more movement in the celestial pool. Everything seemed to have calmed down. Chapter 192. Things. Hearing this, the group of disciples was obviously stunned. Each of them looked at Ning Tian in confusion. Yes. Ning Tian nodded and then raised his hand that was hidden in his sleeve. On his left hand, 3 storage rings were worn on his slender fingers. Under the sunlight, they shone faintly and looked very beautiful. Seeing this scene, the corners of the disciples' mouths twitched. 3 storage rings in one hand. Is the founder here to show off his wealth? Step back a little. At this time, Ning Tian said to the group of disciples. Hearing this, the group of disciples was puzzled, but they all obediently stepped back a little. Then, the storage ring on Ning Tian's hand shone faintly. 3 bright and dazzling lights appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Boom! It seemed that the entire heavenly devil square shook. What a dazzling light! Ah, it's going to blind my dog eyes. What did the founder release? The group of disciples covered their eyes, not daring to look at the dazzling light. Their hearts were filled with curiosity. The golden light dissipated. Everyone looked over. There were 3 hills. These are some good treasures that I picked up from the supreme secret realm. Ning Tian smiled. Picked up? The disciples were stunned. Please tell us where to pick them up so that we can prepare a sack. These are profound-grade martial arts, this is a profound-grade cultivation technique, and these are probably treasured weapons. Ning Tian pointed to the 3 hills and slowly explained. The quantity is limited, only a few hundred of each, so I can only give them to the elite disciples of the inner sect. Profound-grade martial arts, cultivation technique, and treasured weapons, for us? The group of elite inner sect disciples was stunned for a moment. Their eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment, and their hearts were extremely shocked. These were profound-grade martial arts, cultivation technique, and treasured weapons. They were actually given to them just like that. Patriarch, is this true? The group of disciples felt as if they were still in a dream. Yes, could it be that the founder would lie to you? Ning Tian said with a smile. To put it bluntly, these things were trash to him and could not be used at all. Of course, these words could not be said to these disciples. Otherwise, it would be a little too hurtful. It's actually true. The group of disciples was extremely excited. You have shocked a group of disciples. Reward talent, uncanny workmanship, uncanny craftsmanship, can be used to forge weapons. You want to make your own weapons? Ning Tian raised an eyebrow. He couldn't use this function for the time being, so he could only put it aside for now. After all, without good materials, the weapons forged would not be of good quality, and he would not be interested in them. Haha, what are you waiting for? You bunch of little fellows, why aren't you thanking the patriarch? At the side, the Supreme Elder reminded with a smile. Thank you, Ancestral Master. Thank you, Ancestral Master. We are eternally grateful. The group of disciples came to their senses and patted their heads excitedly, thanking Ning Tian. It's all right. Ning Tian smiled and looked at the group of disciples. Oh right, I have something to tell you guys. Ancestral Master, please speak. The group of disciples looked at Ning Tian in confusion. From today onwards, you guys will be under my charge, Ning Tian said slowly. Could it be that the Ancestral Master wants to lead us in cultivation? The group of disciples' eyes flashed with excitement. If they followed the Ancestral Master to cultivate, wouldn't they soar to the sky? Awesome. That's about it. Ning Tian nodded, feeling a little helpless. Sigh, it's all the hard work my wife gave me. Since she often went to Luo Wuching for sex these 2 days, in order to reduce Ning Tian's free time, she casually arranged a task for Ning Tian. That was, he would lead a group of elite disciples. The Tianmo cult was different from other forces. Although there were many disciples in the cult, none of them were really good. They were all normal, not too bad, but not too extraordinary either. Oh yeah. The group of disciples cheered excitedly, each of them jumping up and down. Their faces flushed red. If they followed the ancestral master, wouldn't their status rise? Desolation, take off. In the future, you will leave your current hall and join my hall, Ning Tian said again at this time. Ancestral master, what will our hall be called? A disciple asked curiously. Well, Ning Tian thought for a moment, then said, let's call it the Heavenly Demon Horde. 3 question marks slowly appeared on the faces of the group of disciples. Heavenly Demon Horde? This name was too casual, wasn't it? Ancestral Master, isn't this name a little casual? On the side, even the Grand Elder couldn't stand it. Cough. It's okay, it's just a name. Don't worry about the details. Ning Tian coughed dryly. He couldn't admit that he was a good-for-nothing when it came to naming, right? Well, don't be in a daze. Come and choose your cultivation methods. Ning Tian said casually. Yes. A group of disciples walked over and began to choose cultivation methods, martial arts, and treasured weapons that were suitable for them. Dozens of minutes later, all the disciples finished choosing. Let's go to Moonlight Cliff to gather and cultivate, Ning Tian said lightly. So soon? Hearing that, the group of disciples was a little surprised. Cut the crap and follow me. Ning Tian just said that, then he used the swimming dragon steps and rushed to Moonlight Cliff. The reason why he was so anxious was entirely because of Luo Wuqing's words, when you have taught outstanding disciples, you can go back to bed to sleep. With this sentence, he was suddenly full of motivation. After all, he didn't want to sleep with a sweet-smelling wife. It was for the future of the Tianmo cult's disciples. Cough, cough. Moonlight Cliff. A group of disciples sat cross-legged one by one. They began to consult and choose their martial arts and cultivation methods. Ning Tian sat on the high cliff and quietly activated faith cultivation. A huge golden light array that only he could see instantly enveloped all the disciples around him. Since the last time faith cultivation leveled up, it had also expanded to a distance of hundreds of meters. Therefore, at this moment, enveloping hundreds of disciples was not a problem at all. Okay, start cultivating. If there's anything, call me. Ning Tian said and then closed his eyes slightly. Could they call him for anything? The group of disciples widened their eyes. Then, a female disciple below said, Ancestral Master, my chest hurt. A black line appeared on Ning Tian's forehead. If your chest hurts, rub it yourself. Ancestral Master, my butt hurts. Ancestral Master, my leg hurts. The group of female disciples all cried out. Ning Tian looked speechless and put on the dignity of an ancestral master. Give some to my teacher. If she has feelings for you again, do you believe that I will beat you up? Okay, call me if there's anything you don't understand about cultivation. Hearing that, the group of female disciples stopped. Then, the disciples began to comprehend. But after a while, Ning Tian realized how disappointing this group of disciples was. Chapter 193. Only a few minutes had passed. A disciple raised his hand and asked, Ancestral Master, how do I cultivate this iron fist? Since it was a question about cultivation, Ning Tian answered patiently. He moved, leaving behind a shadow, and appeared in front of the disciple. Give me the ancient scroll of martial arts. Here, this is for you. The disciple handed over the sheepskin ancient scroll carefully. Ning Tian took the sheepskin ancient scroll that recorded the martial arts of Iron Fist. He browsed through it casually and activated his talent skill, dispelling doubts. Activating talent, dispelling doubts. Activation successful. Then, he pointed at the disciple. Iron Fist is. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Tian looked at the disciple. Do you understand? This, the disciple was stunned for a moment. His eyes flashed with understanding. Damn, it turns out that Iron Fist is so simple. I'm stupid. Thank you for your guidance. Okay. Ning Tian nodded and returned to the Moonlight Cliff. The disciples were stunned. He comprehended it so quickly. Just 2 minutes later. Boom. The disciple threw out a punch with amazing power. Haha. I can't believe I really comprehended Iron Fist. Thank you for your guidance. Everyone was shocked. They all looked at the disciple and saw that his fists seemed to be covered with steel. They were very powerful. He really did it so fast. Damn. Ancestral Master is awesome. He's a god. The disciples were very excited. Ancestral Master, I don't understand either. Me too. Ancestral Master, I have a profound level beast taming martial technique, postpartum care of fiery pig. I don't understand it at all. Please give me some advice. Seeing the group of excited disciples, Ning Tian only smiled and said, calm down. Come one by one. Half a day later. Damn. I, Qin Shou, have made some progress in swordsmanship. I'm finally a swordsman. I used the Ancestral Master's comprehension and learned the profound level martial technique in 5 minutes. Trash. You actually used 5 minutes? What a waste of the method your ancestor taught you. I, your senior apprentice brother, only needed a minute to successfully cultivate the Sunflower Manual. Sunflower Manual? Senior brother is amazing. Junior brother is ashamed of his inferiority. That's right, it's just a little painful. It's not a big problem. At the foot of Moonlight Cliff, the faces of the disciples were flushed red. They looked at Ning Tian with eyes full of awe. The Ancestral Master was like a beacon of light. Problems that they couldn't understand no matter what. After the Ancestral Master gave them pointers, they were instantly enlightened. It confirmed that statement. The Ancestral Master will always be a god. Have you all finished cultivating? Ning Tian chuckled as he looked at the group of disciples below him. He had a handsome and sunny smile on his face. Immediately, many female disciples were mesmerized by it. Yes, I'm done cultivating. The group of disciples nodded. His gaze became more and more worshipful. Absorbing faith energy. Faith energy +1. Faith energy +2. Faith energy +3. Current faith energy storage. 10001000. Power of faith, ready. Have you finally gathered all of them? Ning Tian raised an eyebrow. She was looking forward to seeing just how much power these 1000 points of faith could cause. You all continue to cultivate. Ning Tian said. Half an hour later. A beautiful figure appeared in the sky. After seeing this scene, she nodded in satisfaction and then descended toward Ning Tian. A fragrant wind blew. Ning Tian opened his eyes slightly and saw that Luo Wuqing had already appeared beside him. Her complexion was rosy and she looked good. After all, he had served her wholeheartedly these 2 days. It would be strange if she didn't feel well. Honey, are you here to check on me? Ning Tian giggled. Yes. Luo Wuqing nodded slightly and sat down next to him. Ning Tian smiled and took her into his arms. On the Moonlight Cliff, the two were close to each other as if they were a match made in heaven. A group of disciples stared blankly at this scene. They didn't dare to make a sound and break this beautiful scene. Although, they were eating dog food. But they were willing to eat this dog food, hey. After a while, Luo Wuqing gently broke away from Ning Tian's arms. Ning Tian didn't even need to think about it. It must be that his wife was tired after dealing with all the trivial matters in the Tianmo cult, so she came to him for a hug. This feeling was quite cute. By the way, wife, I've completed the task you gave me. At this time, Ning Tian thought of something, showed a smirk, and looked at Luo Wuqing. So fast. Luo Wuqing frowned slightly, a little suspicious. Of course. Don't you know who your husband is? Ning Tian smiled proudly, and then let the group of disciples demonstrate what they had just learned. When Luo Wuqing saw the group of disciples making rapid progress, Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyes flashed. She didn't expect Ning Tian's teaching to be so effective. Wife, about what you said before. Ning Tian rubbed his hands expectantly. Yes, as you wish. Luo Wuqing nodded and said softly, we'll talk about this at night. First, come with me to the medicine hall. The medicine elder said he's looking for you. The medicine elder is looking for me. Ning Tian was stunned. Could it be that the medicine elder had successfully refined the elixir? Immediately, a touch of joy appeared in his heart. Then let's go. Ning Tian didn't waste any time. He held Luo Wuqing's slender waist and prepared to take her to the medicine hall. It's so tiring to run by yourself. Isn't it better to fly with your wife in your arms? You can cultivate here by yourselves. Then, he instructed the group of disciples. Okay. Luo Wuqing nodded. Then, her delicate body moved, and the two of them rose into the air. At the medicine hall. The medicine elder was pacing back and forth in front of the medicine hall with his hands behind his back, frowning. He looked like he had a lot on his mind. Whoosh. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The ancestral master carried the Empress and slowly descended from the sky. Ancestral master, you're here, the medicine elder said in a deep voice. Ning Tian let go of the delicate body in his arms, looked at the medicine elder, and asked impatiently, Medicine elder, how's the elixir I gave you? Ancestral master, forgive me for my incompetence. I've studied it for more than 2 days, but I still don't dare to act rashly. The medicine elder frowned, shook his head, and sighed. He had studied it for 2 days. He hadn't studied it thoroughly, so he naturally didn't dare to act rashly. If he failed, all the herbs in it would be destroyed. You haven't studied it thoroughly yet. Hearing this, Ning Tian also frowned. He didn't expect the elixir to improve the physique of a god to be so complicated. Ancestral master, I'm afraid no one in our Tianmo cult can refine it. Even in the entire Tianling realm, there's only one person who has this ability. The medicine elder sighed. Who? Ning Tian asked with a frown. The medicine elder was stunned for a moment, then looked at Luo Wuqing and Ning Tian, and said carefully, Medicine Emperor, Lin Feng. Medicine Emperor, Lin Feng? Who is he? Ning Tian was stunned. He had never heard of this name. At this moment, Luo Wuqing frowned and said, Your love rival. Chapter 194. The air seemed to have frozen. After a while, her love rival? Ning Tian was dumbfounded and looked at Luo Wuqing foolishly. Nonsense. Luo Wuqing rolled his eyes at Ning Tian. Isn't it normal for you to have a few love rivals? Ah. Ning Tian paused for a moment, scratched his head, and carefully looked at Luo Wuqing. Thinking about it, it made sense. Thinking about his wife, who was as beautiful as a fairy and devastatingly beautiful, it seemed normal for her to have a few love rivals. If she didn't even have one, then there would be a big problem. Phew, Ning Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Cough, cough, I remember that at that time, Lin Feng could be said to be the most enthusiastic pursuer of the Empress. He almost. The medicine elder sighed with a look of regret. Almost. Ning Tian suddenly became nervous again. That Lin Feng almost entered the Tianmo cult. Fortunately, the Empress sent him flying with a slap. The medicine elder sighed. It seems that the Tianmo cult's investigation is still not good enough. Ning Tian was speechless for a while. Medicine elder, can't you finish your words in one go? You're scaring people to death. Wife, medicine elder, we shouldn't call such people love rivals. At this time, Ning Tian looked at the two of them seriously and said slowly. Luo Wuqing and the medicine elder cast a puzzled look. This kind of person who covets other people's wives is not a love rival, but a thief cow. Thief cow. The two of them were stunned for a moment. Thief cow, what did he mean? Ning Tian just smiled and didn't explain. But this Lin Feng, who exactly is he? Lin Feng is the leader of the spirit medicine sect, which is considered a medium-sized emperor-level force. However, because he is a quasi-emperor-level powerhouse and has superb refining skills, he is respectfully called the Medicine Emperor. At the side, Luo Wuqing explained indifferently. Even though her alchemy skills were superb, her expression did not change in the slightest. Alchemy Emperor. Ning Tian frowned and looked at the Medicine Elder. Medicine Elder, is Lin Feng the only one who can refine this pill? Yes. The Medicine Elder nodded. He stroked his beard and sighed, although I don't like Lin Feng, his alchemy skills are top-notch. In the entire Heavenly Spirit region, he can be called the #1 alchemist. That alchemy technique, even if this old man studied it for a lifetime, I wouldn't be able to finish it. The Medicine Elder shook his head and sighed. In terms of alchemy, He sincerely admired Lin Feng. Furthermore, this old man has pondered over the medicinal ingredients you gave me for 2 days, and deduced that they must be a type of immortal pill. This old man's abilities are limited. If this old man were to concoct this immortal pill, I'm afraid that the furnace would explode. Hearing this, Ning Tian fell into silence. His furrowed brows indicated that he was in a bad mood. Only Lin Feng can refine it. One had to know that this Lin Feng was Thief Cow. He had to ask that evil Thief Cow to help him refine this pill. This thought was very unpleasant. However, this pill could only be refined by Lin Feng. F***CK. Ancestral Master, what's wrong with you? Seeing Ning Tian's expression as if he was going to swallow a person alive, the medicine elder's body trembled. He could not help but ask subconsciously. Ning Tian did not answer. He only gritted his teeth and his eyes were filled with ferocity. Luo Wuqing looked at Ning Tian and smiled helplessly. He said to the medicine elder, you go out for a while. Yes, this sentence was like a great amnesty. The medicine elder hurriedly ran out and could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Oh my God, the ancestral master is going to eat someone. In the room. Seeing that Ning Tian was silent and furrowed his brows, Luo Wuqing knew what he was thinking. A helpless smile appeared on her face. This guy, she walked over and pulled him into her embrace. Pressing his head against her chest, her jade-like hands gently stroked his coarse hair as she whispered into his ear, "Husband, be good, Tilda, don't think too much. We are not going to beg him. We are just paying him spirit coins to refine the pill. So, my husband, you don't have to think too much." Ning Tian felt as if she was floating in the air. She smelled the fragrance and her face touched something soft. Ning Tian felt as if she was floating. Yes. Ning Tian buried his face in her hair. What if Lin Feng doesn't accept the deal? If he doesn't accept? He is just a quasi-emperor. If he doesn't accept, then just kill him. Luo Wuqing smiled. There was a hint of dominance in her words. Chapter 195. Ning Tian's proficiency in controlling the fire with his spiritual energy surprised Lin Hao. This doesn't seem like a person who's new to smithing. Could it be that the founder is actually a grandmaster blacksmith? Lin Hao suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. That's right. The ancestral master must be a hidden blacksmith grandmaster. Otherwise, how could he be so proficient in controlling the fire when it was his first time forging? He remembered that when he had just started forging, he had blown up hundreds of furnaces. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of many disciples. When they saw the founder controlling the fire with one hand and holding a big hammer with the other, they all widened their eyes. Is the founder going to forge? The founder knows how to forge. The group of disciples was stunned. Then, they looked at Ning Tian with admiration. Ning Tian looked at Lin Hao's iron elemental armor for a while. After memorizing the general appearance, he used his talent skill, superlative craftsmanship. Using superlative craftsmanship. Use successful. After using his talent skill successfully, Ning Tian instantly had an idea of how to forge the iron elemental armor. What's your name? Ning Tian looked at Lin Hao and asked. Me. Lin Hao's eyes flashed with excitement. It was such an honor to be asked for his name by the founder. The surrounding disciples also looked at him with envy. Now that he had a name in front of the founder, he was no longer a passerby. Replying to the founder, "My name is Lin Hao." Lin Hao scratched his head and looked naive. Ning Tian could not help but sigh. They were both fatties. But why did Lin Hao look so much more pleasing to the eye than Zhu Yuanbo? Lin Hao, right? Listen to my instructions and put iron spirit stones into the furnace, Ning Tian said to Lin Hao. Yes, founder. Lin Hao was excited. Although it was just a simple task of putting iron spirit stones into the furnace, he was still very excited. After all, he was helping a grandmaster blacksmith. If my father's spirit in heaven knows that I'm helping a grandmaster blacksmith, he'll probably jump out of his coffin in excitement. Lin Hao sighed. Lin Hao, put down a piece of iron spirit stone. At this moment, Ning Tian's voice sounded from the side. Yes, Patriarch. Hearing this, Lin Hao immediately put an iron spirit stone into the forging furnace. Almost at the same time, the spiritual qi in Ning Tian's hands suddenly surged, and the flames in the smithing furnace instantly became hazy. Boom! In an instant, the forging flames enveloped the iron spirit stone. He suddenly increased the intensity of the flames. Lin Hao stared blankly for a moment before reacting. His eyes widened, and his fat body trembled. He looked at Ning Tian with admiration. Damn, could this be the legendary explosive forging method? The legendary explosive forging method? F***CK. I didn't expect the Patriarch to know this as well. Awesome. What's so great about you? Do you know what the explosive forging method is? I don't know, but the Patriarch is awesome. The group of disciples looked at Lin Hao's exaggerated reaction, and for some reason, their emotions rose subconsciously. The word awesome came out of their mouths uncontrollably. Cough. Hearing the sighs of the surrounding disciples, Ning Tian's face turned red, and he coughed dryly. What was so great about him? He just accidentally magnified the spiritual qi just now. It was purely a mistake. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Ning Tian waved his hand and looked at the smithing furnace. Although he made a mistake, fortunately, he made up for it in time, and the problem was not big. Put in another 3 pieces. Okay. Lin Hao put in another 3 pieces. Then, all of the iron spirit ores were melted into liquid metal. Ning Tian raised her hammer and began to smash the metal ores around her. Yes. He was smashing randomly. Anyway, with the talent, uncanny workmanship, he could smash it randomly. F***CK. The Patriarch seems to be smashing randomly, but in reality, every strike is precise and powerful, and the landing point is concentrated. Could this be the random smashing forging method? Hiss. Lin Hao shook his head repeatedly. His eyes flashed as he looked at Ning Tian's hammering technique, as if he wanted to learn something from it. However, no matter how he observed, he could not understand the slightest mystery. TSK, as expected of the Patriarch. I can't understand the forging technique at all. Lin Hao sighed. His admiration for Ning Tian had reached the pinnacle. I didn't expect the Patriarch to be so powerful. The Patriarch is like a demon descending from the sky. He's really a god in the human world. This Patriarch. Awesome. The group of disciples was also excited, and their faces were red with excitement. 10 minutes later, along with a series of hammering sounds, it stopped. Ning Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the iron elemental armor on the smithing table, he breathed a sigh of relief. Only the last hammer was left. Immediately, he picked up the hammer and smashed it hard. Boom. In an instant, the aura exploded. Lin Hao, who was beside him, was directly sent flying. Then, the surrounding wind continued to blow, and the aura exploded. F***CK. What's going on? After the surrounding disciples caught Lin Hao, they retreated one by one, their eyes filled with panic and confusion. This is the realization that only appears when an extraordinary item is forged. Look at the smithing furnace. Lin Hao's anxious voice rang in the ears of the disciples. Then, one by one, they all looked at Ning Tian. Boom. Then, on the smithing furnace, a shadow shot up into the sky. It was a human figure constructed by the smithing flames, and it was wearing a shining silver armor. That's the iron elemental armor. Lin Hao recognized at a glance that the flaming human figure was wearing the iron elemental armor that he designed. F***CK. The Patriarch just casually forged it, and it appeared. This was ridiculous. Boom. Then, the iron elemental armor began to flicker with a faint blue light. Blue light. This is a spiritual weapon. The Patriarch just casually forged it, and he can actually forge a spiritual weapon. Lin Hao swallowed his saliva. The level of a forged item could be determined by its flickering luster. As for the blue light, it was naturally a spiritual weapon. If it was golden, it would be an immortal weapon. Hiss. The group of disciples was shocked. It's a pity that it's only a spiritual weapon. If I can give it some super rare ores, it might be able to reach the immortal weapon level. At this time, Ning Tian's murmur was heard. Only Only a spiritual weapon? The patriarch wants to forge an immortal weapon? Hearing Ning Tian's words, the group of disciples was dumbfounded. You've shocked a group of disciples. You can choose one of the 2 current attributes to add to the iron elemental armor. Additional attribute selection: thunder, fire. Additional attribute. Ning Tian was stunned for a moment, then pondered for a while. Then, I'll add thunder. Chapter 196. Adding the lightning attribute to the iron elemental armor, the system announced. Boom. Dark clouds covered the sun, and a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Then, it smashed heavily toward the figure that was forging the flames. Boom. In an instant, the flaming figure dissipated. A flash of lightning circled around the iron elemental armor and finally landed on the forging furnace. Then, the dark clouds dissipated, and the lightning retreated. It was as if nothing had happened. The group of disciples stood rooted to the ground, dumbfounded. They had no idea what had happened. Ning Tian put away the iron elemental armor and asked Lin Hao, "Lin Hao, have you learned the forging technique of this iron elemental armor?" Lin Hao was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. He shook his head awkwardly and said, "Ancestor, your disciple is slow-witted. I can't understand your forging technique." Ning Tian shook his head and said, "It's all right. Come here." Lin Hao walked over obediently. When he got closer, Ning Tian used his innate skill, dispelling doubts, and condensed a ball of light for Lin Hao to absorb and comprehend. After a while, Lin Hao's tightly shut eyes sprang open, as his eyes were filled with excitement. "Have you learned it?" Ning Tian asked calmly. "Yes." Lin Hao nodded heavily. "If you've learned it, lead the disciples of the forging hall and start making this iron elemental armor. The defense of this iron elemental armor is not bad, and the cost is not high. We can give each disciple and elder a set." Ning Tian instructed. Moreover, the lightning attribute he had chosen was not only for the iron elemental armor in his hand. It was for all the iron elemental armors. Give each disciple and elder a set. Lin Hao was stunned when he heard this. He frowned and said, "But ancestor, I don't have that many iron spirit stones." Although the Tianmo cult did not have many people, there were still tens of thousands of them. If each person had a set of iron elemental armor, the consumption of iron spirit stones would be huge. "I didn't ask you to do it." Ning Tian gave him an annoyed look. "Go find the elder in charge of the ores in the church. Ask him for it. If it doesn't work, then buy it. It's not like our Tianmo cult is poor. If we don't have enough iron spirit stones, we can buy them from Tianbao Pavilion." Yes, Lin Hao wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. He could hear a trace of arrogance in the ancestral master's words. Sure enough, one could do whatever one wanted with money. After the forging, Ning Tian spent the whole day instructing these disciples, while Luo Wuqing dealt with all the trivial matters of the Tianmo cult. Both of them were preparing for their trip to the spirit medicine sect the next day. At night, a full moon hung high in the sky. A heart-wrenching, incomparably miserable, and frightened scream came from the mountain behind the sword hall. F***CK. Who the hell are you? Grand Elder, don't run. I'm your fan. Scram. Ah, Mom, I'm flying. I'm flying so high. I've grown up. However, the scream pierced through the night sky. In the Tianmo cult, no one knew if the peace of others had been broken, but there was one place that was very calm, as if it was the calm before the storm. In the room, looking at Luo Wuqing, who was removing her makeup in front of the bronze mirror, Ning Tian couldn't help but be stunned. She was too beautiful. She was simply charming when she looked back and smiled. The makeup of the 6 palaces paled in comparison. Ning Tian walked over, put his hand on her shoulder, and said softly, "Honey, you've worked hard today." Luo Wuqing nodded slightly and let out a soft sound from her nose. "How about I help you sleep?" Ning Tian whispered in her ear. Luo Wuqing's delicate body trembled. She was stunned for a moment, then she bit her red lips and nodded. Hee. Ning Tian smiled and carried the Empress's wife to the soft bed. The next day, early morning, on the heavenly Devil Square, Ning Tian was dressed in white and looked elegant. Beside him was Luo Wuqing, who was wearing a blue and white dress and had a graceful figure. Her hair danced in the wind. The two of them stood together and instantly attracted the attention of many disciples. It could be said that they were a match made in heaven. Looking at the seemingly tired Grand Supreme Elder, Ning Tian couldn't help but ask with concern, "Grand Supreme Elder, what's wrong with you? When I fell asleep last night, I actually found a burly man hiding under the bed. He kept saying that he was my fan. I was so scared that I punched him and sent him flying." Grand Supreme Elder frowned and said with a look of lingering fear, "Fan?" Ning Tian was stunned for a moment and immediately thought of the bearded disciple. Good fellow. He actually went. Ahem, Grand Supreme Elder, I'm sorry about your unfortunate experience. Ning Tian coughed dryly. Sigh. Public morals are degenerating day by day. Who is so wicked to attack at night? Grand Supreme Elder sighed. Grand Supreme Elder, if people from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground or the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion come, I'll leave it to you to receive them. At the side, Luo Wuqing glanced at the Supreme Elder and said indifferently, Yes, Your Majesty. Grand Supreme Elder nodded slightly. Let's go. Luo Wuqing looked at Ning Tian and said. Ning Tian walked over and unceremoniously put his arm around her slender waist. The Lingyaro sect was also in the West Continent, so they didn't need to use flying mounts. After all, no flying mounts in the Tianmo cult were faster than Luo Wuqing's speed. Luo Wuqing didn't react to the rudeness of his rough hands. After all, she was used to it. Hold on tight. Let's go. Luo Wuqing said calmly. Then, he disappeared with Ning Tian in the blink of an eye and reappeared in the cloud. West Continent, Lingyaro sect. Several Lingyaro sect disciples were patrolling the mountain gate. Sigh. We're patrolling here and there every day. Why don't we take a few days off and go to Divine Land City to find some girls to play with? A disciple sighed helplessly. Shh. Keep your voice down. A disciple heard this and immediately looked around. After confirming that there was no one around, he hurriedly said to him, Don't say too much. If senior brother Zhong hears you, you'll be beaten up. I'm just telling the truth. The disciple was a little scared when he heard the words senior brother Zhong. Could it be that we'll encounter a great emperor when we're patrolling? Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge aura seemed to sweep across the sky. Their expressions changed, and they felt a lingering fear. What was that just now? Such a huge aura. Why do I feel that it's even stronger than the Emperor of Medicine? F***CK. Could it really be a great emperor? At the same time, boom. Inside the Lingyaro sect, two figures fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. Then, an indifferent female voice resounded throughout the entire Lingyaro sect. Lin Feng, get out here for Emperor of Medicine. Chapter 197. Lin Feng, get out here for the Emperor. That cold voice, with a hint of suppression, reverberated throughout the entire Spirit Medicine sect. In an instant, the Spirit Medicine sect, which was originally quiet, was now in an uproar. All the disciples widened their eyes and sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn. Lin Feng. Isn't that the name of our Spirit Medicine sect's Medicine Emperor? Someone actually dared to call the Medicine Emperor by his name in the Spirit Medicine sect and even dared to ask him to get out here? Who gave her the courage? Following that, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard throughout the Spirit Medicine sect. Whoosh, whoosh. The elders of the Spirit Medicine sect all rushed out of their seclusion and rushed towards that direction. At the Spirit Medicine Square, a huge stone statue of the Medicine Emperor, Lin Feng, that was dozens of meters tall stood in the middle of the square. At that moment, all the disciples of the Spirit Medicine sect surrounded the square and looked at the stone statue of the Medicine Emperor with an ugly expression. There were two figures standing on the head of the stone statue. To the disciples of the Spirit Medicine sect, that was a humiliation. That was a great disrespect to the Medicine Emperor. Although they were angry, no one dared to stop them. Whoosh. At that moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. A group of white-haired elders appeared in the square. They were the elders of the Spirit Medicine sect. Ha ha. The elders are here. They are all heavenly venerable elders. Now, those two shouldn't be so arrogant, right? Seeing the elders appear, the disciples of the spirit medicine sect were extremely excited. Who is it? Who is so bold to not only barge into our spirit medicine sect, but also trample on our medicine Empress stone statue? You really don't put our spirit medicine sect in your eyes. Hurry up and get down from the stone statue for the Emperor. Following that, a loud shout was heard. Suddenly, a huge aura appeared in the void. That is, a God Emperor powerhouse. That is the other boundary Emperor powerhouse of our spirit medicine sect, Grand Elder Tian Yarrow. Feeling the huge aura, the disciples were stunned for a moment. A hint of gloating flashed in their eyes. They didn't expect that those two people would actually alarm the Grand Elder who was in seclusion. This was going to be a good show. In the void, Tian Yarrow coldly snorted as he looked at the two people on the Alchemy Empress stone statue and frowned slightly. Strange, why do I feel that this woman is somewhat familiar? Me. A mere quasi-emperor dares to proclaim himself as an emperor in front of the emperor? A cold voice rang out. Then, the crowd saw that the woman on the stone statue extended her slender jade-like finger and lightly tapped the space before her. You're courting death. How dare you attack the emperor? Tian Yarrow sneered. He condensed a palm in the air and slammed it down aggressively. How dare you attack Elder Tian Yarrow? He really doesn't know what death is. Seeing this scene, the group of disciples became excited. He could finally witness the power of an emperor god. The giant palm that was filled with a terrifying aura collided heavily with the finger that was not fancy at all. Boom. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure erupted. Boom. The void seemed to be squeezed. Without any suspense, the huge palm was broken by the finger and fell heavily into the void. Fart. Everyone clearly heard the sound of blood being spat out. Then, they saw a wretched figure emerge from the void and fall to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Boom. Tian Yarrow fell heavily to the ground and lost consciousness. Seeing this scene, the group of spirit medicine sect disciples was stunned for a long time. Then, their faces were filled with shock. What was going on? He had not even started to act tough and his face was already slapped. Elder Tian Yarrow, who was incomparably domineering just a moment ago, was severely injured by a finger. Could it be that the woman on the stone statue was a great emperor? Hiss, everyone sucked in a cold breath. One by one, they raised their heads and looked at the stone statue, wanting to know which great emperor it was. However, the stone statue was so tall that they could not see it with their eyes. Ha ha. At this moment, a hearty laugh sounded, accompanied by a wave of comfortable medicinal fragrance. This medicinal fragrance, the Alchemy Emperor is here. After smelling the medicinal fragrance, the disciples were stunned for a moment, but they quickly reacted and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Although the Alchemy Emperor was only a quasi-emperor, through refining good medicine, he knew many great emperors. Even a great emperor would not dare to casually attack him. A figure came out from the depths of spirit medicine sect and appeared in front of everyone. The middle-aged man was wearing a dark green robe and had a kind smile on his face. This person was none other than the Alchemy Emperor, Lin Feng. Wuqing, long time no see. Lin Feng looked at Luo Wuqing, who was wearing a blue and white dress on the stone statue, his eyes filled with gentleness. As for Ning Tian, he was completely ignored. Wuqing. Could it be the Tianmo cult's great empress, Luo Wuqing? The disciples were stunned for a moment, then suddenly came to their senses. Damn. It was one thing for a great emperor to come. The one who came was the fiercest among the great emperors. Who allowed you to call her that? At this time, an indifferent voice sounded. On the stone statue, Ning Tian's indifferent gaze fell on Lin Feng. You're just a thief, Lin. Are you worthy? As soon as these words came out. At this time, someone finally noticed Ning Tian. Who's that kid? Thief Lin. He actually called the Alchemy Emperor that. Although the group of spirit medicine sect disciples could not see Ning Tian's appearance, they frowned when they heard this sentence. How dare you? The Alchemy Emperor and the Great Empress are friends. What's wrong with calling her that? Moreover, it's not up to a junior like you to point fingers. An elder of spirit medicine sect snorted coldly. Lin Feng was silent. Although he still had a smile on his face, a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. This guy was standing so close to Luo Wuqing, which made him very unhappy. How dare you? At this time, Luo Wuqing's cold eyes fell on the elder. Cold and full of murderous intent. In an instant, a terrifying emperor's aura erupted. Boom. The elder kept trembling. He could already feel the aura of death. He was about to open his mouth and ask Lin Feng for help. However, in an instant, the pressure descended. Boom. The entire spirit medicine sect trembled violently. The expressions of all the disciples and elders changed abruptly. They were all pressed to the ground by the pressure, unable to move. Under the terrifying emperor's aura, the elder's body turned into a pool of blood without any warning, and his soul dispersed. Hiss. Seeing this scene, the group of people's bodies touched the ground, trembling under the emperor's aura. On the stone statue, Luo Wuqing looked indifferently at Lin Feng. His red lips slightly opened, and his voice was full of coldness. Lin Feng, since when were you friends with the emperor? Moreover, do you have the right to call the emperor by his name? Chapter 198. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly when he heard Luo Wuqing's words, but he quickly returned to normal. Lin Feng pays his respects to the Empress. Lin Feng bowed slightly. He knew very well that even if he was called the Medicine Emperor, he was merely a quasi-emperor. He was merely an ant in front of a great emperor. May I know who this is? Lin Feng looked at Ning Tian. He knew very well that Luo Wuqing had acted so decisively just now because of this young man. He stood up for him. Emperor's husband, Luo Wuqing said calmly. What? Lin Feng was stunned and looked at Ning Tian in confusion. Your husband? You're married. He had been locked up in his medicine refining room during this period of time, studying diligently. He didn't ask about the outside world. If he hadn't sensed Luo Wuqing's aura today, he would probably still be in seclusion. However, the moment he came out, he received such a critical hit. So he's the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult. He's actually the legendary patriarch. Damn. Is he here to tear down our Lingyaro sect? Do you want to hide some of the valuables? The group of disciples' expressions changed when they heard this. There was a rumor about the patriarch. Wherever the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult went, there wasn't a girl who didn't blush, and there wasn't a building that was innocent. So you're the Empress husband. Sorry for the disrespect. No matter how unhappy Lin Feng was, he could only grit his teeth and look at Ning Tian. As expected of the Empress husband. You're indeed extraordinarily handsome. He's not that handsome. Ning Tian shook his head. Lin Feng was stunned and sneered in his heart. At least you have some self-awareness. He sneered in his heart. Lin Feng smiled and said, Ancestor, you are too modest. Before he could finish, Ning Tian chimed in, he's just a little more handsome than you. Void. Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, the corner of his mouth twitched. King hell. He really wanted to take back his words. Was this modesty? This was extremely shameless. He, Lin Feng, had lived for so long, but he had never seen such a shameless person. Ahaha, patriarch, you are so funny. Lin Feng laughed. No, I'm serious, Ning Tian said with a straight face. Lin Feng's face darkened, extremely unsightly. Hey, your face is black. Don't tell me you have kidney deficiency. Ning Tian looked at Lin Feng with concern and said with a smile, I heard that alchemists will try some herbs. Alchemy Emperor, you must be careful. Although you're old and useless, as a man, your kidneys must be good. Lin Feng almost vomited blood, but luckily, he suppressed it. However, he was cursing in his heart. How did this brat know that he had kidney deficiency because he ate herbs indiscriminately? Patriarch, you worry too much. My body is very good. Although Lin Feng was smiling, he was cursing in his heart. However, Patriarch, you must be more careful. I think you have the strength of an earth monarch, right? With such strength, it's better not to run around. It's not good if you get injured. After all, it's easy to get injured with such strength. Lin Feng reminded with a smile. However, His words were filled with disdain for Ning Tian's strength. Sigh. Hearing this, Ning Tian sighed heavily. Alchemy Emperor is right. I'm really too weak. Lin Feng was stunned and frowned slightly. This time, he learned to be smart. If I don't reply, I'd like to see what you have to say. Sigh. Ning Tian sighed again. I often feel out of place because my strength is trash. Every time I go out, I get injured. It's very annoying. Hearing Ning Tian's words, not only Lin Feng, but also the group of disciples and elders of the Lingyaro sect were stunned. Could it be that the patriarch of the Qianmo cult was hit by Lin Feng's words? F***CK. If the patriarch can't recover from this setback, then wouldn't the Empress vent her anger on them? The group of disciples and elders trembled, and a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. Patriarch, actually, you don't have to be like this. You just started cultivating later than us. Lin Feng also understood this and hurriedly tried to persuade him. No. Ning Tian sighed and shook his head, waving his hand. I know I'm trash. Alchemy Emperor, you don't have to comfort me like this. My talent is far from those geniuses. Halfway through his words, he pretended to be in pain. Ouch, my shoulder hurts again. Wife, help me massage it. To the side, Luo Wuqing gently nodded and placed her jade-like hand on Ning Tian's shoulder, gently massaging it. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's eyes reddened. His heart ached faintly. Seeing the woman he loved actually massaging someone else's shoulder, who could bear this? The group of disciples and elders of the Lingyaro sect were stunned. They didn't expect that a legendary patriarch's family status would be so high. The cold and emotionless Empress actually acted like a little girl in front of him. Ah, my wife's small hand is still the most comfortable. Ning Tian let out a long sigh, letting out a very, very, very satisfied sigh. Then, he looked at Lin Feng, who was gritting his teeth and wearing a dark expression. By the way, Alchemy Emperor, you're so strong. Do you have a wife? The group of Lingyaro sect elders and disciples were shocked. F***CK. This was like rubbing salt on a scar. No. Lin Feng gritted his teeth creaking, and shook his head. No. I thought that a peerless expert like the Alchemy Emperor would have a wife. Ning Tian pretended to be shocked and sighed slightly. Then, with a satisfied face, he lay down in Luo Wuqing's soft arms. Alchemy Emperor, do you want a wife or not? I know are you Hua. Thank you for your kindness, Patriarch, but I don't want one for now. Before Ning Tian could finish, he was interrupted by Lin Feng. That's a pity. By the way, my wife, how long did it take for me to reach the peak of the Earth King realm from a martial artist? At this time, Ning Tian seemed to be recalling. About 2 or 3 months. Luo Wuqing naturally understood his intention. She resisted the urge to laugh, pondered for a while, and said, 2 or 3 months to reach the peak of the Earth King realm from a martial artist. This talent is really not good. Ning Tian sighed again, exasperated at his failure to meet her expectations. 2 or 3 months to reach the peak of the Earth King realm from a 1-star martial artist. I'm really a waste. The group of Lingyaro sect elders and disciples were stunned, and each of them felt a little hot. 2 or 3 months to reach the peak of the Earth King realm, and he still called himself a waste. F***CK. So angry. Damn it, I miss him so much. Right. I wonder how long it took for a peerless genius like the Alchemy Emperor to reach the peak of the Earth King realm from a 1-star martial artist. F***CK. Here it comes. Hearing this, the group of Lingyaro sect elders and disciples were shocked. Chapter 199. Killing the Heart. What was killing the heart? This was a F***king murder of the heart. Lin Feng's face darkened. How was he supposed to answer this? Was it possible for a human to reach the peak of the Earth King realm from a 1-star martial artist in 2 or 3 months? After all, he had decades of time. Was he supposed to say that he was more useless than useless? How can the ancestral master be called useless? I, Lin Feng, am not as good as you. Lin Feng smiled awkwardly and quickly changed the topic. May I know why the Empress and ancestral master have come to my Lingyaro sect? If he kept talking like this Tianmo cult's ancestral master would think of all kinds of ways to belittle him until he was useless. The emperor is here to ask you to make pills. Luo Wuqing looked at Lin Feng indifferently. Make pills? Lin Feng froze for a moment, and so did the disciples and elders below. So, they were here to make pills. The disciples and elders breathed a sigh of relief. Their backs were already soaked in cold sweat. If they didn't say this, they would have thought that they were here to destroy the Lingyaro sect. Ah! So, they are here to make pills. Lin Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. What? Luo Wuqing raised her eyebrows. If they aren't here to make pills, do you want the emperor to destroy your little Lingyaro sect? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone became nervous. Ha ha ha. Lin Feng smiled awkwardly and said, how can that be? Why would the Empress destroy other sects, except for those from the devil path? I'll interrupt. On the side, Ning Tian said quietly, sorry, the Tianmo cult is the leader of the devil path. Lin Feng fell silent and coughed dryly. Since they are here to make pills, please come down from my stone statue, Empress and ancestral master. Then, he descended from the sky and landed on the square. Luo Wuqing nodded and jumped down from the stone statue, landing lightly on the square. It's a little high. Looking at the ground that was about 10 meters away from him, Ning Tian pondered for a moment. It seemed that he had to use his spirit qi. Then, a wisp of spiritual qi appeared on his feet. He used the stone statue as a stepping stone. Then, he did a 30 to 60 degree spin in the air and landed perfectly on the ground. Crack. At this moment, a cracking sound came from behind. Everyone was stunned. His expression changed. F***CK. Your Excellency Alchemy Emperor, your head exploded. A group of disciples involuntarily shouted. Lin Feng was stunned. Looking behind him, he saw that the handsome head of the huge stone statue was already cracked in half. Sorry, Alchemy Emperor, I used a bit too much strength. Ning Tian said with embarrassment. It's not a big problem. I just need to fix it. Lin Feng's mouth twitched, but Luo Wuqing was there, so he couldn't do anything. Let me fix it. I broke it. I'll definitely help you. Without waiting for Lin Feng to make a move, Ning Tian took the lead and volunteered herself. TSK. As expected of the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult. He's so warm-hearted. No wonder so many disciples of the Tianmo cult like him. Seeing this scene, the group of spirit medicine sect elders couldn't help but comment. It seemed that the patriarch of the Tianmo cult wasn't so hateful. Boom. At the next moment, a roar attracted everyone's attention. They saw that the left hand of Lin Feng's statue, which was dozens of meters tall, suddenly exploded and flew in a direction. Everyone stared at Ning Tian in a daze, dumbfounded. Aha, that was an accident. Ning Tian scratched his head, took out a big iron hammer, and said apologetically, I'll fix it for you. F***CK. Don't. Seeing Ning Tian move again, the group of people's expressions changed. Boom. 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 Then, a series of roars sounded in the ears of the spirit medicine sect disciples. F***CK. The statue on the left hand of the medicine emperor flew to the south. F***CK. The south seems to be the spirit medicine field. Look. The statue's right leg flew to the north. That's the spirit medicine field. It's over. More than half of the 100 acres of spirit medicine sect's medicine field is destroyed. The group of elders and disciples wanted to cry but had no tears. Yi Feng's face was as dark as charcoal. Thousands of alpacas were running through his mind, but he still had to put on a smile on his face. As for Luo Wuqing, she looked indifferent. She had already guessed that Ning Tian would cause a lot of trouble when he came to the spirit medicine sect. The dust on the square dissipated. Ning Tian wiped the sweat on his forehead, put away the big iron hammer, and nodded in satisfaction. He looked at Lin Feng and said, Medicine Emperor, what do you think of the statue I built for you? Statue? Everyone was stunned. They rubbed their eyes and looked at the empty square. Where was the statue? Ancestral Master, this joke is not funny. Lin Feng said this sentence while gritting his teeth. I'm not joking. Ning Tian spread out his hands innocently and pointed at the ground. Come here and look. Isn't this just a statue? Huh? Lin Feng was stunned. Then, a wisp of spiritual energy appeared in his eyes as he looked at where Ning Tian was pointing. He saw a statue of about a few centimeters tall standing on the ground. How is it? The one I made for you is not bad, right? Ning Tian said with a smile. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. The statue was originally dozens of meters tall, but you only made it a few centimeters tall. I really have to thank you. It's useless to make it so big. It's better to make it short, right? Medicine Emperor? Yes, the ancestral master is right. Lin Feng still had a smile on his face. I'll endure. I'll endure. Looking at Lin Feng's expression, Ning Tian frowned slightly. This Lin Feng was a ninja turtle. If he didn't get angry, how could he find a reason to kill him after he finished refining the elixir? Report. Medicine Emperor. A huge rock from the statue flew to the back of the mountain. Your cauldron was destroyed. At this moment, an elder flew over anxiously. What? The Emperor's treasure of kidney elixir. Fart. Lin Feng's face changed. He felt his vision turn black as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Medicine Emperor, are you okay? Ning Tian was surprised. He didn't expect this guy's kidney to fail. I'm fine. Lin Feng's body was trembling. The treasure of kidney elixir that he had painstakingly brewed for many years was just a few days away from completion. He was about to regain his strength. However, it was destroyed in an instant. His heart was bleeding. Empress, ancestral master, I beg you. Tell me what elixir I need to refine. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and begged. He just wanted to end this nightmare as soon as possible. If this went on, the spirit elixir sect would only exist in name. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ning Tian said with a smile. This smirk left a deep shadow in this God Emperor realm expert's heart. Ancestral master, I beg you. Please don't destroy it, okay? Chapter 200. Taking the small wooden box from Ning Tian, Lin Feng checked the contents and frowned. But soon, he relaxed his muscles. Lin Feng smiled casually. Then, he looked at the group of disciples and said, although it looks complicated, it shouldn't be difficult. Zhong Han, help the ancestral master. Yes, master. A voice rang out and a young man in white walked out with a confident smile on his face. Wow. It's senior brother Zhong Han. I wonder what level senior brother Zhong Han's alchemy skills are at now? Seeing the young man in white, the Lingyaro sect disciples looked at him with admiration. It was obvious that this young man, Zhong Han, was very popular in the Lingyaro sect. Greetings, Empress. Greetings, ancestral master. Zhong Han bowed to them. You're asking your disciple to do alchemy? Seeing this, Ning Tian frowned slightly. Don't worry. If he doesn't do it well, there's no need for the Lingyaro sect to exist, Luo Wuqing said calmly. Both Lin Feng and Zhong Han trembled. Don't worry, Empress. Lin Feng quickly said, my disciple's alchemy skills are only slightly inferior to mine. It's not a big problem. Why don't you do it? If the Emperor wants you to do it, just do it. Why are you talking nonsense? Luo Wuqing looked at Lin Feng calmly. Empress, you don't know. My ability to control fire is not good enough. Lin Feng paused and scratched his head awkwardly. Because of his weak kidneys, his ability to control fire was not good enough. Moreover, my disciple has inherited my skills. So, you don't have to worry too much. Then, he looked at Zhong Han and said, Zhong Han, why don't you introduce yourself to the Empress and ancestral master? Zhong Han was stunned. After a moment of silence, he cleared his throat and said, Empress, Empress. The person standing in front of you is the winner of the 8th alchemy competition of the Lingyaro sect, the 9th alchemy competition of the Lingyaro sect, and the 10th alchemy competition of the Lingyaro sect. The Triple Crown winner, Zhong Han, our junior brother's target, the dream lover of our junior sisters, Alchemy Emperor Lin Feng's disciple, Zhong Han. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhong Han's face was filled with pride. It was obvious that he was very confident in himself. "Oh, it seems that you do have some strength." Ning Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. "Of course." Zhonghan smiled proudly. Then, he took the small wooden box that contained the medicinal herbs and looked at it. "This kind of medicinal pill? No problem, it's not difficult." His voice faded. He immediately took out his pill refinement cauldron from his storage ring and prepared to refine the pill. "Wait." At this time, Luo Wuqing suddenly spoke. May I know what other matters your majesty has?" Zhonghan asked cautiously. Luo Wuqing didn't even look at him. Instead, he looked at Ning Tian and rolled his eyes. This glance was filled with a myriad of emotions, and it immediately made the group of people widen their eyes. Beautiful. No wonder she was the most beautiful woman in the heavenly spirit realm. She said angrily, "Husband, have you forgotten that there are still 2 types of medicinal herbs?" Oh, you're right." After being reminded by Luo Wuqing, Ning Tian came to his senses. He scratched his head and took out 2 more jade boxes from his storage ring. Inside were the 9 phoenix chilling grass and the thunder enhancement fruit. In order to ensure that the medicinal properties of these 2 types of medicinal herbs wouldn't be lost so easily, they were specially packed separately. As soon as the 2 jade boxes were taken out, a strong medicinal fragrance instantly filled the entire spirit medicine square. What a strong medicinal fragrance! These are definitely not ordinary medicinal herbs. A glint flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. "Ancestral Master, what are these 2 types of medicinal herbs?" Zhonghan couldn't help but ask. "It's nothing. Just a 900-year-old 9 phoenix chilling grass and a 1,000-year-old thunder enhancement fruit," Ning Tian said slowly. "What? 2 stalks of divine herbs?" The group of disciples and elders were shocked. It's actually the 9 phoenix chilling grass and thunder enhancement fruit that are considered extremely precious even among divine herb. Even the medicine Emperor Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. Immediately, he hurriedly asked Zhonghan to pass all the medicinal herbs to him. If it's the previous 7 types of medicinal herbs, it wouldn't be too difficult to refine a medicinal pill. However, if these 2 types are added, Lin Feng frowned and muttered to himself. All of a sudden, he frowned and fell into deep thought. After a while, he gasped. "Hiss. If this medicinal pill is refined, it would at least be an immortal pill. But why can't I tell what kind of medicinal pill it is?" Lin Feng was extremely shocked. The surrounding disciples were also shocked. Even the medicine emperor couldn't refine a medicinal pill like this. What kind of medicinal pill was the legendary ancestral master of the Tianmo cult trying to refine? "You've shocked the disciples of the spirit medicine sect." Rewarded alchemy attainment. Current alchemy attainment. Beginner's insight. At this moment, the voice in Ning Tian's mind sounded. He was stunned for a moment. "Ancestral Master, Empress, forgive me for my incompetence. I can't refine this immortal pill." Lin Feng was silent for a long time. In the end, he shook his head with an ugly expression. He was also shocked and humiliated in his heart. There was actually a medicinal pill in this world that he, the medicine emperor, couldn't refine. How embarrassing. "You've shocked the medicine emperor, Lin Feng." Reward, alchemy sanctification trial card. Alchemy sanctification trial card. After use, you can obtain alchemy sanctification trial card. The trial time is 1 hour. It will be void after use. Ning Tian was stunned again. Sigh. Hearing Lin Feng say that he couldn't, Luo Wuqing frowned slightly. The surrounding disciples and elders also sighed. There was actually a medicinal pill in this world that even the medicine emperor couldn't refine. Just as everyone was sighing, Ning Tian smiled and said slowly, "Since the medicine emperor can't do it, I'll have to do it myself." Chapter 201. Ning Tian's voice faded. The elders and disciples of the Lingyaro sect were all stunned. "Ancestral Master, are you kidding?" Zhonghan looked at Ning Tian in confusion. "This is an elixir that even my master can't refine. Can you really do it?" Inside the Lingyaro sect, the elders and disciples also looked at Ning Tian in confusion. They weren't disdainful, but they really didn't believe it. If even the medicine emperor, Lin Feng, couldn't refine it, It meant that no one in the entire Tianling domain could. But now, Ning Tian said he could. Most importantly, if he could, why did he come to the Lingyaro sect? Husband. Luo Wuqing was also confused. After all, she had never seen or heard Ning Tian say he wanted to cultivate alchemy. But now, she didn't say anything. If he were to question Ning Tian now, wouldn't he be giving Ning Tian no face? Wife, don't worry. Trust me, Ning Tian smiled and gave Luo Wuqing a reassuring look. Seeing this, Luo Wuqing didn't say anything. She just stood aside and looked at him silently. She could always trust Ning Tian. Because this guy could always bring her all kinds of miracles. He could always make the impossible possible. Because he was Ning Tian. Ancestral Master, I'm not questioning you. At this time, Lin Feng, who had been silent for a long time, spoke slowly. He frowned and said in a low voice, "This elixir, not only is there no way to refine it, but I think it's at least an elixir of immortality. I didn't feel any alchemy attainments from the Ancestral Master. How can the Ancestral Master refine this elixir? Don't waste such a good medicinal ingredient." Lin Feng wasn't mocking him because he couldn't refine it either. What he said was completely out of an alchemist's love for medicinal ingredients. The 9 Phoenix Icegrass and Thunder Heartfruit were both rare items. If he failed, it would be a pity to waste these 2 medicinal ingredients. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Ning Tian chuckled as a confident smile appeared on his face. He had indeed not touched upon the Tao of alchemy. However, he could use cheats. Alchemy Emperor, can you find me a cauldron? It would be best if it could refine immortal pills, Ning Tian said slowly at this moment. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. In the end, he nodded. The spirit medicine sect naturally has alchemy furnaces that can refine immortal pills. Soon after, the storage ring in his hand flickered and a huge pill furnace appeared in front of Ning Tian. The alchemy cauldron had 3 legs on the ground, and its entire body was shining with golden light. On top of the cauldron, there was a bronze statue of a 3-legged golden crow. Ancestor, this is one of my treasures, a low-grade immortal artifact, the 3-legged golden crow furnace. Lin Feng laughed proudly. To an alchemist, a good refining cauldron was their treasure. Yes. Ning Tian nodded. Then, he said in his heart, "System, use the Alchemy Saint trial card." Using the Alchemy Sage trial card. Use successful. The host has received 1 hour of Alchemy Saint trial card. As soon as the system finished speaking, Ning Tian's eyes glowed red. Then, he could smell the fragrance of herbs from hundreds of miles away. Boom, boom, boom. Next, all the alchemy furnaces in the spirit medicine sect began to hum as if they had seen their king. Howl, howl, hey. The sound was so loud that all the disciples in the spirit medicine sect could hear it clearly. Everyone's expression changed slightly when they sensed the change. What the hell? The ordinary pills that I was supposed to take 49 days to refine are done ahead of time. Also, this is a Baodan grade pill. Me too. My cauldron turned on by itself. At this time, many disciples of the spirit medicine sect also sensed the change. Their faces turned pale, and their eyes were filled with confusion. Not only were all the alchemy furnaces in the spirit medicine sect making hum, but the pills that were being refined were also upgraded by a grade. They had never encountered something like this in their hundreds of years of refining pills. Gasp! Lin Feng stood rooted to the ground. After a long time, he gasped as he stared at Ning Tian with a heated gaze and mumbled to himself. This is the ascension of 10,000 pills, the pilgrimage of 10,000 furnaces. Our founder has become a saint in alchemy saint. Saint in alchemy saint. The pupils of all the disciples and elders shrank. This was not a joke. This meant that their founder's alchemy skills had surpassed the medicine Emperor Lin Feng. This guy, Luo Wuqing, was taken aback. Her watery eyes landed on Ning Tian. As expected, this fellow had brought her another pleasant surprise. So, our founder is an alchemy grandmaster who has become a saint in alchemy saint. I, Lin Feng, have eyes but failed to recognize your greatness. Please forgive me. At this moment, all the disdain Lin Feng had for Ning Tian had disappeared. He even began to wish Ning Tian and Luo Wuqing happiness in his heart. Only the ancestral master was worthy of the peerless empress. I just became a saint in alchemy saint. Ning Tian waved his hand. He was telling the truth. Of course. Lin Feng shook his head with a faint smile. He did not believe it at all. After all, to become a saint in alchemy saint from having no alchemy skills, even those novels written by frustrated scholars would not dare to write such a story. All of you, step back. I'm going to start. At this moment, Ning Tian opened his mouth and said. Hearing this, Lin Feng led a group of elders and disciples to step back. They were excited to watch the alchemy saint make his move. Wife, you should step back too. Don't worry, I'm fine. Ning Tian said gently to Luo Wuqing, who was looking at him worriedly. Okay. Luo Wuqing nodded. Her delicate body moved, and she stepped back a little in the blink of an eye. In the entire square, besides Ning Tian and the three-legged golden crow cauldron, there was no one else. The disciples and elders of the spirit medicine sect all widened their eyes and stared at the center of the square, afraid to miss any detail. After all, no matter what kind of place it was, the details were especially important. Without the details, what was the point of watching? At this moment, Lin Feng was also looking at Ning Tian with a serious face. The #1 alchemist in the Tianling domain, as an alchemy emperor, was like a humble and studi student. A saint in alchemy was a rare sight. All eyes were on him. In the center of the square, Ning Tian took a deep breath. Then, he gently pointed at the wooden and jade boxes. Then, 9 types of herbs flew out and were enveloped by the orange light of his alchemy skills. This was not only to protect the medicinal properties of the herbs, but also to extract their essence. After the 9 types of herbs were enveloped by his alchemy skills and floated around him, Ning Tian took another deep breath. He channeled his spiritual energy and fiercely attacked the three-legged golden crow cauldron. Boom! Spiritual energy exploded. Then, the moment it entered the cauldron, it turned into a crimson flame. The flame contained a thick medicinal fragrance. Alchemy Saint Flame. Seeing the crimson flame, Lin Feng's pupils shrank. Chapter 202. Every alchemist who stepped into the path of alchemy would have the ability to ignite alchemy fire. The higher the color and quality of the alchemy fire, the higher the alchemist's attainment in alchemy. For example, the alchemy fire that Ning Tian was using now was one of the strongest alchemy fires in alchemy. The fire was red and vigorous, and it was accompanied by a burst of medicinal fragrance. This must be the sacred fire of alchemy. I didn't expect that at such a young age, the founder was not only a cultivation genius, but also a saint in alchemy. This is really strange. Lin Feng's eyes flashed as his gaze fell on Ning Tian. He shook his head and sighed. However, the only thing that was not right was that only emperors could enter the saint realm. However, the founder was only at the peak of the Earth King stage. How could he enter the saint realm in alchemy? Could it be the founder was actually an emperor? Lin Feng took a deep breath and glanced at Luo Wuqing, who was not far away. He suddenly understood. Perhaps, the founder was really an emperor. Otherwise, how could an Earth King stage cultivator enter the saint realm in alchemy? How could he enter the eyes of the Empress? At this moment, Lin Feng felt lucky to have survived a disaster. At this moment, in the middle of the square, the alchemy fire burned in the three-legged golden crow cauldron. Ning Tian already had the alchemy method in his mind. This elixir was called the Heavenly Mark Divine Pill. The lowest grade was a low-grade elixir. Phew, Ning Tian heaved a sigh of relief. Then, according to the alchemy method in his mind, he placed the elixir in. With the explosive fire grass as a supplement, suddenly increase the intensity of the alchemy fire and leave the medicinal properties in the cauldron. Boom. The explosive fire grass was placed in the cauldron. Then, the flames surged. In an instant, it turned into ashes. These ashes contained the powerful medicinal properties of the explosive fire grass. The entire three-legged golden crow cauldron was enveloped by the medicinal properties of the explosive fire grass. The explosive fire is yang. After 30% yang, 70% yin. Yin and yang complement each other. Ning Tian murmured to himself. He squinted his eyes and looked into the cauldron with a focused expression. Suddenly, the flames in the cauldron flickered slightly. The flames are flickering, it's time to retreat. He took note of the time and pointed at a medicinal ingredient that was enveloped by his attainments in alchemy. It was a stalk of cold yin grass. However, Ning Tian did not put all of it in. Instead, he removed the root of the yin attribute and threw it in. Boom! In an instant, yin and yang harmonized. Within the pill furnace, the originally berserk momentum instantly stabilize. What a great yin-yang harmony, what a great fire that can be seen with naked eyes. Seeing this, the people from the spirit medicine sect all sucked in a breath of cold air. The way they looked at Ning Tian became more and more fanatical. Damn it! How could the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult be so awesome? Following that, Ning Tian continuously threw in medicinal ingredients. Soon, 7 out of the 9 medicinal ingredients were thrown in. There was also the most important 9 phoenix ice chilling grass and thunderheart fruit. These 2 immortal medicines were left outside. Ning Tian was waiting. He was waiting for the pill to reach a certain scale before putting in the 2 immortal medicines in. This was because he wanted to use the medicinal power of these 2 immortal medicines to inscribe the 2 most important heavenly patterns on the heavenly pattern divine pill. This heavenly pattern divine pill was divided into 1 pattern, 2 patterns, and 3 patterns. The more patterns there were, the better the medicinal effect and the stronger the medicinal power. He could use his alchemy attainments to inscribe 1 pattern, but the other 2 heavenly patterns would require 2 immortal medicines to inscribe. Therefore, these 2 immortal medicines were extremely important. Once he failed, even if the pill was successfully refined, the medicinal power and medicinal effect would be greatly reduced. Boom! At this time, the sky was already filled with dark clouds. Faint sounds of thunder could be heard coming from the clouds. Could it be that the patriarch is going to cause a phenomenon when he refines the immortal pills? Seeing this, Lin Feng was stunned. As an emperor of medicine, he could also refine immortal pills. However, he had never caused a phenomenon of heaven and earth. Normally, pills that could cause a phenomenon of heaven and earth were not ordinary items. Boom! Boom! The sound of thunder could be heard continuously in the sky. However, Ning Tian was not affected at all. He was fully focused and his hand landed on the 3-legged golden crow cauldron. He could feel the changes in the world in the cauldron. Among them, he could vaguely see a prototype pill that was beginning to take shape. It's about time. A glint flashed across Ning Tian's eyes. Then, he took a deep breath. I'll put in the thunder core fruit first to increase the degree of violence. Then, I'll put in the 9 chills ice grass to suppress the violence of the thunder core fruit. Soon, he had a clear idea in his mind. Boom! Boom! The world in the cauldron was already filled with an immense aura. It was a round pill that was constantly releasing its power. Boom! At this time, the entire cauldron shook slightly. Now, Ning Tian saw the opportunity and moved his hand slightly. With a boom, he put the thunder core fruit that was flashing with lightning into the cauldron. The moment the thunder core fruit that was flashing with lightning entered the cauldron, half of the spiritual energy in Ning Tian's hand dissipated and the elixir fire dissipated instantly. The purpose of this was to prevent the violent thunder core fruit from coming into contact with the exuberant elixir fire. Otherwise, the cauldron might explode directly. It would be destroyed in an instant. What a strong ability to control the fire. The founder is really too calm. Looking at this scene, Lin Feng could not help but shake his head and sigh in his heart. His admiration for Ning Tian grew stronger and stronger. If it were him, the cauldron would definitely explode and end in failure. Boom! Boom! As expected, the moment the thunder core fruit entered the cauldron, the world in the cauldron went berserk instantly. However, the elixir fire had already dissipated. The entry of the thunder core fruit completely filled the gap of the elixir fire. Condense. Ning Tian gritted his teeth and shook the 3-legged golden crow cauldron. Boom! In an instant, the 3-legged golden crow cauldron shook. All the alchemy cauldrons in the entire spirit medicine sect resonated at this moment. The thunderheart fruit transformed into a lightning dragon. Thanks to Ning Tian's terrifying alchemy skills, it transformed into a lightning dragon and swam around the pills that were being produced on a large scale. When the three-legged golden crow cauldron shook violently, it rushed into the elixir. On the round elixir, a heavenly pattern condensed with thunder and lightning appeared in an instant. Boom! At the same time, a rainbow-colored light rushed into the sky. It illuminated the entire cloud layer. Inside the spirit medicine sect, waves of rich medicinal fragrance filled the air. Orange, yellow, and green sacred light in the immortal elixir. Damn! 3 lifetimes of luck. Everyone in the spirit medicine sect felt a little dizzy and their breathing quickened. They actually saw the light of the immortal elixir Sansheng. Ning Tian's hand did not stop there. However, when the 3-colored sacred light completely condensed, he once again found the right opportunity and threw the 9 phoenix ice-chilling grass into it. In an instant, the berserk state was eliminated. The entire 3-legged golden crow cauldron was frozen. However, within the cauldron, the sacred fire condensed and showed no signs of dissipating. Crack! In the blink of an eye, the ice shattered. When the elixir was engraved with a heavenly pattern, another sacred light rushed into the sky. Damn! The green, blue, and purple sacred light in the immortal elixir, together with the previous one, wouldn't it be a 6-colored sacred light? At this moment, the world seemed to be quiet. Chapter 203. The Spiritual Medicine Sect. The dazzling 6-colored holy light shot into the clouds. Along with the rumbling of thunder, dark clouds covered the sun. At that moment, it was as if the sky and earth had changed color. In just a second, an extremely rich medicinal fragrance spread across thousands of miles. Gasp! Is this the terrifying skill of an alchemist who has reached the saint level? Lin Feng and the other disciples of the spiritual medicine sect were dumbfounded. They looked at Ning Tian as if they were looking at a god. What was alchemy? This was alchemy. That's not all. Lin Feng shook his head. His eyes were solemn. The ancestral master doesn't plan to stop. This is not all. I'm afraid. It's not over yet. It's already the 6-colored holy light of an immortal pill. The people of the spiritual medicine sect were stunned. At that moment, the entire West continent and its surroundings could smell an extremely rich medicinal fragrance. Countless people were intoxicated by it. They were all curious. Where did this intoxicating medicinal fragrance come from? The Xiaoyaro sacred ground. The Xiaoyaro sacred leader raised his head and looked at the sky in shock. There was a 6-colored holy light shooting into the sky. That was where the medicinal fragrance came from. This direction. Is it the spiritual medicine sect? What kind of pill is the medicine Emperor Lin Feng refining? Sacred Master Xiaoyaro pondered for a while. His eyes were solemn as he frowned. No, the Emperor must go and take a look. The Xiaoyaro sacred leader murmured. His body moved and disappeared into the void. The Divine Nation, Heavenly Treasure Sacred Ground, Lingshu sect, and other emperors near the West continent were all attracted by the commotion. They smelled the medicinal fragrance and looked up at the sky. Their eyes were filled with shock. The 6-colored holy light of an immortal pill. What is the medicine Emperor Lin Feng doing? The leaders of the various forces were very curious. They all rushed toward the spiritual medicine sect at the same time. The spiritual medicine sect. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the extremely cold ice shattered. The waves of medicinal fragrance instantly intoxicated everyone. Legend has it that a supreme-grade immortal pill can revive the dead just by smelling its medicinal fragrance. I'm afraid that the ancestral masters is almost the same, or even higher. Lin Feng shook his head. Aside from Ning Tian, who had a temporary understanding of alchemy, his knowledge of alchemy was the highest among everyone present. Hearing his words, everyone was in awe. Luo Wuqing's expression didn't change too much, but the smile on her face revealed that she was in an extremely good mood. Look, what is the patriarch doing? At this time, an elder's shocked voice sounded. Everyone looked over. Ning Tian slapped his hands on the 3-legged golden crow furnace, and waves of scarlet light flowed. Is he trying to make the elixir evolve again? Lin Feng frowned. His eyes were solemn. The medicinal pill has been upgraded again. Could it be that the 6-colored sacred light immortal pill is still not enough to satisfy the ancestral master? The disciples and elders of the spirit medicine sect were all in disbelief. In the sky, the wind and clouds surged, and thunder rumbled. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Dozens of figures appeared in the sky. Luo Wuqing frowned slightly and looked at the sky. The people of the spirit medicine sect also saw this scene. Sacred Lord Xiaoyaro and the master of the divine nation. 2 great emperors. There are also dozens of great emperors. Hiss. Were they all attracted by the ancestral master's worldly anomaly? Everyone was shocked. When the dozens of great emperors arrived in the sky, their expressions changed slightly when they saw the worldly anomaly. However, when they saw the person refining the elixir on the ground, they were all stunned and their expressions changed. The person refining the elixir was not the medicine Emperor Lin Feng. It was a young man. Is it handsome Ning? The master of the divine nation's expression changed slightly. He didn't know why, but when he saw Ning Tian, his first reaction was to run away. Ancestral master. This commotion was caused by the legendary ancestral master of the Tianmo cult. Sacred Lord Tianbao, sect master Lingshu, and the other great emperors frowned. Their eyes were filled with shock. This had alarmed almost half of the celestial spirit realm. It wasn't the medicine Emperor Lin Feng, but it was caused by the legendary ancestral master of the Tianmo cult. Sage elixir fire. The ancestral master of the Tianmo cult has already reached the sage realm. When they saw Ning Tian's pill fire, the group of god emperors sucked in a breath of cold air. Interesting. Sacred Lord Xiaoyaro raised his eyebrows. He wanted to get closer to see what kind of elixir the ancestral master of the Tianmo cult had refined to cause such a worldly anomaly. All of you, stop here for Emperor Lin Feng. However, before he could get closer, a cold voice rang out. Then, a beautiful figure appeared in the void in front of the great emperors. Her beautiful face was filled with anger as she looked at them coldly. The Empress of the Tianmo cult. She's here too. Sacred Lord Tianbao, sect master Lingshu, and the other great emperors were stunned. When they came to their senses, they all bowed to Luo Wuqing. Greetings, Empress. Greetings, Empress. Although they were great emperors, their strength had reached the great emperor realm. However, compared to Luo Wuqing, who was a true great emperor, they were not qualified. Empress. Sacred Lord Xiaoyaro and the sect master of the Kingdom of God were a little wary of Luo Wuqing, but they didn't show it as much as the others. They just greeted her with a smile. What kind of elixir is your ancestral master refining? Can we go over and take a look? Sacred Lord Xiaoyaro couldn't help but ask curiously. If we go over, we'll have a fight to the death. Luo Wuqing looked at Sacred Lord Xiaoyaro indifferently. Her beautiful face was filled with anger as she said, I won't allow anyone to get close to him. I won't allow anyone to disturb him. Even though she was facing a great emperor, she didn't show the slightest bit of fear. Ning Tian definitely wouldn't allow anyone to disturb him at this moment. If he was disturbed, not only would he fail, but he would also be severely injured. Upon hearing the killing intent in Luo Wuqing's words, Sacred Master Xiaoyaro, who had just taken a step forward, immediately retracted his foot. He laughed dryly. You must be joking, Empress. No matter how curious I am, I can't possibly disturb the ancestral master. The other great emperors nodded silently. They didn't even know what kind of elixir Ning Tian was refining. If they offended the Tianmo cult's empress because of their curiosity, it wouldn't be worth it. With Luo Wuqing's strength alone, he was able to stop dozens of great emperors from moving. This was the might of the Tianmo cult's empress. Boom! At this moment, a bright red light shone in the sky, and a thick fragrance of immortal medicine rushed into their noses. Boom! Then, 2 terrifying great emperor auras appeared in the void. Luo Wuqing, why don't you give this elixir to us? His voice fell. 2 enormous great emperor auras condensed into 2 giant hands and grabbed at Ning Tian. Seeing this, Luo Wuqing's expression changed slightly. Her beautiful face instantly turned cold, and her voice was so cold that it could freeze one's blood. If you dare to hurt him, I, the Emperor, will destroy your souls. Chapter 204. The cold voice fell. A terrifying Emperor's aura erupted from Luo Wuqing's delicate body and exploded in all directions. Boom. What a powerful aura! Tianbao Sacred Master, Lingshu Sect Master, and the other great emperors narrowed their eyes and their expressions changed drastically. Before they could react, they were sent flying hundreds of meters away by the terrifying Emperor's aura. The only ones who could stabilize themselves were Xiaoyaro Sacred Master and the Divine Nation Master, the two great emperors. TSK, as expected of an expert who can support a great emperor force alone. The Empress of the Tianmo cult is really terrifying. Sacred Master Xiaoyaro clicked his tongue and sighed when he saw this. Beside him, the Divine Nation Master was silent. Feeling the terrifying Emperor's aura, he was glad that he did not make things difficult for Ning Shui that day. Otherwise, it would have made the Divine Nation, which was already in the midst of war, even more uncomfortable. After all, he knew better than anyone that Ning Tian had more than one great emperor behind him. They were 2F** King Great Emperors. Boom. In the sky, accompanied by a strange phenomenon, waves of terrifying Emperor's aura rushed out. The two great Emperor's auras turned into giant hands and tore through the void at this moment, grabbing at Ning Tian, who was concentrating on refining the elixir. At this moment, he could naturally feel the terrifying aura coming towards him, but he did not move. This was because this was the most important stage of refining the heavenly pattern elixir. Once interrupted, it would be a complete failure and all his efforts would be for naught. Ning Tian could only place all his hopes on Luo Wuqing now. At this moment, a gentle breeze rippled beside Ning Tian, and a beautiful figure in blue and white appeared from the void. Luo Wuqing raised her jade-like hand, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to be mobilized by her at this moment. Majestic and mighty energy suddenly pressed down from the sky. Boom. The sky trembled. The giant hands in the sky shattered in an instant. The Emperor said that you want to touch him? Are you worthy? Luo Wuqing's eyes flashed with coldness as he looked into the void. They are nothing more than two rats hiding in the void, not daring to show their faces. Heh! A cold laugh rang out from the void. Luo Wuqing, do you really think you can protect him from two Emperor Realm experts? What a joke! Then, two more terrifying Emperor's auras appeared, and two figures appeared in the void. However, the two figures remained hidden in the chaos. He couldn't tell what it was, and he couldn't tell what it was. Who are these two great emperors? The dozens of great emperors watching from the side were puzzled. Cowardly? How can you be worthy of being called a great emperor? Luo Wuqing's eyes were bathed in pride. Boundless Emperor's aura enveloped her delicate body, dazzling with divine light and astonishing momentum. Let Emperor teach you what it means to be an emperor. His voice faded. Luo Wuqing's body emitted a vast and ethereal aura. Behind him, a bright golden light spread across the entire sky. With a raise of his hand, he blasted out a palm that could overturn mountains and seas. Humph! In the sky, the two mysterious great emperors retaliated against Luo Wuqing's horrifying palm strike, unwilling to be outdone. The battle between the three great emperors caused the entire world to tremble under the terrifying pressure. The sky trembled, and lightning surged endlessly. The void was shattered. It was as if even the heavens were suppressed. Boom! Boom! It's over, it's over. Seeing this, the disciples and elders of the spirit medicine sect wanted to cry but had no tears. The destruction caused by the battle between great emperors was enough to destroy the spirit medicine sect thousands of times. They could consider moving the spirit medicine sect to another place. In the sky, even in the face of two great emperors, Luo Wuqing still displayed great strength. They were in a 50-50 position and were in an invincible position. 8 tribulation great emperors. As far as Emperor knows, there shouldn't be any 8 tribulation great emperors in the Tianling region. Who are you? Luo Wuqing also figured out the strength of the two great emperors. Among the great emperors, they belonged to the 8 tribulation great emperors. After becoming a great emperor, one didn't have to break through to the divine realm to improve their strength. A great emperor could choose to undergo a tribulation. Undergo a great emperor tribulation. With every tribulation, one's strength would improve a little. She had already undergone 9 tribulations. Among the great emperors, she was a 9-tribulation great emperor. Chapter 205. In the Tianling region, the great emperors had some understanding of each other. However, these 2 mysterious 8-tribulation great emperors were obviously not from the Tianling region. They were outsiders. Heh. Luo Wuqing, you'd better take care of yourself and that kid first before you ask us. The 2 8-tribulation great emperors sneered and activated their emperor's aura again. Luo Wuqing's pretty face was filled with anger. Without saying a word, he activated his sword principle and suppressed the 2 8-tribulation great emperors. While everyone was admiring Luo Wuqing's strength. In the square, the spiritual energy in Ning Tian's hand was getting denser and denser. The alchemy fire in the 3-legged golden crow cauldron was getting denser. The heavenly pattern divine pill had already formed 2 patterns. The immortal pill was round and smooth. It was a superior immortal pill. However, it was not over yet. I hope my wife can withstand it. Ning Tian could not help but feel worried. However, the only thing he could do now was to refine the heavenly pattern divine pill as soon as possible. If that was the case, Luo Wuqing would not have to hold back in order to protect him. System, inject the last bit of alchemy saint attainments into the heavenly pattern divine pill, Ning Tian said in his heart. Yes, host. The system's beautiful voice sounded. Injecting alchemy saint attainments into the heavenly pattern divine pill. Host, please wait patiently. Boom. The 3-legged golden crow cauldron shook violently again. The heavenly pattern divine pill with 2 patterns was shrouded in a red light. It was beginning to condense the 3rd heavenly pattern. In the sky, 3 afterimages flashed. The group of people could not even see the battle clearly. The mountains and rivers shook as they raised their hands. The entire spiritual medicine sect had changed beyond recognition. A group of spiritual medicine sect elders and disciples were left trembling around the square. Boom! A terrifying energy exploded in the sky. Then, in the chaotic energy, 2 figures flew out in a sorry state. After flying back for a few hundred meters, the 2 of them finally stabilized themselves. As expected of the Empress. She's really strong. An 8-tribulation great emperor shook his head and sighed. As expected of a 9-tribulation great emperor. If it's a one-on-one battle, no one is your match. Unfortunately, there are 2 of us. They are nothing more than ants. Luo Wuqing looked at the 2 indifferently. He raised the immortal sword in his hand and pointed it at them. A sharp cold light flashed across the sword. Emperor Luo Wuqing's frost is bound to see blood when it is unsheathed. Today, I'll use the blood of an 8-tribulation great emperor as a sacrifice to it. Really? The 2 8-tribulation great emperors sneered. Arrows and crossbows were drawn. Another round of emperor battles had begun. But at this moment, boom! A loud explosion came from the square below. The pill is about to be formed. In front of the 3-legged golden crow cauldron, Ning Tian's eyes flashed. Glancing at the 2 injured 8-tribulation great emperors above, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Looks like I still have to set a trap before the pill is formed. In the blink of an eye, a beam of holy light shot into the sky and illuminated the entire sky. Waves of pill thunder roared furiously. Between heaven and earth, a 9-colored beam of light connected heaven and earth. Waves of rich medicinal fragrance spread out in all directions. Immortal pill, 9-colored holy light. Holy relic. This is a holy relic. Seeing the 9-colored holy light shooting into the sky, Lin Feng's eyes were filled with hot tears. Then, with a thump, he knelt down and kowtowed to Ning Tian excitedly. Immortal pill, 9-colored holy light, one of a kind. It was hard to see for tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. They thought that the ancestral master's immortal pill, 9-colored holy light, was already very powerful. But now, 9-colored holy light had appeared. Ancestral master, you are forever a god. Everyone in the spirit medicine sect was in a frenzy. They followed Lin Feng and kowtowed to Ning Tian. Hiss, Tianbao sacred lord, Lingshu sect master, and the other emperor's eyes flashed with astonishment. They did not expect the legendary ancestral master of the Tianmo cult to be an alchemy saint. What else is this handsome Ning hiding? The divine nation lord swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The shock in his heart did not dissipate for a long time. Previously, Ning Tian had taught Princess Moon Spirit the highest move of the Supreme Chaos Palm in 1 minute. This had already shocked him. But what he did not expect was, now, Ning Shuai had refined an immortal pill with 9-colored holy light right under his nose. What kind of peerless genius was this? Shock. In short, the Emperor's hearts were only filled with shock. At this moment, as the 9-colored holy light shone on the clouds, an extremely rich medicinal aroma filled the air. What a rich medicinal aroma! Ha ha ha, this old man's hidden illness has been cured by this medicinal aroma. Damn! My little brother can stand up. I can finally regain my masculinity. Smelling the medicinal aroma. The disciples and elders of the Immortal Spirit sect all felt the changes in their bodies under the medicinal aroma. In the sky, the 2-8 tribulation emperors could not help but laugh. Ha ha, the immortal pill can heal all things. Luo Wuqing, your husband is harming you. It was not easy to injure the two of us, but unfortunately, with the medicinal aroma of the immortal pill, everything you did just now was in vain. Hearing this, Luo Wuqing's expression was cold and indifferent. Humph. Let's absorb. The 2-8 tribulation emperors' chests expanded, and then they sucked like dragons sucking water. Whoosh. They directly inhaled all of the medicinal aroma into their bodies. Then, bursts of green light appeared. The injuries that he had suffered earlier were all healed by the medicinal fragrance, and he was as good as new. Ha ha ha. Luo Wuqing, your husband has done us a great favor. The 2-8 tribulation emperors laughed wildly, and there was a hint of mockery in their words. Is that so? Luo Wuqing smiled coldly. The two of them frowned. Suddenly, they felt as if there were lightning flashing in their bodies. Crackle. Boom. Then, streaks of lightning struck from the clouds above their heads. What's going on? The two of them frowned as they dodged. Why did the immortal pill lightning attack them? Boom. Boom. The immortal pill lightning struck wildly. After a short while, although the immortal pill lightning could not harm them, they were in a sorry state, and their breaths were in disorder. What's going on? The 2-8 tribulation emperors were furious. Hee. It's not over yet. At this moment, a faint laugh sounded in the square. The two of them looked down. They saw Ning Tian looking at them with a cheeky smile on her face. Is this your doing? The 2-8 tribulation emperors were furious. Ning Tian smiled. He knew that once the immortal pill was formed, the medicinal aroma would spread everywhere, and it was very likely to be the recovery method for the 2-injured 8 tribulation emperor. Then, wouldn't his wife's attack just now be in vain? He was not stupid. Therefore, before the immortal pill was formed, he had already buried a method in the medicinal aroma. Absorbing a little of it would not trigger it, but absorbing too much would have a different effect. TSK. I didn't expect you to be so greedy as to absorb all the medicinal aroma. Next, you'll be in trouble. Ning Tian's gloating voice sounded. Chapter 206. The 2-8 tribulation great emperors were stunned. They pretended to be calm and said, "You're just an Earth King. Do you think you can defeat us?" They were in a sorry state because of the pill tribulation. They didn't believe that this brat could toy with them to death. Is that so? Ning Tian smiled meaningfully. Stop pretending. One of the 8 tribulation great emperors snorted. Don't regret it when you die. Wait. At this moment, the 8 tribulation great emperor's expression changed. He asked his companion, "Do you feel that something is wrong with your body?" Something is wrong? The other 8 tribulations great emperor was taken aback, but before he could ask any questions, before he could react, he suddenly felt his body burning up. His face and ears turned red as if he was burning up. Something is wrong. This is a strange feeling. The 2-8 tribulation great emperors felt their mouths dry up. They couldn't control their bodies. In an instant, a huge flame burst out from their bodies. Then, they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Boom. Barf. There's poison in the medicinal fragrance. Kid, You're so vicious. You drugged us. The 2-8 tribulation great emperor's angry voices came from the sky. Drugged? What kind of drug? The disciples of the immortal spirit sect were stunned. The dozens of Emperor Realm experts were also stunned. All of them widened their eyes and looked at Ning Tian with sparkling eyes. Damn. Drugging great emperors? You're indeed the ancestral master. You're really something. Ning Tian smiled and said seriously, I'm a decent person. Seeing that you're so weak, I gave you a great blood-nourishing pill. Before he formed his core, he had crushed the great blood-nourishing pill that Zhu Yuanbo Chongsai gave him. Then, he strengthened it with his temporary attainments in alchemy sage realm. Therefore, it could affect great emperors. The current great blood-nourishing pill was at least 1,000 times more effective than before. When things reach an extreme, they move in the opposite direction. When there was too much energy, the body couldn't bear it. At that time, it would self-destruct. It seems that Zhu Yuanbo's elixir is quite nutritious. However, I'm already so fierce. It's fine if I don't eat it. Ning Tian muttered in his heart. Blood replenishing pill? Damn it. The 2-8 tribulation great emperors were exasperated. The worst thing was that his body was still expanding. Things always move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. This kind of thing, if too much of it was nourished, it would instead be a kind of poison. His body felt like it was about to explode. TSK, TSK. At this moment, Ning Tian's despicable voice rang out. I'm afraid you're going to become great emperors who die from overeating, right? TSK, TSK, how tragic. If the energy can't be released, then even you will have to self-destruct. As soon as he said this, the dozens of martial emperors present trembled and looked at Ning Tian with fear in their eyes. No. In the future, I must stay away from this legendary patriarch. The martial monarchs swallowed their saliva. Unknowingly, 2-8 tribulation great emperors were poisoned. This was too terrifying. They wouldn't even know how they were going to die. What? The 2-8 tribulation great emperors were shocked. Shameless. Despicable. However, do you really think we have no other way? As long as we can stop the medicine from taking effect. Then, the two of them looked at each other. A hint of viciousness flashed in their eyes as they nodded secretly. They circulated their energy and attacked each other violently. Since it was a blood-replenishing pill, they would beat the blood out. Barf. Continue to beat me. Bang bang. Hence, the two great emperors spat out blood while beating each other up. While they were beating each other up, crack. There was a cracking sound as if something had broken. Third brother, King Mist. I'm sorry, second brother. I kicked the wrong spot. The two of them spat out blood in the air. Damn. These two people are ruthless. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were shocked. How much hatred did they have? Kid, you're finished. After detoxifying each other, the 2-8 tribulation great emperors felt relaxed and the burning sensation in their bodies dissipated. Since they were broken, so be it. At that time, they could use their medical skills to recover. TSK, they're ruthless. Ning Tian didn't expect the two of them to be so ruthless. He sighed at his own inferiority. Soon, the two of them were covered in blood. No one knew how much blood they had spat out. Kid, go to hell. However, they had finally recovered. At this moment, the 2-8 tribulation great emperors targeted Ning Tian angrily. How dare you? Luo Wuqing moved her delicate body and rushed towards the two of them, trying to stop them. However, at this moment, the 2-8 tribulation great emperors who were rushing towards Ning Tian suddenly turned around. A sharp shadow blade appeared in their hands and they stabbed towards Luo Wuqing. Luo Wuqing, this kid is indeed your weakness. One of the 8 tribulation great emperors sneered. Humph. Luo Wuqing's face was cold and she was about to receive the attack. However, at this moment, a figure stepped out from the void beside her. He slapped her. Boom. A 9 tribulation great emperor? Luo Wuqing frowned slightly and a touch of caution flashed in her eyes. She flipped her hand and used the heavenly demon palm to receive the attack. However, the 2-8 tribulation great emperors succeeded in their sneak attack. 2 deep bloody wounds appeared on her back. However, Luo Wuqing did not let them off so easily. She slapped the 2 tribulation Great Emperors again and sent them flying back while vomiting blood. The 4 of them kept a distance from each other. Another Great Emperor, and a 9 tribulation Great Emperor. A touch of astonishment flashed in the eyes of the dozens of Great Emperors. A 9 tribulation Great Emperor. Why is he slightly stronger than an ordinary 9 tribulation Great Emperor? Sacred Master Xiaoyaro and the sovereign of the divine nation looked at the middle-aged man who suddenly appeared. The middle-aged man did not deliberately hide his face. It was an extremely unfamiliar face. There had never been such an expert in the celestial spirit region. I've long heard of the great name of the celestial spirit region's Empress. I didn't expect to see you in person today. This is beyond my expectations, the middle-aged man said with a smile. Luo Wuqing looked at the 3 of them indifferently. She quietly circulated her spiritual energy to stop the bleeding from the 2 bloody wounds on her back. At this moment, it was 1 against 3. One of them was a 9 tribulation Great Emperor who was in the same realm as Luo Wuqing, although they were sure that the 3 of them must be Great Emperors from outside the region. However, Sacred Master Xiaoyaro and the sovereign of the divine nation frowned and did not choose to attack. They were both Great Emperors, but they had only gone through 7 tribulations. The strength of the 3 people who suddenly appeared could not be underestimated. They did not want to get involved in this mess. The battle was about to start. Empress, I'm sorry to offend you. The middle-aged man sneered. He naturally would not let Luo Wuqing recover from his injuries. He led the 2 of them and rushed toward Luo Wuqing. He understood the principle of taking your life when you're sick. As for Ning Tian, he was just a piece of meat on the chopping block after dealing with Luo Wuqing. Soon, the battle broke out. Facing the joint attack of the 3 Great Emperors, Luo Wuqing also exploded with extraordinary strength. However, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Vaguely, he was at a disadvantage. In the square, Ning Tian looked at the battle above him anxiously. He only felt a deep sense of helplessness. At this moment, he hated himself for not cultivating a few years earlier. A few months' time was really not enough. You have shocked Sacred Master Xiaoyaro. You have shocked the sovereign of the divine nation. You have shocked dozens of God the Archrealm Masters. At this moment, the system's late notification sounded in his mind. Hearing this, Ning Tian's eyes flash. Could this shocking reward help him turn the situation around? Chapter 207. Reward obtained, Realm Exchange Card. Realm Exchange Card. You can choose one person and exchange 1 hour's worth of strength with the other party's permission. The system's voice sounded like a life-saving straw. Realm Exchange Card? Ning Tian was slightly stunned. Without any hesitation, he quickly said in his heart, System, use the Realm Exchange Card. Using the Realm Exchange Card. Please select the person to exchange with. A beautiful face appeared in Ning Tian's mind. He did not hesitate at all. Exchange, Shi Wangmu. Transmitting, exchanging information. At this moment, Jade Pool. Shi Wangmu was in the sky, watching a group of disciples cultivate. Suddenly, a voice sounded in her mind. Shi Wangmu, help me. Hey! Shi Wangmu was stunned. A hint of doubt flashed in her beautiful eyes. Just now, was that the voice of the Ancestral Master? Strange, why do I seem to hear the Ancestral Master's voice? Something's not right. I'm not a girl anymore. How can I be thinking of love? However, I do miss the Ancestral Master a little. Shi Wangmu was slightly dazed. Shi Wangmu, it's not an illusion. It's me. Ning Tian. Ning Tian's voice sounded in her mind again. This time, the Queen Mother of the West was finally able to tell that this was not a hallucination. Ancestral Master, where are you? Shi Wangmu was also someone who had been through a lot. When she heard the sudden voice, she was not too flustered. Instead, she asked calmly, Shi Wangmu, I don't have time to explain so much now. In her mind, Ning Tian's voice sounded anxious. I need your strength. Exchange it with me. Hearing Ning Tian's anxious voice, Shi Wangmu frowned slightly and did not hesitate anymore. Okay, I'll exchange it with you. But, How do I give it to you? You've already given it to me. Thanks. I owe you a favor. As soon as she finished speaking, Ning Tian's voice dissipated. Hey! Shi Wangmu was slightly stunned. What was going on? All of a sudden, her expression changed. He only felt that his spiritual energy was flowing away, and his strength was fading away. In the blink of an eye, her Emperor Realm strength disappeared and was replaced by Ning Tian's peak Earth King Realm strength. Hiss! The Queen Mother of the West sucked in a cold breath. What the Patriarch was talking about was actually this kind of exchange. How did he do it? The Queen Mother of the West was shocked. However, before she could think, she suddenly felt the ground beneath her feet disappear. Then, his body fell down. Don't forget, Earth Kings can't fly. F***CK. Holy **T. In an instant, all of the Jade Lake's disciples were attracted to her, and they all looked at the Queen Mother of the West, who was falling from the sky. Did the Holy Lord crash? Spirit Medicine Sect. In the sky, Luo Wuqing had already suffered a small injury. His aura was somewhat chaotic. As expected of the Empress, she is indeed powerful. The middle-aged Nine Tribulations Great Emperor sized up Luo Wuqing with admiration in his eyes. Why don't you follow the Emperor in the future? Turns out this fellow is also a traitor. Everyone was shocked. He actually fell for the Empress. Luo Wuqing furrowed her brows, and her eyes were filled with murderous intent. She was very unhappy. However, before she could say anything, a loud shout was heard. Follow your mother. Traitor cow, die for me. Then, a huge aura soared into the sky. Another Nine Tribulations Great Emperor. Everyone was stunned. In the blink of an eye, a shadow appeared beside the Nine Tribulations Great Emperor and punched him in the face. Boom. In an instant, the Nine Tribulations Great Emperor was sent flying. When the shadow fell, his figure was revealed. It's the Patriarch. He is actually a 9th stage Great Emperor. Seeing this, Sacred Master Xiaoyaro and the Theocracy King were dumbfounded. I guessed right. The Patriarch is indeed a Great Emperor. Lin Feng was feeling lucky that he could regain his power. Suddenly, he saw Ning Tian send the Great Emperor flying with a punch. His eyes lit up instantly. Wife, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Ning Tian stood in front of Luo Wuqing. Luo Wuqing was stunned for a moment, and a soft look flashed across her eyes. Boom. At this moment, the Nine Tribulations Great Emperor flew into a rage. How dare you send the Emperor flying? Get lost. Ning Tian shouted. Then, a ball of supreme energy gathered in his hand, and he threw out a punch. Boom. The punch seemed to be able to shatter mountains and rivers. Once again, the 9th stage Great Emperor was sent flying. This is my Theocracy's supreme chaos palm. Seeing Ning Tian's move and the familiar energy aura, the Theocracy King widened his eyes instantly. It turned out that the power of his supreme primordial chaos palm could actually be this strong. Looking at the 2 bloody wounds on Luo Wuqing's back, Ning Tian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. How dare you stab my wife? There is no need for the 2 of you to live. In his hand, the red cloud sword appeared. At this moment, his strength was that of a Nine Tribulations Great Emperor. The red cloud sword's Emperor aura erupted. It directly emitted the aura of a high-grade immortal weapon. The sword flashed with red light, and waves of flames appeared. Then, under the aura of a Nine Tribulations Great Emperor, Ning Tian's footsteps flickered, and the red cloud sword in his hand turned into a flaming sword. Sword Dao, activate. Low-grade Earth Tier martial art, sword technique, shadow following. His figure turned into 5 after-images, and they all slashed out with the sword. What a powerful sword intent. The 2 Eight Tribulations Great Emperor's faces change. It's not over yet. My ultimate move is not only this. Ning Tian snorted coldly. Since I can't kill you with one move, I will use my ultimate move to kill you. Fist Dao, activate. Fire Tyrant Fist, activate. Palm Dao, activate. Heavenly Demon Palm, Wind Thunder Divine Palm, Supreme Chaos Palm. One move after another was continuously thrown out. Golden light flickered, and it was very dazzling. With the strength of a Nine Tribulations Great Emperor, Any one of these skills could shake the heavens. Not to mention that the two in front of him were only 8 tribulations great emperors. This kid is crazy. The two's faces changed drastically. How could they withstand this kind of attack? They circulated their spiritual chi and hurriedly resisted. How dare you? The 9 tribulations great emperor rushed over again. I dare you, get lost. Ning Tian was extremely irritable at this moment, and he turned into Zuan's crazy demon. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Right now, he only wanted the 2 people who had hurt Luo Wuqing to die. His aura surged and turned into a supreme chaos palm, directly slapping the 9 tribulations great emperor away again. This was already the 3rd time. Without the 9 tribulations great emperor blocking him, Ning Tian poured all his skills on the 2 8 tribulations great emperors. Bang! Several skills converged together. They turned into a ball of violent energy, directly melting the 2 8 tribulations great emperors. Their souls scattered. Hiss! In an instant. The surroundings fell silent. A group of great emperors widened their eyes. Their ancestor killed 2 8 tribulations great emperors in an instant. No. It wasn't a simple instant, but a bunch of skills that killed them in an instant. Chapter 208. Boom. The golden light fell. At this moment, even the void was smashed into nothingness. The 2 8 tribulation great emperors did not even have the time to scream before their bodies melted under the bombardment of the skills. In addition to the deep unwillingness in their hearts, they were also furious. Damn it! They had never seen anyone use a big move right at the beginning of the battle. What was even more ridiculous was that he used a few big moves at the same time. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't he test the opponent's strength first and then make up for the damage with a big move? However, no matter how unwilling they were, the 2 8 tribulation great emperors couldn't do anything about it. The 2 8 tribulation great emperors were also powerless. Their bodies had already melted in the void, and their souls had dispersed. 2 8 tribulation great emperors had fallen. Hiss! From afar, the dozens of God Emperor realm experts had already retreated far away. Seeing the 2 great emperors fall, they swallowed their saliva with difficulty. They were no longer shocked, but fearful, a fear that came from the bottom of their heart. The vitality of a great emperor was extremely strong. They could live for at least tens of thousands of years. It was also very difficult for a great emperor battle to break out. Therefore, the death of a great emperor was extremely rare. However, at this moment, they had truly witnessed the death of 2 8 tribulation great emperors. Even 2 8 tribulation great emperors were killed by Marshal Ning. The God Nation Lord trembled and subconsciously took a few steps back. He looked at Ning Tian with more and more fear in his eyes. That day in the God Nation, he had thought that he had let Ning Tian go because of the 2 great emperors, Luo Wuqing and the Queen Mother of the West. But now, it seemed like a joke. The Patriarch was a 9 tribulation great emperor. Did he need to give face to the Empress and the Jade Lake Saint Master? The God Nation Lord felt lucky that he had not offended the Patriarch. Otherwise, the Patriarch would be able to kill 2 8 tribulation great emperors effortlessly. The Patriarch could kill him with a flip of his hand. The heavenly spirit domain is going to change. Sacred Master Xiaoyao's body trembled slightly, and his voice was trembling. He was now hesitating whether he should seal himself and hide from the world. Otherwise, if he offended the Tianmo cult, he would offend 2 9 tribulation great emperors. Second brother, third brother. At this moment, a loud shout was heard. The 9 tribulations great emperor, who had just been sent flying by Ning Tian, finally rushed back. He happened to see the 2 8 tribulation great emperors melting into nothingness. At this moment, the 9 tribulations great emperor stared at Ning Tian with bloodshot eyes. How dare you kill my second brother and third brother? This is unforgivable. The emperor wants your life. They hurt my wife. Death is already a good relief for them. Ning Tian's tone was cold and full of killing intent. At this moment, he had turned into a wife-protecting demon. And you, those who hurt my wife, die. As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of ghastly killing intent suddenly flashed past Ning Tian's eyes, and the crimson heaven sword in his hand erupted with raging flame. Scorching flames soared into the sky. Sword Dao activated. Use, sword technique, shadow following. The red cloud sword in Ning Tian's hand shone brightly. He activated the flash step and transformed into an invisible assassin. 5 phantoms appeared in front of the 9 Tribulations Great Emperor. Ridiculous. You want to use a few phantoms to deceive the Emperor? The 9 Tribulations Great Emperor smiled disdainfully. He looked at the 5 phantoms. He believed that the real Ning Tian was hiding in these 5 phantoms. He wanted to sneak an attack when he was unprepared. He looked around, trying to find Ning Tian. Suddenly, a phantasm flickered. Your trick is very good, but the Emperor saw through it. The 9 Tribulations Great Emperor's mouth curled into a sinister smile, and he instantly shouted, "Ghost destroying mountains and rivers claw." The 9 Tribulations Great Emperor rushed toward the Ning Tian who had revealed a flaw. Sinister ghost aura circulated around him, and the black aura attached to his palms turned into sharp claws. As he moved, he seemed to be able to tear the air apart. "You, die for the Emperor." Clang. Ning Tian reacted extremely quickly. Before the sharp ghost claws attacked, he raised the Crimson Heaven sword and blocked them. The sword collided violently with the ghost claws. In an instant, sparks and lightning flash. Sure enough, the Emperor saw through it. The 9 Tribulations Great Emperor's eyes were full of contempt, and he smiled coldly. Saw through it. You think too highly of yourself. Ning Tian's expression was indifferent as coldness flashed through her eyes. She said indifferently, "If I hadn't purposely exposed an opening, how could you have taken the initiative to attack and stepped into my attack range?" Huh! Attack range? The 9 Tribulations Great Emperor frowned. Suddenly, there was a clang, as if a sharp sword was unsheathed. He instantly felt that the sharp sword essence around him had locked onto him. How is this possible? The 9 Tribulations Great Emperor looked to his side and saw that the phantoms had not dissipated. Instead, they were operating a huge sword essence. At this moment, he was in the middle of this sword array. Sword technique, shadow following. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. Then, several phantoms seemed to be one with the sword, and the sharp sword light slashed toward the 9 Tribulations Great Emperor. Oh no! The 9 Tribulations Great Emperor's face changed slightly, but he was not stupid. He moved his body and soared into the sky, trying to avoid the sword essence. Get back! Unfortunately, Ning Tian was already prepared and was waiting for him to soar into the sky. Supreme Chaos Palm. Boom! A huge palm fell from the sky. It slammed onto the 9 Tribulations Great Emperor's head. The 9 Tribulations Great Emperor fell back to his previous position in a sorry state, and his head was buzzing. This kid slapped him again. Clang. At this moment, the sword essence attacked. Humph. Isn't it just sword essence? Do you really think the Emperor doesn't have it? Seeing that he could not avoid it, the 9 Tribulations Great Emperor could only choose to take it head-on. A cold sword flashed out from his hand. This is the best sword in the entire sect. The Emperor doesn't believe that I can't deal with you. In an instant. The 9 Tribulations Great Emperor's hand flashed coldly, and the sword light danced with a monstrous aura. Then, he slashed with the sword. Boom. Crack. When he slashed with the sword, he heard a shattering sound. The best sword in the entire sect was broken in an instant. What? The 9 Tribulations Great Emperor instantly turned pale. This stupid blacksmith kept saying that he was the best general in the entire sect. Who would have thought that he was such a scammer? Although this sword was good, it was only an immortal weapon. Don't forget that the red cloud sword had an emperor attribute. The stronger Ning Tian was, the stronger the weapon would be. Swoosh. In an instant, sword shadows flashed. The 9 Tribulations Great Emperor's body was covered in sword wounds, and blood kept flowing. You have successfully angered me. The 9 Tribulations Great Emperor looked at Ning Tian gloomily. However, Ning Tian could not be bothered with him. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said indifferently in his heart. Music Dao, activate. Fist Dao, activate. Palm Dao, activate. Wind and Thunder Dao, activate. Sword Dao, activate again. When the voice in his heart fell, The sharp swords in the hands of 3 of the 4 phantoms that had yet to dissipate disappeared. Then, the Dao runes of Fist Dao, Palm Dao, and Wind and Thunder Dao appeared in their hand. At this moment, the immortal slashing guzheng appeared in front of Ning Tian. The strings of the guzheng were plucked, and the music Dao condensed. Seeing this scene, the 9 Tribulations' great emperor's expression changed, and he was speechless. You have mastered 5 Daos. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.